Reporting Center?
Yes, sir. This is the Cache County Sheriff's Office in Logan, Utah.
Yes, sir.
We had an incident up here tonight that I'm sure someone else will contact you about. I don't have much faith in this type of a thing, but we thought we better bring it to your attention. A man by the name of here in Logan saw an object this evening. His wife saw it, and his brother and several other people in the area saw a large object. They believed it to be the moon when it came over the horizon. It was rather orange in color. It came over the horizon, and it was moving west out of Logan Canyon.
Okay.
It came over on our side of the mountain, and it appeared to shoot something down towards the ground. And they know exactly where whatever it was that went from the big, large object to the ground is right now. I don't know what other information I can give you.
Oh, we sure appreciate this.
Okay, I think he's a pretty rational man. I went up and looked for it. There was another deputy sheriff that also went up. He's very rational. His wife seemed rather concerned. In fact, it scared the tar out of her when she saw it.
I see.
And so I don't believe this guy's a crackpot.
Okay, well, we'll contact him and see what he's got.
All righty.
Thanks very much.
You bet, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
It's the UFO Reporting Center in Washington. We've been advised you saw something in the sky tonight. We'd like to hear about it.
Well, I went out on the patio facing east across the golf course, and I seen a great big orange object just about the size of the moon, a full moon.
Yes.
And it was moving this way, and it was below the clouds. And so I came in and got my brother and my wife out of the basement. We were down near the fireplace, and so we went upstairs and looked, and it lasted about 3 minutes. And then all of a sudden, it looked like somebody dropped out of a parachute. It dropped. But there was just a solid orange streak from this big object right into the snow on this side of the mountain, which would be airline from here up. It wouldn't be over 2.5 miles because we're out against the mountain.
Yes.
And it came down past the mountain, and then this big object disappeared.
Okay, now you say it disappeared. Did it just go
And
out?
it was working this way because, see, it lasted while I came in the house and in the basement and got another two that was here with me and walked out on the patio, and then as soon as it disappeared, well, then I called the sheriff's department and told them about it. And it happened at 2 minutes after 6.
I see, okay.
Standard time here, Western time.
Okay, now when the object shot this shaft of light down to the ground, do you have any idea of how high it was in the sky?
Well, it was above the mountain where the object was, and I've been up in that territory with the Jeep and snowmobiling, and I imagine it would be 3,000 or 4,000 feet it dropped from the object until it lit in the snow.
Okay, and then was that when the bigger object disappeared?
What was that?
Did the object disappear after
that happened? Yes, and the object disappeared just as it lit in the snow. We looked up and my wife says, there's the object disappearing, and then we just seen one flash of it after that.
Okay.
And it was moving towards the south then. But it was coming right this way. I said, it's coming this way. And they said, there's no motors, there's no flashing, it can't be a helicopter, and it can't be an airplane. And it just really shook us here because it was so close to our home here. See, we were within about 2 blocks of the mountain.
I see. Okay, which direction were you looking when you...
Straight east, directly east. The USAC, the Utah State University.
Yes.
See, I'm just right on the border, just a block from the university.
Okay.
And so we was looking, it could have been just a little southeast from our house.
Okay, and this was moving under the cloud layer?
Yeah, it was under the clouds, yes, sir.
Did it seem to illuminate that cloud layer at all?
You could see it, yes, a little bit. You could see it as it passed the clouds. You could see a light, shadow, the light reflecting on the clouds.
Right, okay. And you saw that about 6:02.
6:02, that's it. And I was talking to the deputy sheriff, the dispatcher, at 6 minutes after, because I was looking at my watch when I was talking to him.
Okay.
And we watched it until it disappeared, and then I grabbed the phone and called them.
All right, sir. And which city are you living in?
Logan, Utah.
Logan, okay. And how many witnesses to that?
There was 3 of us, my wife and my brother that's living with me, and we're 60 years old, 62 and 60.
Okay, now do you have any estimate of the distance from you, between you and that object?
Well, from where the snow was, I'd say airline, it would be approximately 2.5, maybe 3 miles.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Yeah, yes, because I know that area because we look at it all the time from our patio in the summer and also winter. And it's been snowing here today, and the clouds, it's not snowing here at the time, but it's overcast, cloudy now.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your talking to us. If we get any more information on this, we'll let you know about it.
All right, and thank you for calling.
Goodbye.
Bye.
UFO Reporting Center.
Yes, I've got some information I want to report on a UFO.
Okay.
Okay, just a second, please. Okay, I'm an air traffic controller at Oakland International Airport.
Yes, sir.
And this was called in to me, and they tried to get a hold of you, and apparently they couldn't. And they called me back and gave me the information. So I'll pass what I can to you.
Okay, fine.
Second hand. Okay, it was in the vicinity of Novato, California.
Uh-huh.
And it's above San Rafael, and it was called to me by a CPO.
Okay.
And the way it happened, apparently he's in charge of what they call a base react. It's a unit in which people drive around in the car with a radio, and if they see an accident or something on the base, they get on the radio. It's an emergency service type radio to call the appropriate authorities.
Oh, yes.
And he had somebody saw it first, and then called it to him, and then he saw it. And the person that called him said it appeared to come from the Oakland area. And he observed it for about 2 minutes. He didn't know the distance that it traveled or the speed it traveled at. And by looking at it with the naked eye, it looked like one bright light. But through some binoculars, it looks like a cluster of 4 small lights.
Okay.
And it appears to be wavering up and down. They've been watching it for about the last 20 minutes.
Okay, was this thing stationary?
Apparently at first it moved, and then appears to be, for the last 20 minutes, to be fairly stationary.
Okay. All right, can we get your name?
Okay, my name is,
That's Oakland Center?
Oakland International Airport.
Okay.
I have some additional information here if you want it.
Sure.
Okay, I asked him about it, and he said it was above the horizon, but it was not far enough above the horizon that it could be mixed in with the stars.
Uh-huh.
He said he spent quite a bit of time in his backyard, so he knew what a satellite looked like.
Okay.
And he said it just appeared to be above the horizon. He didn't have anything to compare it with as far as distance or height.
All right. Well, we sure appreciate this.
Okay.
And we'll check it out.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
I've got a name of somebody else if you want somebody else that also saw it.
Okay. Okay.
And they did call I think it was the Novato Police Department. They called them.
All right, sir.
And they're going to try to get a picture of it if they can, if someone has a good enough camera.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Right.
Good night.
Bye. Sir, this is the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Yes.
We understand you saw something in the sky tonight.
We sure have.
I'd like to hear about it.
Okay, we got a call from one of our mobile units, one of our mobile react units, and he reported it to us. He gave us a direction from where he saw, which is pretty close to where we're at right now. So we look out through our back door window, which is just about due west. It's a bright light. It looks like, it would be one of the bright stars like the North Star, except that it's in the wrong area.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we told him we saw it too. I called the Novato Police Department here and informed my mobile unit that I had called the Novato Police Department. And he told me he had a person with him at that time who had seen it move from Oakland up to the area where we were watching it at. And he said it took it about 2 minutes to move up there, and then it just stopped right there in midair.
Yes.
And we've been watching it now for, pretty close to a half hour, 45 minutes. And it looked like it was hanging right in midair, We watched it move up just a little bit, move down just a little bit. And now looking out my back door window, which I'm doing right now while I'm talking to you, it has dropped quite a bit in the sky. But, nothing like a normal star would do with the rotation of the Earth.
Yes. Okay, about what time did you spot that?
Okay, it was reported to us, I'd say about 10 minutes to 7 our time.
Okay.
It's a brilliant white light, and it got brighter a couple of times, like it was something coming closer to you.
Yes.
And then it started fading back out.
Okay, how's the sky conditions there tonight?
Sky conditions seem to be fairly clear. I saw one airplane tonight that has flown between me and this object. I saw the same airplane flying as I would be looking towards this object to the left and below it. And I was just out in my front yard where I could get a better view of it, trying to get a picture of it. We got too much house lights and everything around here to get a decent picture.
Right.
And one of my friends called my attention to another object that was in the sky, which after looking at a little bit more, it looked to me more like a helicopter, which was, a complete 180 degrees from this.
Yes.
I heard no noise from it, but I saw anti-collision lights and everything on that.
Okay, is this other object, is it pure white?
Pure white.
Okay. In due west?
It is just about due west from me.
Okay. And you can't see anything else on it in the way of colored lights?
I can't see anything at all. This mobile unit of ours that reported it has a fairly strong pair of binoculars, and he looked at it, and he said it looked like a cluster of 4 lights in a square that were very close together.
Oh, okay.
With binoculars.
Uh-huh. And he actually saw it coming up from the Sacramento area?
He saw it coming up from the Oakland area. We're due north of Oakland, just about due north of Oakland, and he saw it coming up from that area for approximately 2 minutes, he said.
Okay. And which city is this?
This is Novato, California, which
Novato,
is...
okay.
Okay, I'm actually living in Hamilton Air Force Base housing.
Okay. And could we get your first name?
Dennis.
Did you try to get through to us before?
Yes, I did, and I kept getting the signal that you're due to equipment problems, I'd have to hang up and try calling again.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I tried that for about 5 minutes, and then I decided, well, I might be wasting my time for a while if this was going to be a problem. So I called the Oakland FAA again, who had been the people that had given me your phone number.
Right, okay. Okay, we'll check into this, see if we can't come up with some kind of an answer, and if we come up with an identification, why, we'll let you know about it.
Okay, if you have any further questions or anything, don't hesitate to call. I've been in the Navy for 16 years, and I've seen one other time something like this.
Okay. Where did you say you had got our number?
I got it from the Oakland Airport control tower.
Okay, we'll get on it right away.
Fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
25, WJP 54. Yes, this is Blaine County Sheriff.
Yes.
In Haley, Idaho.
Yes.
And we just had a report of a UFO sighting in the far eastern sky. He said that it was, he'd been watching it when he called about 25 minutes. The first call he said 15, the second call was 25 altogether. And he said it was he felt probably over Cary, Idaho, which is about 30 miles away.
Okay.
And he said that he watched it rise and whatever it was doing, he's been watching with binoculars. And I think he's a very reliable source. You can call him if you like. He's probably still watching it.
Okay, we'll get in contact with him.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Reporting center?
I have a collect call for anyone from office. Accept the charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry to call collect, but I'm at our office. I'm not allowed to make
Okay.
how long this is called. Where are you at?
Washington?
You're in Washington
Right.
State?
Right.
All right, we're in Haley, Idaho.
Uh-huh.
And did you have any reports last night? I've been over the Sawtooth Mountain Range.
We had one, yes.
And where was it at? Where was it reported from?
Haley.
From Haley?
The Haley area, yes.
Okay. Well, I seen one last night. I and another gentleman. Then I found out this evening that a businessman here in Haley also seen one. And they were both on the east horizon, over the mountains. They were not on the mountains. They were
top. They were in the air. The one I seen was a solid light going in a zigzag motion.
Uh-huh.
And the businessman said his was from bright white to bright red, bright green, and bright blue, which sounds like an airplane to me, but he said it was stationary for over an hour. And then it went up until it went out of sight.
Okay, and was yours moving, did you say?
Yes, it was moving from the south to the north, at times very slow and then very fast. Now, one time it looked like it even stopped going north. It took a straight east direction, stopped, and made a directional move, 45-degree angle or so, back to the west, and then back to the north again, and then zigzagged.
Okay, did that have any defined shape?
Couldn't see any shape. All I could see was the bright light.
Bright light. What color was that?
Solid white.
Solid
very,
white.
Very bright.
Okay. Was it flying a straight line at all times except when it made its turn? Did it deviate from a straight line course?
No, it appeared to be going in a northerly direction.
Right. No dips or zigzagging or anything?
No up and down.
Okay.
Zigzag, yes.
Zigzag?
Zigzag.
Oh.
I had a radio announcer with me.
Okay. About what time did you spot that?
When I seen it, it had been, must have been 10:45, 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And the businessman said he seen his around 1:30, and he watched it for an hour. It was on the east also.
Okay, now how long did you watch yours?
It wasn't very long. I'd say the very long was 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. 2 minutes
Okay.
is very, very long.
Now, in your opinion, would this be fairly close or quite a ways away?
By an airplane light, I'd have said 5 miles.
Okay. Now, how could you estimate on the size? Was it like a star or bigger?
It wasn't the size of a star.
Okay.
The only thing that caught my eye was that it was moving.
Uh-huh, okay. Did you watch it until it went out of sight?
Yes.
All right.
You know, most of the times when you watch an aircraft, they seem to be going with the curve of the earth
Right.
as they go outside. And this didn't. There was a cloud cover north of us, and it looked like it went straight into it.
Uh-huh, okay.
Now, about a year ago, I and another officer seen an object, a flying object, the East Fork. It's about 10 miles north of Haley, Idaho. And we were headed east, and this came out to the south, and it was also going north. A very bright light, This was quite a big one. Last night was. I don't know how to describe it to you. But this one, it had been snowing, and there is some cloud covered, but it appeared that it came straight from the south and almost lined up directly with East Fork, and then took a straight east direction. And it didn't slow down to turn. It just was going north and then straight east.
Okay. How about degrees above the horizon?
Now, the horizon's hard to judge here because of the mountains. But I can't guesstimate how.
Or any estimate of altitude?
These mountains here, I would say around 8,000.
8,000, okay.
And give or take, that's just a real hard guess.
Right.
Because of the
Okay.
mountains.
I know that's very difficult to do. Okay, can we have your name again, sir?
Yes, my name is Gary. That's the Haley Police Department. I should have, I was, like I said, I was another officer last year. Last year, that was the one that was spectacular to me.
Uh-huh.
To make that sharp turn really blew my mind. I've done some flying, and and Mountain Home Air Force Base isn't too far from here.
Right.
So it could be military.
Okay.
But after last night, I thought I would call.
Well, we sure appreciate that. I'd like to keep track of these.
Well, it's of interest to me. What it means to me, it is unidentified.
Right.
And, if any help, well, we want to do it.
Okay, thanks very much. And if we come up with any answers on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I don't expect any answers.
No, I don't either.
Possibly you may put something with it. And I think what I'll do from here on out is go ahead and call you folks on those reliable reports that I've got.
We'd appreciate that.
Well, you'll get them then.
Thank you again.
You take care now.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Missed it with me.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay, well, it started about, I would say around 12:30, and I thought, first of all, it was a big star or a helicopter. First,
it turned like it might have been an airplane or something going into our airport here at Arlington. But then it stopped dead in the sky, and it came closer to us. Now, we live on the hill in Arlington, and there's a valley below us, which out there about 3 miles is a little intersection called Island Crossing. And so it was really probably pretty well directly over Island Crossing, which is about 3 miles away. Well, we have a high-powered telescope, and so I sighted it in, and as I was looking at it, it was coming closer to me, and that's when I, woke everybody up. I was really excited, and I got close enough to me where we could see the bottom of the ship turning. You could see the reflection of the lights that were in the center of the sphere. They were shining on the bottom of the ship, and you could see it actually making the revolutions.
Okay.
And first what it did is the lights, the assembly of lights, first of all would turn a brilliant red, then they would go to a brilliant green, and then they would go to a beautiful gold color, and they would alternate like that. And then, after I saw that one, there was a smaller one that was below it. I can't give you feet. It was quite a distance away, but we could see it, and it was doing the same thing. And we sighted that one in also. It seemed to be, although they were about the same distance away, the first one that we saw was higher in the air, quite a bit higher than the other one. And then they began to, communicate, they would play with one another. In other words, they'd switch positions, and they would make, 90-degree angles and dart across the sky at a super high rate of speed. And then, about after, I'd say around 2.5 hours, the smaller ship left, and it left pretty abruptly. And then the larger ship, the last sighting we saw, but it was moving very, very slow, and it came down in elevation of probably about 500 feet, something like that. And then it just sort of very, very slowly just drifted off into the sunset. It took about, I don't know, I would say probably 2 hours to disappear. So we saw the bigger ship. We saw it for almost 4 hours.
Now, the first one was the biggest one, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And how, now, as this thing approached you, which direction was it approaching from?
It would be coming from the west to the east.
Okay. Now, do you feel that it got quite close?
I would say probably within less than a mile from our house.
Okay. Now, the only thing that you could see on this was the lights?
The light assembly, and then it got close enough with the telescope that we could see the reflection of the bottom of the ship making its revolutions.
Okay. You feel that this reflection was coming from the lights on the ship?
Yeah. So that's what it looked like to us.
Okay, but could you see a definite outline to this object?
Yeah, you could. It got close enough in the telescope, not with the naked eye, but in the telescope, that you could actually see that there was more like it wasn't really, it was a very flat type thing, really, but there was a definite dome on the top and on the bottom.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't just a flat line, there was a little bit of curvature. You could also tell, too, with the assembly, that the light assembly that went around the center of it, that it started to turn, to look like that it was round. I mean, I can't say for positive that it was round, but it looked like to us that it was round and very, very flat.
Okay, now would the thinnest part be shaped somewhat like a lens?
Well, let's see, how can I explain it? It's like if you take two saucers, little cup and saucers,
right,
and you tip them upside down to each other.
Rim to rim?
Rim to rim.
Okay.
That's what it looked like.
And then the dome on top and the dome on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. And they were, like the top of the ship really didn't look to me like it was any higher than the bottom of the ship.
Uh-huh.
It just looked like it was just equal.
Okay. Now, I know this is a difficult question. Can you compare that thing in size with anything?
Well...
Or if you were holding a ruler up at arm's length, could you determine its width?
Well, let's see. Golly. It would probably have been, at the closest point, maybe a quarter of an inch.
Okay.
That was of the biggest ship, the closest point. And then the furthest point away, of course, it was, a minute amount of level or measure. It was just really tiny. But of course, in the telescope, then it was a lot larger, of course.
Okay, now, scoping in on these other two objects, did you get any good look at those, or was it just the lighted type
No,
thing?
well, now the smaller, see, there were only two of them now. There was the larger ship, the one that I first had seen.
Right.
Okay, and then the smaller one. Okay, the reason I say it's smaller is because maybe it was further away in distance. But it looked to me as though it were smaller because they seemed to be the same distance away, but it could have been further to the west.
Right.
And then I would have, assumed, and also, I didn't have my glasses on. I wear glasses. My eyes aren't, really all that bad. But I didn't have my glasses on, and looking at, with my naked eye, it looked to me as though they were the same distance away. But this one seemed smaller, and it had the same, they had the same lighting. In other words, they would turn the red, and then the green, and then the gold. The assembly did. It never got close enough to us to actually see the revolutions turning.
Okay, and you observed both of these objects on the move, moving across the sky, doing these fair...
And so did, I have a 16-year-old daughter, my husband was home, an 11-year-old son, and a 7-year-old boy, and we all witnessed it.
Okay. But how long did this go on?
Nearly 4 hours.
Wow.
It was just amazing. In fact, my husband finally went off to bed because, we got to where we just couldn't look at it anymore, And they weren't doing anything, after the first couple of hours, they weren't doing anything really fantastic. They would, they would move every so often, and then they would, just stay in their position for quite a long time, and it was hard to keep looking at it. Because then you keep thinking, well, is it moving and it's really not moving or whatever. And so finally he went off to bed and my daughter went off to bed, but my boys and I sat up and watched the bigger ship, which was the last one to leave, until it had disappeared.
And which direction did it disappear into?
Into the west.
You actually saw this thing move away?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. It went down in elevation about 500 feet, and then it went off into the west.
Okay. Now, in their movements in the sky, was it, did these movements carry or cover quite a distance?
It's really hard to say. Probably, yeah, they did. Maybe a quarter of a mile, half a mile. When they would move, they would dart like.
I see. Okay. In other words, there was no question in your mind that they were moving around in the sky.
No, absolutely none.
Okay.
In fact, I wanted to be sure of myself, so I asked others, and then they thought too.
Okay. Did they maintain about the same color patterns all through this sighting?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
It kind of gave me the feeling, with seeing them, lit up like that, it kind of gave me the feeling maybe they might, be approaching want to land or something, because it seemed like, the way, when you like at night, when you see the airplanes coming in for landing and they have all these lights on them and, they flash all this stuff. Well, this is what I kind of was thinking. And in fact, I was kind of hoping they would land, but they didn't.
Okay.
They never disappeared from the skyline. And we live on a cliff, and then there's really high trees that are below our cliff that come up. But they were pretty high up in the air, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see them.
Okay.
We would have really wanted to take a picture of them, but we didn't have a camera that we felt, that would be acceptable for a picture.
Right.
We just have, inexpensive Instamatics, that kind of thing.
Okay. And where did you get our number?
Oh, my sister gave it to me, because she had been talking about your organization, and so I thought, well, who should I call? And then I happened to remember that she had mentioned, your organization, so I called her this morning for their phone number.
Great.
I've never been involved in anything like this before. I've thought that I've seen some several times, but never was really sure. But this, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Okay. What was your belief in relation to UFOs before this?
I really was pretty well convinced, but you really have to see it with your own eyes.
Right. Okay, well, we sure appreciate this report, and if we come up with any information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I'd really be interested if anybody else had seen it, because then, I would just, I'd like to talk to them about it and see where they, from the point that they were at, what they saw.
Right.
So, okay, well, I appreciate your time.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
UFO Reporting Center.
Yes, may I speak with someone who can take a report on a UFO, please?
You're speaking to him.
Okay, who am I talking to, please?
Bob Gribble.
I'm calling you from Grayland, Washington.
Okay.
And we live right here on the ocean. Now, just a moment. You guys stay downstairs and be quiet for a little bit, okay? Thank you. The last 3 nights, we've seen a red, fiery object in front of our home here on the beach. And it appears between 8 and 9 o'clock. It appears again tonight.
Uh-huh.
Last night it lit the sand and everything up red. There's 8 people in our home this evening, and they all saw it. I'm a fisherman. I spend like 100 days in the summer on the ocean with my commercial fishing vessel.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like it. It's too high to be a buoy or a ship. I called the Coast Guard the first evening. The Coast Guard sent a lifeboat out to see what it might be. They have no explanation for it. They unofficially felt that it might be a UFO also. That would be the Grace Harbor Coast Guard.
Yes.
It appears very, very brilliant in red, fire red, like a signal type red, red light, I guess, like a port or starboard light.
Yes.
And it also has white flashing lights on it. And it disappears to the west to beat hell. Almost like it was some sort of an aircraft.
Okay.
But it's in the same place 3 nights in a row.
This is due west of you?
Yes, which would be right straight towards, I guess, Japan.
Right. Okay.
I have no explanation for it. The Coast Guard said, hey, we've got no explanation. It's crazier than hell. So I thought I would pursue it a little bit further.
Okay.
And people that we have that are witnesses are very responsible people.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, do you have any estimate as to how far away it is from you?
It looks like it starts out, I would say, about 4 to 5 miles.
Okay.
And once it disappears, it's over the horizon. Now, if it's, let's say, 300 or 400 feet in the air, then that would put it like 25 miles out. And it does this in a matter of 8 or 9 minutes.
And the radiation of light from this object actually lights up the surface?
Well, it lit up the beach last evening, let's say where the wet sand is from the ocean surf.
Yes.
And it lit the beach up good. And it looks like a lighthouse, if you're familiar with a lighthouse.
Yes.
Where it'll blink white and then it'll blink red.
Right.
Well, it appears like it's red like a lighthouse all the time. And it remains stationary for quite some time, and then it leaves. Now, whether I can just guess whether it's because of the moon diffusing ice particles or what, I don't know. The moon isn't up yet. It's now coming up.
No.
The other 2 nights it was up quite a ways.
Okay, now last night when it actually illuminated the beach, was it about the same distance away?
Yeah. It always looked like it was a little closer.
Okay.
Depends on when we can stop and see it. The night before that, it stayed, a much, much longer period of time. Probably, 40 minutes.
Okay.
Long enough that, the Coast Guard sent their motor lifeboat out to see if maybe somebody was in trouble.
Okay. How about tonight?
Well, they quit. They just don't understand what the hell it is. They said, man, we don't know. Have no explanation for it.
Okay, how long was it visible?
Said, huh?
How long was it visible tonight?
Well, when we first saw it this evening, I'd say 15 minutes.
And then she just moved off west again?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we don't know, my first reaction actually would be that the Russian trawlers have got something going on there, but I have no goddamn idea. I couldn't tell you. I've never seen anything like it.
Can you give me the estimate of size?
It's hard to tell. I would say it'd be about the size of an average house. It looks big.
Okay. Did you hear any sound at all involved?
No, you can't hear because of the surf.
Right, okay. And how's the weather there?
Clear, crystal clear and cold.
Okay. How many witnesses were involved on both nights?
This evening, and there was 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. The other evening, I wasn't home last night. My wife called, so I called the Coast Guard. When I got home, I called the Coast Guard again, And they said, yeah, we saw it. We don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay.
So the Grays Harbor Coast Guard, they can tell you all about it, too.
Okay. Okay, and where did you get our number?
I got it from the Air Force.
Okay. Would that be McCord Field?
Yep.
Okay. Well, sir, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll see if we can't come up with some answers regarding what you're seeing.
Well, I'd sure like to know, because we don't sleep so hot here the last few nights.
Uh-huh.
Like I say, you know, there's no explanation for it.
Has there been any other unusual things going on in that area that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, no. You know, I mean, we live here, and we take life pretty easy, and because we work hard in the summer fishing, and it's the first damn thing I've ever seen like it, period.
Has there been any earth tremors or aerial concussions involved with these sightings?
No, none.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Zero. Like I say, the Coast Guard could tell you more than I could, because they would have exact times, and I'm sure they've got plenty of witnesses down there.
Okay. All right, sir, we'll see if we can't come up with something, and if we do, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Well, I would venture to say, if the odds are running the same like they were, if you've got somebody, you get them down here tomorrow, and they'll see it.
Uh-huh. That show is about 8 o'clock, between 8 and 9?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's what it has been, definitely. And, you know, I don't know if the weather's going to be clear and the guy could see it or what. I have no idea.
Okay, thanks again.
You bet.
Bye.
Bye.
I want to report something.
Okay.
Tonight, I was coming up Highway 93 north up to Ketchum and Sun Valley.
Yes.
I've talked to the sheriff about it. I was scared out of my wits. It was after Shoshone. It was about the between the ice cave. Well, on this side of the ice cave, about mile marker between I think it's about 9.8 or 9.6.
Okay.
But it was after the ice caves, and it was right after the last railroad track that you cross before you come into Bellevue. And there was a dense fog, real dense, and I was going about 45 miles an hour. And after I hit the last railroad track, I felt this ping, you know, like I thought it was my tire hitting, you know, some ice on the road.
Yes.
And all of a sudden I heard this kind of a whirling noise over my car, and I saw these red lights like all around, like on the hood, you know, like a reflection.
Yes.
And also on the ground as I was moving, and the inside of my car felt like it was 100 degrees. And this happened on 3 different occasions.
And you didn't see anything other than that?
That's all.
Uh-huh.
But it scared the shit out of me.
Okay, about what time did the first incident happen?
The first one I noticed it was about 10 minutes to 2. And I have a CB radio in my car, and right after that happened, you know, it stunned me for a minute. And then the second one happened, and then the third one happened, and then I got on my CB and started calling the sheriff in Bellevue. And I started giving the mile markers out, I think about 100, and they could hear me at 104.
Okay. Did you have any problems with the car every time this happened?
What do you mean?
Any engine problems or any electrical problems?
No, you know, not that I know of.
Okay.
You know, it was too dark to. I was gonna check the top of the car, see if it, you know, it was burnt.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
Okay. How about physical?
It scared the hell out of me.
Did you feel any tingling or anything
Yeah.
like that?
I felt tingling. My hair stood on edge. I mean, I had my hat off, and my hair just stood straight up. I have short hair. Well, you know, relatively short.
Uh-huh.
It stood straight up. My dog I have a German Shepherd. and my dog was asleep at the time, right prior to it happening, and she started whimpering.
Okay. Did you have any problems with that CB radio?
Well, they couldn't understand me until mile marker 104.
Okay. Well, did you have your car radio playing?
No.
Okay. Was this light strong enough to illuminate the ground around you?
Yes.
How about the inside of the car?
Yeah, the whole car just lit up.
Okay.
I mean, it felt like, my heater in my car doesn't work very well. And, I was like, kind of chilly.
Right.
Because, I was driving, late at night, and it usually keeps you awake. And it just felt like, I started sweating. I started perspiring. It was so hot.
Okay. And did all this go back to normal as soon as these events quit?
Right.
Okay.
And I talked to the sheriff of Bellevue. He met me at the entrance of Bellevue, plus state trooper, plus some other policemen.
Yes.
And they said, they said they'd had other reporting such as this, and told me to call this number. And I said, listen, I was just shaking. I was literally shaking badly.
Well, I can imagine.
But I said, listen, why don't you just go about 10 miles south, 15 miles south into this dense fog, and see what you come up with. And the guy says, well, I'm not going down there.
Uh-huh.
And I've lived here for 3 years, and I've heard of people out in like Triumph reporting sightings, or and people where I used to work.
Yes.
There was a girl that was going down like towards Gannett. It's off of Bellevue, the side road, and she said she saw this thing in the middle of the road. It was so. She had to go to the doctor. She was like burnt.
Uh-huh.
And this is in the paper here. But I've lived here for 3 years, and I didn't believe anything like this, but it happened to me.
Now you're a believer.
Yeah. I was frightened to death. I had a shotgun in my car, but I didn't have any shells, and if I had some shells, I would have stopped.
Just whimper.
Right. It wasn't having a nightmare.
Uh-huh.
She was fully awake. Like she was sitting up in the seat, whimpering.
Okay. Does the dog usually, when it's alert to something, do any barking or aggressive?
Yeah, she's very aggressive.
Okay. Did it appear to be just opposite of being aggressive this time?
It was like she was scared.
Scared, right? Okay. And you didn't see anything strange along the roadway as all this?
Well, it was like a dense. It was a real bad fog, and it was kind of snow, misty. The wind was blowing. The snow was blowing off. It was kind of drifting like, and I was looking off to the sides, and I just like the whole, like a circumference around my car lit up like a red glow.
Okay. Now, approximately how long did each event occur? What was the duration of each event?
Probably 15 seconds.
Okay, and what time gap was there between that?
Oh, I'd say 3 minutes.
Okay.
3 to 4 minutes.
And was it the light intensity and everything almost identical each time?
Right.
Okay.
Well, it got the first one was much brighter than the second one, and the second one was much brighter than the third one.
Oh, okay. And did you hear the sound each time?
Yes. That's what scared me. I was just petrified.
And did you say this was kind of a humming sound?
Well, it was like a whirling sound.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of something that would sound like it. It wasn't my motor humming. It sounded like something was directly above me.
Okay. And was this a steady sound, or was it up and down frequency, or was it?
No, it was a steady, continuous.
Okay. And after each event, now you said your hair stood on end, and you could feel this tingling. After each event, did this discontinue until the next time?
Well, no, it continued. It was the first time, when it first happened, I was, and then, I didn't get over the first happening until the second one appeared. And, that just created more tingling and just made me much more scared.
Yes.
And then, and I didn't get over until I got home.
Okay.
I looked myself in the mirror when I got home, and I was white as a sheep.
Okay.
I'm still pretty, shaky about it right now.
Do you have a tape deck or anything in the car?
No.
Okay. Could we have your age, Mr.
29.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll get on this right away. And if we come up with any additional information, why, we'll get back to you and let you know about it.
I appreciate it. I just, they just gave me this phone number and told me, to call it.
Right. Well, we sure appreciate it, because this is the type of information we like to get.
Well, I just, I hope it never happens to me again. Because, I spent, I was in Vietnam.
Uh-huh.
But I was scared this time. It really scared me.
Well, I can imagine. These, we call these close encounters. And usually turns out that it scares the witness quite bad. But there really hasn't been any case, where the individuals have been harmed or anything like that, other than really scaring the person.
Yeah, right. But I was, I've never been that scared before.
All right, sir, we thank you again, and if we get any more information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Say, I'm a deputy sheriff in North Dakota.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if I've seen an airplane with its landing lights on or what, but maybe you can satisfy my curiosity. I watched the thing for about 20 minutes, like I said.
Yes.
At first I thought it was, I've seen airplanes with their landing lights on. But, and they look like a big ball of light when they're coming towards you, but if they start moving sideways or away from you, you can tell what it is right away. Because, it's no longer a ball of light if they,
Right.
Well, this, whatever it was, I don't know how far away it was. It was about the size of I was miles away from it. Say the size of a thumbtack head.
Okay.
And it was a ball of light, and like I said, I didn't pay much attention at first. I just got done checking an accident out in the country. And then I got to looking at the damn thing, and I said, now that thing's moving away from me, And I got a little curious, and I was only 2 miles out of town, so I went, I'm in a small town up here. So it was traveling from east to west. And so I was headed west, and so I just kept going west, and then I stopped on top of a hill, and I watched it with some binoculars for a while. And the thing by this time it had gotten further away than when I first seen it. And I watched it. I didn't know what to think, It's just a ball of light. It had kind of a yellow or white light, and it seemed to kind of get an orange color once in a while.
Yes.
So I called another deputy that's he's north of me, and then he could go west. And he's seen it too, but he don't know what it is. He thought it was also an aircraft, probably. Until we got off the two-ways and got on the telephone and compared notes, and we decided we didn't know what it was. And we both seen a flashing red light on it. We don't know. I thought it was on the bottom. He said he didn't know if it was on the bottom or top.
Uh-huh.
And that's about it.
Okay, was this doing any maneuvering around at all?
I didn't seem to, except the last time I seen it. It went in a straight line, or appeared to, okay, go in a straight line until the last time I looked at it when I turned around and come back to my station. It appeared to have changed and was moving slowly south instead of west.
Uh-huh. Okay. Which direction were you looking at the time when you were watching that?
West.
Due west, okay.
Maybe just a little bit south.
Okay. Any estimate on the altitude?
Oh, God, with lights, I'm fooled real easily, especially at night.
Right.
Well, it wasn't close to the ground, let's put it that way.
Okay.
Mile.
Okay.
Mile and a half.
Mm-hmm. How would you compare that in relation to a bright star for size?
Oh, hell of a lot bigger. That's what drew my attention to it to begin with.
Okay.
Like, Venus is, we see Venus real well.
Right. Right. There were just the two witnesses?
Yeah, just the,
Yourself and the other deputy?
yeah, he's from a different county.
Oh, okay. And you got our number from the sheriff's department?
Yeah, well, we got your, I got a letter from one of those form things you
Right.
sent with a little sticker.
Right. Okay. Well, sir, we'll get on this, and if we can come up with any definite identification, we'll get back to you and let you know about it.
Yeah, well, we tried thinking of everything. We thought of, some guy trying to hunt coyotes.
Right.
He probably got some floodlights rigged up, on his plane. Hell, he's too high. You don't hunt coyotes from 2,000 feet. You'd have to have a hell of a floodlight.
Well, you bet.
And it was at least, that far off the ground.
Okay. And you didn't see anything other than that red light, possible red light?
Yeah, well, like I said, when I watched it with binoculars, there would be a flashing red light on it.
Okay.
But it wasn't there all the time.
Okay.
Which, on a plane, the damn thing's around all the time.
Did that light seem to pulsate in any way? Expand and contract and so forth? The big white light?
It just seemed to change, like from a white light to a brighter orange or yellow.
Right, okay. All right, sir, well, we thank you again. If we get any more on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I'm just, really curious. I've never seen anything like that before.
Okay.
And I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
We live in Redmond, and
Yes.
we just came home about 15, 20 minutes ago, about 11 o'clock, and we pulled in. We live in a mobile home park, and we pulled into our park, and there was this light flashing, a white fluorescent light pulsating in the sky in the Redmond area. And I called Redmond Police Department. They're going to investigate, but they told me to call you guys.
Okay. Now, did you say the light was going across the sky?
But there was no central figure, if you know what I mean. It didn't look. My husband was in Vietnam, and he said it almost looked like in Vietnam when they were in the battleships. He said battleships over the horizon shooting off at night, and you couldn't hear anything, but you could see the sky light up, and that's what this looks like, and it's pulsating, and it's just kind of freaky,
Okay, what I mean is, was this thing moving?
No, it's just stationary, and it's still doing it. It quit. We went down to the clubhouse. Our clubhouse is on a pasture, and it looked like it was right across the pasture area. So we took the car down to the pasture area and looked across the pasture, and it was not there anymore. So we came home, and then I went and got my pajamas, went out the back door just before I was going to go to bed, and it's there again. And so that was when I called Redmond Police Department, and it's still doing it now.
Okay, then this thing must be fairly low.
If it's flying. I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't believe in UFOs, so I don't, I just...
Okay, which direction are you looking now when you're looking at that?
Southwest. Is it southwest or southeast, Scott? Southeast.
Okay, now how high would you say it was in altitude?
Scott, if it were flying, how high in altitude do you think it would be? Does it look like it's on the ground? He said 300 or 400, not over 300 or 400 foot level.
Okay. Now, how about color?
It's just white. That's why we ruled out a fire. It's not lightning in just a single area like a strobe light would do. It's doing it to the whole horizon. As far as we can see, we're in a valley, and this is what we're seeing is the light off the trees.
Okay. Now, is this area that this thing is coming from, is this a populated area?
No, it's a farming area.
Okay.
In Redmond.
And you spotted that about 11 o'clock?
Mm-hmm, and it's still doing it now.
Okay. Now, is this quite bright?
It is from here, and like I said, it looks like it might be a mile to maybe it's 5-6 miles away.
Okay. This isn't anything like the flashing that you see during welding, is it?
No, there's no sparks or anything coming off of it. We thought it was coming from the gravel company across the pasture, which is on Union Hill Road in Redmond. And it's called Cadman Gravel, and that's where we thought it was originating from, but now it looks like it's further away.
Now, you say that this is white?
Mm-hmm. It's got no color to it at all, which is, I thought it was a fire, and my husband said no, it would be red or orange.
Now, does this seem to spread out over a wide area, or is it pretty well confined?
No, it's a very wide area.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's coming from any one area like a strobe light. I called my parents, and they said, could it possibly be a strobe light? Or some kind of a light like some kid out in the field or something. And it's just too big. It doesn't look like there's any even center to it at all. It's just, definable.
Okay, we'll get on this, and if we come up with any answers, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm calling from Portland.
Yes.
Have you had any reports of the UFOs over the Portland area?
No, ma'am, not recently.
Well, I saw something Thursday night that still got me shaking.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
The moon, I walked over to the neighbors about 6:30, and the moon and evening star were so bright, I'm an invalid and on a cane, I stopped to watch them. And as I was watching them from, well, I would say almost to the coast, it looked that far in the distance. Of course, distance is deceiving at night.
Yes.
And it was just like a blunt object coming, but it was lit. And I'd say like a kid's folded airplane that they shoot, flying in the air. And in a matter of seconds, it was over Portland in the saucer shape. It was metallic, outlined in blue, red, and green stationary lights. And it would kind of hover, and then it would like a slow spinning top. And I watched it for a few seconds, and I thought, well, Burley's got to see this, so I hurried as fast as I could to the apartment, got in, and went to her back door and opened it up, and the thing was gone. There was no sight of anything. And I can't get any information out of anybody here in Portland. They don't seem to know anything. So finally they gave me your phone number, and I thought, well, it cost me a little bit, but I'll go easy on something else.
Okay, now, could you actually make out a disc-shaped object?
Absolutely. It was disc-shaped, and it, I'd say it was possibly 8 to 10 feet across. And it wasn't too far in the distance. It looked to me like it was hovering right over the new hospital here on Mount Scott.
Okay, now, you say that this thing appeared to be rotating.
Yes, it was rotating.
Were those lights that were on this disc also rotating around?
They were stable.
They were stable. Okay.
It was just like somebody had strung Christmas tree lights on it. But they were, first it was a row of blue, and then a row of red, and then I think it was green. It took me by such surprise, and
would you say it was at a fairly low altitude?
Yes, it was.
I see, okay.
It came from a high altitude, and then all of a sudden it was just above the treetops. In fact, it went behind the trees, and I ran in the house because I thought, well, by the time I get into the apartment and out through the back door, why, I'll be back from behind the trees again, and Burley can see it. But there was no sign of anything then.
Now, you say that it actually was descending as you first saw it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, would this be coming more or less straight down or coming in at an angle?
Well, I'd say it was not straight down, just kind of at an angle.
Slight angle.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Can you compare that object in size with anything else?
No. I'd say about, it would be 8-10 feet wide.
8-10 feet, okay.
Uh-huh.
And
it was metallic, and at times it seemed like it was flat, and I could only see the lights on one side, and then all of a sudden it would tilt toward the south, toward the north just a little bit, and then I could see the lights all the way around, and then it would just slowly, like a dying top, spin for a few inches.
Yes.
It was just a matter of seconds, and it was gone.
Okay, now were these lights positioned around the perimeter, or were they scattered over the whole object?
No, around the perimeter.
Okay. And did you see any openings of any kind in this thing?
No, I couldn't. It was too far in the distance to see any opening.
Okay.
It was around 6:30 at night, so it was dusk.
Okay.
If it hadn't been for that bright moon, why, I probably wouldn't have seen very much of anything, but the moon was right over it.
Do you feel that it was actually picking up the light from the moon, reflecting off of it?
Well, I'd say the moon was probably reflecting on the metallic, the metal,
right,
whatever it was.
In other words, it was definitely illuminating the surface.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
There was I can't explain the sound. I thought there was a couple airplanes flying around. That's what, because they had been planes going back and forth. I lived within just miles of the airport,
yes,
back and forth all the time. And but otherwise, I couldn't say that there was any buzzing or any whining or anything else. It just sounded like a couple airplanes.
Okay, now, as you were watching the sky after this object disappeared, did you see any aircraft coming into the area?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
At least I don't know. I was so flabbergasted and so stunned by the whole thing that my son-in-law says I'm daffy. I didn't see anything. But
how long do you feel you watched that object?
I would say from the time I saw it coming in as just a blunt nose thing, way off in the distance, until it was gone was less than 3 minutes.
Okay. Did those lights change in intensity as you were watching it?
No, they seemed to be all the same.
Okay.
A continuous, just like a Christmas tree light strung around the perimeter.
And what were the colors of those again?
Blue, red, and green.
Green, okay.
I think green. I won't say for sure. I know that the outline was blue, and then there was a red. They were, maybe a foot apart.
Okay. Okay, well, we sure appreciate this report. Where did you get our number?
I don't know who I called now to find out if they knew anything about it.
Would it be the airport?
The police department.
Police. Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll check this out, and if we come up with any additional information relating to this, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Uh-huh.
But I'm sure that what you saw was definitely not any type of conventional aircraft.
No, it was no aircraft, and they tell me that they have a advertising deal on a plane.
Yes.
That's been circling Portland advertising something or another. But that wouldn't spin like this did.
Uh-huh.
And this, as I say, it spun for just seconds, just like a top slowing down.
Right.
And then it was gone. It disappeared just as fast as it came. And it came in at an extreme fast speed from way southwest of me.
Yes. Okay, well, thanks again, and we'll get back to you if we get any more on it.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to even drop a picture or something and send to that, but I just had to find out if there'd been any more reported or anything, because it has upset me considerably. In fact, my blood pressure, I had a doctor's appointment the next day, and he said, what in the world's throwing your blood pressure up? I said, I don't know, unless it was what I saw last night. And we got to talking about it, and he says, I heard over the radio just a day or two ago about unidentified objects down on the coast.
Right, they've been seeing quite a few around Astoria and Seaside.
Yes. Well, I have the names of the two women who saw them, and I thought I'd write them a letter and see if it corresponded at all with what I saw. So, but this thing just disappeared out of the clear sky. It just, I don't know if it landed or if it just took off as it came in.
Okay, well, we'll work on it.
Okay.
Thank you for the call.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Would have tried to raise you via radio, but we didn't have anything. We were being played, UFOs playing tag with us.
Really?
Yeah.
How many were you up there?
We got 4 pilot, pilot, co-pilot, and 2 EMTs.
Jesus Christ, when did this happen?
About 45 minutes ago. I just got down and into town. Like I said, now this is sort of strange because our magnetic compass was going crazy, gyro compass was going crazy, our OMI was crazy, couldn't raise anything, transmit nothing on the radio. We just generalized messing up all our controls.
Can you give it to me right from the beginning?
Okay, I had a earlier flight took off at 5 o'clock, and we were buzzing around for 2.5 hours, sat down for fuel, and go back up, just keep our flight books current. And about 7 o'clock, we were about halfway in between Seattle and Bothell, in that area, going back to Payne, sat down for the night. And then we started getting plane tag. UFO came out from our starboard side and downward and started doing loop-de-loops around us. And then it would go off maybe 2-3 miles up in front of us and come back straight at us, and at the last possible moment go underneath us. And it happened doing it for about 10 minutes. We just kept on moving straight, back to Payne.
Right.
In the meantime, I was on the radio trying to get a patch through to you, reported while in progress.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's when I noticed that radio wasn't working. Intercoms where there was static in the intercoms. The intercom's tied through the radio anyways. And then I looked down on the panels and noticed that a few of the controls were starting to go crazy.
Okay. What kind of plane were you flying?
A helicopter, HU-3H.
How many aboard?
4.
Do you have the names of the other people?
I've got the names, and I've got them writing up affidavits right now.
Okay. Are we going to be able to get those other witnesses?
I don't think there was any other witnesses other than the crew members.
Well, that's what I mean. Are we going to get a list of those guys?
Yeah. Plus the signed and sworn affidavits.
Oh, great.
Reviewing. Now, I got your address, so I can mail them out to you when I get a hold of them.
Okay. Nobody had a camera, huh?
That was just a routine flight, you know, just keep our books up. If we were up there looking for something, 10 to 1, somebody would have cameras.
Yeah.
But, well, like, just looking at it without the infrared glasses that we have, you know, the goggles, we could, it was a white luminous object.
Uh-huh.
It was in like an egg shape with the pointed edge flying forward. And like we weren't on the onboard radar. We weren't returning anything.
Did you talk to anybody on the ground about it?
Not until we touched down.
Oh, they didn't get anything on radar either?
No, our onboard radar wasn't returning anything. But we had a couple airplanes that we were showing.
Yeah.
But we didn't. But the onboard wouldn't register the UFO.
Okay. Any visual estimate of the size?
I'd say about 8 feet long, 3.5 feet, 4 feet high.
Okay. How close do you think it got to you?
I'd say within 50 feet easy.
Did this interference, electronic and instrument interference, continue until this thing moved away?
Yeah. It was just as soon as the thing took back off into the clouds, everything cleared up.
Uh-huh. Which direction was it heading when she went out?
Northwest.
Okay. Is that the way it came in?
It came in from the southeast.
Southeast, okay.
And like we were flying magnetic north at that time, you know, trying to clear through SeaTac's pattern.
Yes. Okay, what was your estimated altitude?
Well, first of all, there was no reaction to the UFO on our altimeter.
Uh-huh.
And we were flying at 1500.
Okay. Could you give me another rundown regarding the maneuverability of this thing?
I would just, first of all, was doing circles completely around us.
Uh-huh.
You know, it maybe, the perimeter, doing loops around us at about the distance of the prop of our rotors. So it was like 10, 15 feet off our rotors. You know, and then just going in looked like somebody drew a compass, with a compass drew a circle.
Uh-huh.
It was like a perfect circle around us. And then it just took off straight at us. It had to have been flying at 1500, coming straight at us, and like 600-700 yards in front of us. It ducked under us.
Ducked under you, okay. Did anybody see it as it ducked under and came out the stern?
Well, we don't have any windows in the stern, so I slid open, snapped my safety belt on, and snapped open the door. And what it did was, it was after like the second pass.
I see.
I looked out. It came up under us, back up to 1500, and then like did a loop and went over the top of it, came back for another run.
Okay. Could we get your telephone number again?
I'm at the Boston Police Department. We don't have our phone in yet.
Oh, I see. Okay. Who was in charge of that flight?
Me.
Okay. Did you say anything when you landed? I mean, did you report this to the people up there?
Well, I went up to the tower and find out if they had anything on radar, and that was just about it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Then I told the guys on our flight to sign up an affidavit and sign it, and then get it to me as soon as possible so that I can get them out to you.
Great. Okay, well, we sure appreciate the report.
Right.
You're the lucky one.
Yeah, I'll have some. I'll probably get them in the mail by Saturday.
Oh, we sure appreciate that.
Because I'm not sure, but Friday night we might call for another flight.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
See you later, Bob.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm out here in Denver, Colorado, and I'm calling for a neighbor of mine that just saw a UFO.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay, it happened at 9:20 Mountain Standard Time, and it was on a road called Riverdale Road. It was between Henderson and North Glen, Colorado, and it's more or less desolate farm area.
Yes.
And there coming down the road that they saw a light up in the sky, which it appeared to look like an L in light. And they didn't think much of it at the time. They saw it again, and it was coming down toward them. And as it got toward the ground, it started spinning. And that made the L, turn into like one big light.
Yes.
And it was a sphere, round, kind of a bubble top, slight bubble top. And it followed them for 3 or 4 miles. First, and behind them, right practically on their bumper, I guess. And then it went to the side, and it was going, as they were following them on the side, they'd speed up, and it was going over the trees, dodging the trees, as they were going.
Right.
And as they came to a stop sign, they slammed on their brakes, and then they just, took off real fast.
Okay, what highway were they on?
Okay, well, it's called Riverdale Road.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if there's a name of it. But what I'll do, I didn't see it, the girl did, and I'll let you talk to her, and she'll give you a little bit better detail on it.
Fine.
Okay, here she is.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
We'd like to hear about your experience.
Okay. Well, we were going down Riverdale Road, and my sister looked up in the sky, and we were laughing, and she said, look, there's a flying saucer. And we started laughing and giggling, and it looked like an L, so we thought it was an airplane, so we just kept going. And so then she looked up again, and it was coming towards us. And then it came right down by the car, and it started spinning, really fast. And so then I got scared, and I stepped on the brake, pushed on the gas, and we were going in. It just, made a buzzing sound and kept following us. And so then there were some trees, and it went over the trees, and we stood up, and it came down behind us, and then we hit the stop sign, and there's this river, and there was no cars around us at all this whole time. And then coming over the river was this one car,
Yes.
And right when its headlights got over it, that thing just shot up in the air, and it was gone in like a second. I mean, it was
Okay,
fast.
did the other car's headlights appear to strike the object at any time?
Yeah,
Okay. Could you make out a definite shape to this thing?
I could. Okay, there was lights, and they were approximately, it looked from up in the sky about an inch away, but I was thinking more, they were spaced, and they were lights, and it made an L shape, and then when it came down beside the car, it just started spinning, and it was spinning so fast that all the lights made one light, and it was like a bulb,
Yes.
You could see right through it.
Okay. And you heard a buzzing sound?
It was like a bumblebee. It went bzzz.
Okay, now, do you have any estimate as to how close that thing got to the ground?
How close it got to the ground?
Right.
Well, I didn't notice. I mean, it wasn't on the ground, but it was by the car.
Okay, do you have any estimate as to how close it got to you?
How close it got to us?
To the car, right.
I would say 50 yards.
Okay.
No? Closer than that. Okay, right. It was close. All I can say is it was really close.
Okay. Now, how about the size of the object itself? Can you compare that with anything?
Yeah, okay. The street, it took up 2 lanes, plus it took almost it took up a ditch and part of the field.
Okay, now this thing actually came right over the roadway then?
Yes, it did.
Okay, now was that in front of you or behind you?
Okay, it was like the L, the bottom part of the L, and then the top part, and we were like right there by the side. So the bottom was behind us, the top was in front of us, and it just followed us, right? And then when it had to go over those trees, we sped up, and then the whole L was behind us. The tip, was by our bumper.
Right. Okay, well, that's pretty close then.
Yeah.
Okay, now did you have any problems with the car when all this was taking place?
We almost hit a mountain. That's probably because of my steering.
No, what I mean is, did you have any problems with the engine or the lighting?
No, nothing like that. It was really weird. It was all calm and stuff, I mean, it was just strange.
Okay.
Weird feeling.
Did you have any unusual physical feelings or effects?
No.
Okay.
Just real calm and stuff,
Okay, and you didn't see anything else other than just this thing?
Yeah, and there's nobody in it that I could see.
You felt that it was transparent or translucent?
We could see right through it. We could see, the other side of the road through this bulb.
Okay.
Compared.
How long do you think that this entire incident occurred?
I would say 10 minutes.
Okay. And then after it once shot away, you never saw it again?
Never.
Now, you're sure that the headlights of this other car actually made contact with this thing?
Yeah, because we were sitting level, and you know how you come up over a hill?
Right.
The first thing that, hit us was the light. And right when they did, that thing just shot off.
Okay, was it hovering over the roadway then?
Yes, it was. I mean, it stayed with us until that car came over.
Right, okay. And what was was that your sister that was with you?
My sister.
And how old is she?
She's 14.
And what was your age?
16.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No. Has there been any sightings like this lately?
No, there hasn't, as a matter of fact.
There hasn't?
We used to get a lot of reports like this, and it's been really quiet recently. Okay, where did you get our number?
Where?
Right.
We called the sheriff.
Okay.
In Adams County, and he gave us a number, and then we knew these people by the name of, and, he's the president of the UFO company, I guess, or something.
Oh.
And so we called him, because, my dad knew him, and we explained this to the lady, and she was really interested in everything, and she invited us to a meeting, and she was going to send me all these papers and stuff. And she lives out where this thing happened, but tonight she was in Denver.
Oh, I'll be darned.
I know. And then she told us some of the things she's seen before,
Okay, was this your dad that called us?
No, this is our next door neighbor.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check this thing out right away, and if we come up with any kind of answers, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Reporting center?
Yeah, I'm calling about a UFO, came over our house. We were out in front on Sandexy, and, we stand up there, and, all of a sudden we saw a thing come into vision, It was about, say, 3 feet high, maybe? No, it was about 7 feet high. And it had, lights on the bottom of it. It was like a transparent, thing, It was about 25 feet over our head.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
No, we didn't hear any sound.
Okay, now, did this thing have a definite shape?
Yeah, it was shaped like a pointed dome-like thing. And it came right over our head.
Okay, this thing came to a point on top?
Yeah, it came to like a point on top, yeah.
Okay, now you said that it was transparent?
Yeah, it looked transparent. I don't know if it was, but it looked like it did.
Okay, and you said it had lights on it?
Huh?
Did you say it had lights on it?
Yeah, it had a little rotor on it, and the lights turned. They not real fast, it didn't.
Was there quite a few of these lights?
Yeah, there was about 8, I think.
Okay, what color were they?
What color were they?
Right.
They were yellow.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
No, we didn't hear any sound.
How high up would you say it was?
About 25 feet.
Did this come right overhead?
Yeah, right over our head.
Did it stop at all or slow down as it passed over?
No, it was going just real slow. All of a sudden it just came in vision. And it didn't stop or nothing, but it was going real slow. And then as it was going, past us, it was climbing some. It was going higher.
Okay. How big would you say that was?
It was about 7 feet high.
Okay, how wide would you say it was?
Oh, about 5 feet wide at least.
Okay. And you didn't hear any sound?
No sound.
Okay. How did you happen to notice this?
Oh, we're just all, we're just sitting on the sun deck talking. And all of a sudden one of our friends, he says, hey, look, we all turned around. And there's this thing coming right towards us.
Okay, now, on those colored lights, what color was the object itself? Did it have any definite color?
No, did you see any other color on it except for the light? When it was going out of the red, flashed red. When it was gone, yeah. Because in a distance we saw another thing just like it, after that one passed.
Uh-huh.
And it had, they're going about the same speed, they were parallel to each other when we were farther away. And they had little, near the front, it had, up near the top part, little tiny red lights.
Okay, but you feel that both of these were almost alike?
Yeah, they were.
All right, now as that was moving away from you, which direction was it going?
Which way is that? Northwest.
Okay. And which direction were you looking?
We were looking, which way were we looking this way? Which way is that, south? We were looking south when we saw it.
And it was moving northwest?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 14, going to be 15 in March.
Okay. How many other people were watching this?
There was 3 of us.
3 more, okay.
No, just 2 more, see, I'm the third.
3 witnesses altogether.
Yeah, well, 4 really, because she came out and saw it when it was at a distance.
Oh, I see, okay. And you didn't hear any sound at all?
No.
Okay, about what time to spot those?
What time is it? It's about 8:30. Yeah, we saw it at about 8:15 or 8:20.
Okay. And you watched them until they disappeared from sight?
Yeah, we watched them until they went outside.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll get on this right away. And if we come up with any identification, why, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Where did you get our number?
From the non-emergency police.
Okay. Well, we thank you again for the call.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. I'm a little shook up, okay?
Uh-huh.
We were driving down from northern Arizona, Oak Creek. This thing followed us, and it ain't no jet, and it ain't no planet or star, okay? I think it's landed, okay?
Uh-huh.
On the west side of Phoenix, right off Bell Road. If you don't want to check it out, I don't care. But I wouldn't call if I didn't think it was serious. We're not the only ones that's seen it. A couple other people did too.
Okay, now,
You want to know a little bit about it?
well, first of all, which highway were you driving on?
Well, what's the number of that highway that we were driving on? 89? Hurry up, this is correct.
That's okay, we want to get it right.
Oh my God, I'm scared. You know what happened? It came about at least 25 feet to us, okay?
Okay.
And then it kind of swerved, and the colors of it are like green, blue, and red, all right? Now, we're in Phoenix now, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, we were driving. My husband had his foot on the gas. We were going about 60 miles an hour, right? Our speedometer went all the way down to about 45, and he didn't take his foot off the gas pedal.
I-17.
I-17 is the number of the highway.
Interstate 17.
Right.
And you were driving in which direction? Towards Phoenix?
We were going, I guess you'd say south.
Okay.
Going towards Phoenix.
Okay. Now, start right from the beginning.
Okay.
Just tell me everything you saw and everything that happened.
Who wants me to start from the beginning? Okay. I gotta slow down. Can I have a cigarette? All right. We were driving down Interstate 17, okay?
Huh?
All right. I just happened to look up in the sky, and I thought it was a star, you know? But that thing kept coming in closer and closer, all right? Okay, we started to go a little bit faster because it kind of scared us a little bit. And then it kind of changed colors, and it had like a dome light on the bottom of it. Okay?
Okay.
And we pulled into a gas station in Cordy's Junction, Arizona. We talked to a couple other people, and they said it looked like a UFO, a mobile gas station. It's the only one there. And they said that they've been watching this thing, okay? It's been there for a few other nights.
Uh-huh.
All right. as we kept driving on, okay, we left the gas station. It seemed to follow us, all right? Okay, we got into Phoenix. We're at another gas station. I'm talking to you right now, right? Okay, we seen it, and it looked like it landed. Okay? But it came about 25 feet up to us. This was when we was up by Oak Creek. And I don't know what it wants or what the heck it is.
Okay, now when you first spotted this, where was this in relation to you as you were driving down the highway?
It was in, I'd say, okay, I was on the passenger side.
Right.
I'd say, let's see, what would it be? What direction in the sky? The west side.
Okay.
And then as we came in, it seemed to like cut in front of us, you know? And then it kind of went back, it moved back, and then it came in real close to us.
Well, did this thing pass across the highway in front of you?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And then as we got into Phoenix, it was more or less like on the left-hand corner, which would be facing the east. Or facing going towards California.
West.
Right, west. I don't know.
Okay.
But the reason why I found up is because our speedometer went all the way down. And he didn't take his... Then I came back up, and he didn't even take his foot off the gas pedal. And our car, we just got it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, now, what shape did this thing have?
Okay, it had like a spiral shape. I don't know if you've ever seen that before. But it had like blue lights coming out from each side, all right? But it would change colors, like it was rotating. And then it had like a white dome thing underneath, okay? And then as we got into Phoenix, it turned real red.
Okay. Did this seem to follow you into Phoenix?
Yes. That's what scared us.
Okay, now after you got...
Just a minute. What? Okay. All right. I called up the Central Aviation, okay? See what they could do. And as soon as I called them up, the thing seemed to go off into the sky, okay?
Okay, which direction did it go?
It went off into the west, further off into the west.
Okay.
And then it came back in, and it lowered down, and it looked like it was landing.
Okay.
I told you that it disappeared, and then it came back. My husband is talking to me at the same time.
Okay, now after this appeared to land, did you see it anymore after that?
No, I don't see it. I don't see it now, but it must have landed someplace.
How large would you say it was? Could you compare it with anything?
Oh, my God, it was huge. It looked like the size of, geez, have you ever seen one of those big jets?
747?
Yeah, something like that, except the lights on it was like a gigantic dome light, and they kept changing colors.
Okay, but you could definitely see the outline of a vehicle of some kind?
Yes, There was no plane.
Okay, did you hear any sound?
No, but all I could tell you is exactly what happened to us with the speedometer.
Okay, now did anything else unusual happen? Like, were you playing your radio in the car?
We were playing the radio, but nothing. I didn't hear no interference. You know, when you're high up in the mountains, you have interference anyway.
Okay, how about the traffic on the highway?
There was about 3 or 4 other cars, but when it came real close up to us, nobody was out there.
No other cars were around?
No, not until we got into the gas station. Then as we pulled out, more traffic started coming down. But where we were at that time, nothing was around.
Okay, now that would be at Cornish Junction where you stopped at the gas station. Okay, then after you left there and you saw it again, was there any more traffic around?
Yeah, but it went further off into the west, and like I told you, it disappeared, and then it came back, and it looked like it landed.
Okay, now did this appear to come down within the city?
Let's see, just a minute. What would that be out that way? California? If the thing's that big, okay? And if it's bright enough to sky that big, when we've seen it land, it could be going towards, which way is that, Vegas? Or what? Well, what's the closest town out there?
I would say...
Just a minute.
Headed to Blythe.
You know where Blythe is?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it looked like. But it looks close to us because it's so big.
Okay.
But it could be out in the desert, too.
Okay, now, when this came down at its lowest point, how, or could you estimate the altitude?
Yeah, I'd say about, at the lowest point that I saw, I'd say about 25 feet.
Okay, did it illuminate the ground when it came that close?
I couldn't see that. I couldn't see that, but I did see the thing come down.
Okay.
And I seen it about that low.
And then you could definitely see the thing go back up again.
All right, but when I seen it the last time, the thing just landed.
Right.
It didn't go off into the sky. It was coming down in like a straight line.
Uh-huh. Vertically, straight down.
Right.
Okay.
I've never seen nothing like this before.
Now,
this is weird.
When this is very important. When this object crossed in front of you or back and forth across the highway, which direction were you heading then?
We were heading south, and it looked like it was going to the left.
It would go to your left across the highway?
Right.
And then did it come back
right. And then
to the right?
Right. And then as we kept on going down, we were like more or less on a straight highway, right?
Right.
It was to the left side. When we got into the gas station, it was to the right side, which is the west.
Okay. And do you have the time that happened?
Yeah, just a minute. What time was that?
What time was that?
What time was it when we left Oak Creek?
About 7:30.
It was about 7:30, but when we just seen it land, or whatever you want to call it, it's about 9:35.
Okay.
So it's been with us for about 2.5 hours. And now all of a sudden it's gone, and I'm talking to you. You know, it just doesn't make no sense for us or for that thing up there.
Okay, how's the sky conditions there tonight?
Very clear. It's black, but it's clear.
Okay. Okay, now, when you got out of the car, you didn't hear any sound at all?
No,
Okay.
You mean when we was at the Cordy's Junction?
Right.
No, It was very still. It was kind of cold. We didn't hear nothing, but we seen it.
Okay, now, when it made its closest approach to you, could you estimate the distance?
Well, like I said, about 25 feet. But it was, you want the altitude off the ground? Or how close in front of us?
Well, both at that point.
I'd say about 25 feet in front of us, and I'd say about, 55, 75 feet in the air.
Okay, now, was this the point where the speedometer dropped?
Yes.
Okay, did that ever repeat itself?
No.
Okay, now is that the only unusual thing that happened?
That's the only weird thing that happened to us, the speedometer.
Did either one of you have any physical or mental phenomena of any kind take place?
No.
Traffic on the highway? Right.
Nobody.
Okay. Have you traveled this roadway before?
Yeah, we go up Oak Creek every once in a while. You know, like we go camping up there or something.
Okay, would it be unusual for a lack of traffic on a main interstate highway like that?
Yeah, it is, because when we went up there today, we went up there camping, okay? But the campgrounds were all closed. We thought since Lincoln's birthday, right, a lot of people would be going up there. But since the campgrounds were closed, not very many people were on the roads. We didn't know that until we got up there.
Okay.
So we went up there and we had dinner, and then we left because there was no place to camp over.
Right. Okay. Can we get back to you if we need more information?
Oh, beautiful. Anything you want. I'm here.
Okay, can we send you a questionnaire?
Sure can.
It's quite detailed, and we'd sure appreciate it if you'd fill it in for us.
This is weird, huh?
Have you ever had this, seen one of these things before?
No, but I'll tell you something. year. You know who Travis Walton is?
Oh, yes.
We went up there. We know him, okay? We went up there out of curiosity to talk to him about it. And it was the same day last year that we went up there, which is today, that we saw that thing up in Heber.
You know Travis Walton personally?
No, not... We more or less know him as an acquaintance. We went up to his house out of curiosity
Oh,
to talk
I see.
to him.
Okay.
You know. But what's so strange about it is last year, okay, 1 year later today was when we were up there last year.
That is a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. You know, I don't even know if I believe Travis or not, but after this...
Maybe they got you lined up for the next ride.
Don't say that. I don't want to go yet.
What was your husband's first name?
Excuse me?
What was your husband's
Daniel.
first name? Daniel. Okay, what's your age?
I'm 22. My husband's 26.
Okay, well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll get on it right away, and if we come up with any additional information, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okie doke.
Would you be available for an interview if we get somebody in there?
Sure, anything you want.
And, okay, where did you get our number?
The Federal Aviation gave it to me, and they told me to call you up right away.
Would that be the tower at the airport?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
You can call them back up and verify it.
Okay, thanks again, Heath.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have you had anything real weird reported over the southern part of Houston in the last 15 minutes?
No, sir. Did you see something?
Yes, sir. Real weird, too. I don't know when I've ever seen anything quite similar to it.
I'd like to hear about it.
Well, I pulled into my driveway and was getting out, and my family was going inside. And right directly over the top of my house, the little quarter moon and the star up above it, you know, it was just crystal clear.
Right.
It's been a beautiful day. And it was just so pretty, you know, that I was just standing there observing it, how crystal clear it was because the stars looked so big. And as I was watching it, there came from the left of my eye, I had the whole sky in view, at a lower altitude, a grayish white mass. It had no fire to it whatsoever, and it looked at the time that it was coming at a slow speed. But as it come across directly under the quarter moon, but at much lower altitude, I could see it and just crystal clear. It was a grayish mass, like with no glow, no fire to it. But then I realized it was traveling at a high rate of speed. It looked like a massive amount of land or a body of, a planet or something.
Yes.
that had mountains and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? It was just gigantic, but it was at a low altitude in the horizon. It was not up in the sky. It was coming across, skimming across, and it was just straight as it could be. No sound, no anything, and it was massive. It was in proportion to the moon, which was pretty gigantic, you know, up there, the quarter moon, you know, in width. It was probably as wide and a half a time longer as the moon. And I probably looked at it someplace between 2 and 3 seconds. And it came all the way from the southeast quadrant, all the way across the sky, never went down, just kept going in a straight direction across it. Its shape was, it had all kind of shapes to it. It didn't have any even lines. It was ragged and tapered. And I grant you that it had to be a piece of some kind of planetoid or something, because it was not anything in the way of a spacecraft or anything like that.
Now, when you say that this was tapered, would that be on both ends, or?
If you could imagine, just draw a straight line at a diagonal like maybe the front of a ship.
Yes.
You know, a battleship or something, and come back and then put some humps and uneven, jagged planes on there, and then right in the center, a real high spectrum thickness in there, and then come back to the other end, and it was sort of blocked on the other end, like, I don't know, it just didn't have any shape to it whatsoever. The underside was, it appeared in the spectrum level, but you could see the thickness and you could see the unevenness on the top of it. And it didn't leave any smoke or any trail, didn't make any noise, and it looked like it was just floating at a extremely slow pace, but it wasn't. It was really sailing by, but it was such a massive object that it looked like it was passing slow.
Okay, now did you watch this until it disappeared from your sight?
Yes, I did.
Uh-huh.
It disappeared directly into the northwest. Now, I tried to get my bearings right quick. I put myself north and south with my arms, and it came from the southeast, from the Gulf area, from over the Gulf, and it was headed out west by northwest area.
Any estimate of altitude?
I could not give you any estimate of altitude, but maybe I would say it was probably less than I would say less than 15 or 20 miles high, really.
Okay.
In other words, it was just on the outer reaches of the Earth's atmosphere. In other words, it wasn't way out in space, because the stars are out in space. This thing was it was on a parallel of the Earth, because it disappeared in the horizon, but it disappeared level. It wasn't curving.
Did it maintain its same color all the way?
All the way. Okay. It never glowed, and I was watching for this. The only time that it even changed was when it passed directly under the moon and the starlight that I was watching at the low altitude. That's when it gave a whitish sheet, like if you had a spotlight and there was something up in the sky, you turn that spotlight on it. So,
right.
And at that time it gave off this grayish, just the grayish, but the rest of the time it looked in the sky, it looked a dull black gray to me against the black blue of the heavens.
Right.
And but it never glowed. It never looked like it was. It didn't let off any fire. It didn't let off anything like that.
Okay. Did you see any aircraft in the sky after this thing passed by?
No. There's no aircraft. There was no aircraft in the sky whatsoever. And I'm familiar with aircraft. I've watched aircraft for years. I was in the Air Force for about 8 years as a radar operator, and I've seen lots of aircraft. This was definitely not an aircraft. That's why I said it wasn't a UFO.
Right. About what time did you spot that?
This was about approximately 15 to 16 minutes ago. Okay. I tried to make about 3 or 4 calls. I tried the Museum of Natural Science, which is here in NASA, which is all closed up on the weekends. I tried the police department for a number, nobody that was available there. I tried the sheriff's department, and then they gave me this number here. That's the only people that you can get a reference to.
Okay, sir. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll check it out. And
evidently, no one else saw it any way. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
No one else had called in. But like I say, believe me, it was there, and it was a massive chunk of some type of rock floating across the sky.
Uh-huh. Well, if we get any additional calls on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I called my sheriff's department. I live out in the county, and they told me to call this number.
Mm-hmm.
There's something up in the sky around my house, over or north of my house, and there's no lights, no motor sounds, I don't see anything. I just hear something.
You just hear something?
Huh?
You just hear it?
I hear something, but I don't see anything. And it doesn't sound like a motor. It sounds like 2 electric wires spewing electricity, but they are up in the sky, and it's moving around up there. And I can't see it. It's a clear evening, and the stars are out, and it's north, a little north of the. Well, it's about straight north from my place, and so I just wondered if I don't know what it is. I never heard it before in my life. I'm 63 years old almost, and I got 20/20 hearing, and very good sight. And I had my wife come out and listen to it. So, are you local? Are you here in Houston?
Where am I calling to?
You're calling in Washington.
You in Washington?
Yeah.
My God, I wouldn't have done that if I'd have known.
Okay, we'll make this fast. What time, you seen this, you see it's still out there?
Yes, my wife's out there now. She went across. We have some neighbors. We live out in the county north of Houston.
Uh-huh.
And she decided to go over and get our neighbors to see, let them listen to it. She's over there now. She went out while I started to call and to make sure it's still sounding out there.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it was. And so she came back and reported just as I dialed the last number. I've never seen a UFO. I'm not saying this is one. It is an unidentified sound.
Uh-huh.
And I've read about them, but I don't think this is anything like a flying object.
Where'd you get our phone number?
I told you, but you missed it, I guess.
Okay.
Police, Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, here in Houston. I called them and asked them to send somebody out here and listen to it a little bit before we did anything else. They said, Ma, go ahead and call this number. It'll be all right. So I did. And my apologies if I disturbed you.
No, you didn't. Thanks for calling. Hey, but we'll check this out, and if we get anything, we'll call you back, all right?
How are you going to do it? May I ask?
Well, if we get anything on it, we'll get you back, but...
Well, are you going to contact somebody here?
Well, in case you want to know about it, what it is.
Well, certainly I do, but I just wondered, how are you going to check it out from Washington?
We got ways all over the United States to check it out.
Okay. You going to do it this evening?
Anytime we can.
Well, it's going on right now.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Yes, I'm calling from Santa Barbara.
Yes, ma'am.
And I spotted something last night. I didn't spot it. I watched the whole damn thing. I was with two other people also. Do you want to hear the story?
Yes, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay. I was also a stewardess for a couple of years, so I'm familiar with flying objects. I'll tell you. But I was up in the mountains here in Santa Barbara, and we were halfway out of a canyon area coming up to Old San Marcos Pass. I don't know if you're familiar with this area.
What highway number would that be?
I don't know.
Okay, we can check it anyway.
Okay, and then Camino Cielo, East Camino Cielo is another street that is important in this. We were coming up and we saw this bright light over, I guess it was east, sort of maybe southeast, and it was just sitting there. It was this huge light. And we stopped and stared, and all of a sudden it started coming towards us across the sky. And it was coming very fast, and there was no sound. And as it got closer, we could see these, it wasn't too far off either. It was not too high. I can't tell you. I guess it looked like it was about an inch, if that helps at all. And there were these red lights coming out of the top. And as it got over us, I was telling my friends, tell it to come down or something. And these red lights came out, and this one kind of leaned over sort of, I can't explain that right, and scanned the area where we were standing, and then it went just above us up to this ridge. The bright light that was in the center went out, and 3 red lights came on. Then those lights turned yellow, and it landed. It just slowly sat down, and it was up on this ridge, and we got into a Jeep real fast, and it was a windy road, canyon road coming out, and we got our directions screwed up and looked for, I guess, a good hour. And we couldn't find anything, and it was dark up there, and house lights confused us. But it was very, very real, and the 3 of us saw it, and I'll tell you, I've never seen anything like that before.
Okay, now, did this object have a definite shape?
Well, when we first saw it was just this sort of dome light on the bottom,
right,
and then red lights up on top. That's all we could see. But as soon as the dome light went out, these red lights came on, and it was in a perfect triangle. And then as it moved across it seemed like it was exactly in the same place where the red lights were. They turned sort of a yellowish light, and then it slowly set down. It looked like it was almost like a parachute the way it set down. It was real slow, and it had been moving very rapidly across the sky. Very rapidly, because it was completely across the horizon. And within minutes, it was above us. It was really fast. I wish I could tell you approximately the speed, but I can't.
Okay, when this thing stopped, did it stop directly overhead?
No, it slowed up. as it went over us,
Uh-huh.
and quite a bit. And then this light came down and kind of swooped
Now,
away.
when you say this light came down, are you talking about a shaft of light?
No, it was kind of like a rotary type of a thing, or it was kind of round. It sort of swooped down like something was. It was like a television, not a like those things in the banks.
Yes.
That scan. It was sort of like that. Only it didn't have a beam of light that came out, but you could see it, and it was moving, checking out the area where we were standing. We didn't become illuminated at all.
Did that thing that came down? Did that actually come out of this other object, or away from it?
It was no. It was actually on the side.
I see. Okay.
Of the thing. It kind of tipped down, and peeked. Oh, it's really hard to explain that one part. I wish I could show you with my hands. Do you want me to send some pictures?
We'd love it. Yes.
Not actual pictures, but I'm an artist.
Oh, great.
I can draw some things, and I'm sure that the people I'm with would be willing to help. All of our stories were exactly the same. We were talking to each other, and I would say, well, did you see this? And they would say, yes, I did, and it was really fascinating. Has anything like this ever been reported, this kind of an object?
I haven't heard of anything like that. No, not especially with the object, the scanning from the bottom.
Well, no, it wasn't from the bottom. That's what I'm trying to explain. Let me send you a picture.
Okay, fine.
Because
Beautiful.
it wasn't from the bottom. That's what was weird. It was almost like it peeked over from the top. Okay. But it did. I'm going to have to talk to my friends and put it down in a way that it's more comprehensible, because this sounds sort of...
About what time did you spot that?
None of us had watches on, but it was probably I would say it was probably around 10 to 11.
Okay.
Probably,
Now, do you have any estimate on how high that was above you when it came over?
That's what I'm trying to think. It was, I'd say, let me see. Okay, there's an airport around here, too. We're at sea level. It seems like, I'm so bad at getting, okay, maybe I can do it this way. It looked about the size of a DC-10, approximately, that would be flying at its normal height, which would be about, no, not its normal height. It would probably be about, 12,000 or something, only it wasn't that high up.
Uh-huh.
I really can't. Let me talk to my friends and see if they have a better idea of the distance.
Okay, and this was last night?
Yeah, this was last night. This was really exciting.
Did you hear any sound?
No, nothing.
Everything is silent.
That's where we really, we knew, I'll tell you, we knew from the beginning when we saw this thing that it was something very unusual, because it was a huge light. It was it was larger than Venus is on its brightest, clearest night, and it was almost misty in the air. The stars all had a little bit of a fog glow around them. But, oh boy, this was really something to see, I'll tell you.
Do you think that this thing, or did you have the feeling that it had your group picked and it came in specifically to check you out?
It seems like it, because it was just sitting there, and it came right around, and then I was saying, tell it to land, and I was with, one other person was really excited about it too, and the other person was very scared, and I was wondering if maybe that had something to do with it. I imagine if they can see us and do all this, they can tell what we're feeling.
We've seen a marked pattern where, in cases where fright or hysteria takes place, they have backed off.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's what I think happened, because I was into it. I was calling them, so, come on down. I was doing it out loud, screaming at them, and they did land then. They stopped right above us and landed, and we couldn't find them. So we are going back up today. But I thought that might be it, the fear, and so we are going to go back up today, and I think in the daytime we can get our directions better, and I know if we really go to it, I know we can find where they landed.
Okay, how many were there in your party?
There were 3 of us.
3, okay.
And then we did go back and get another man and woman that had a Jeep, and we all went up. But boy, I'll tell you, it's dark up there.
I imagine.
There were lights around in certain areas. We kept looking for something unusual, but there's houses up there, and it's a very nice and rich area, so there are far and few in between.
Uh-huh.
And then there's car lights, and boy, we were just going, by that time we were going on anything.
Okay, where did you get our number?
Oh, I got it from the tower at Santa Barbara Airport.
Okay.
I thought maybe if anybody had radar on, someone else might have picked it up too, but evidently they don't have any of this types of apparatus.
Okay, well, if we can get an investigator in to talk to you, would you talk to him?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. But I'd like the other people to also, so we can get, all the information down correctly to you, because this was very exciting, I'll tell you. And I'm going to go ahead then. We're going up today to find the place that they landed, hopefully.
Okay.
Okay?
Beautiful. And we sure appreciate this report.
Oh, this is really exciting for me, too. I just hope I would have loved to have been able to see them and talk to them. There's still hope. I'm going up today. Maybe
Okay.
they're
You ever seen anything like this in the past?
I never have. And, I flew for an airline, and I'll tell you, I've looked. And this was so unusual because we were in awe.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to explain this.
Okay, well, thanks again.
Okay, thank you, and I'll get in touch if I find anything.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I live about 12 miles northwest of Kalispell, Montana.
Yes, sir.
Last night I sighted a strange object in the sky, and it was there for so long. My wife first sighted it. I have a scope, 75 power to 30 to 75 power. I had it set for 35 power, and I looked at this thing. It hovered over about, I would judge it from the landscape here, somewhere over Tally Lake. And I wondered if you wanted an idea of what I saw through my scope.
Okay.
Any interest to you?
What did this thing look like?
It was a sphere.
Uh-huh.
Rather like it be translucent, with some little some lights in the sphere itself, with a sparkle, something like you'd see in a Christmas tree light.
Oh, yes.
And at the time it was, when it would stay stationary, it would have a halo which was exactly like the fluorescent light the circular fluorescent lights. And as it rose or descended, as it rose especially, this tubular light around when it was stationary, was right on the diameter of the sphere.
I see.
And as it rose, the circular light, the tubular-looking light, would go on down to the bottom of the sphere. And when it disappeared from sight, which appears like it was moving horizontally away from us, it would disappear. The light would contract and disappear as it hit the bottom of the sphere.
Okay. Now, what color was this? What color did it maintain during this observation?
Well, when it was in horizontal position with the so-called tubular light around the diameter, and the sphere was, I say, it was just an outline that was rather almost translucent, as if there wasn't as much reflection coming off it, whatever else is on it. But,
yes.
It was brilliant when it was at the diameter of the sphere. But as it rose above the horizon, the light kept getting dimmer and dimmer.
Okay. Which direction were you looking?
I would say that this band of light around the diameter at the brilliance would be about 1/20th the diameter of the sphere that I observed.
Okay. And which direction were you looking?
I was looking due west, approximately due west.
Okay, now, and this object came up from the horizon?
When I first noticed it, it was in the horizontal position just above the horizon. We're down in a little valley, and we had mountains out there about 5,000 feet.
Yes.
It was somewhere 5,000, 6,000 feet, and we're at 3,000.
Okay. And it disappeared going vertically, straight up?
No, I would say it'd be an incline rising, but because of the getting smaller as this band of light receded to the bottom of the sphere, everything kept getting smaller, so
yes.
I presume it was rising as it was going away.
Okay.
But it was 9:15 last night, and it was at least 10 minutes, and could be 15 minutes. It turned to be hovered over what just guessing on what's the diameter and so forth, the Tally Lake, Montana, which is it's right out there in the Flathead Forest,
right,
in a rather isolated area.
Okay, now if you were using a ordinary 1-foot ruler and holding it at arm's length out there, what would you estimate the diameter of that thing was?
Well, I thought about that in relation to, let's say, the size of my scope and so forth. It was not less than 100 feet, I would say. Now, that you have to guess the distance on that, of course.
Right.
Now, where is it, and so forth.
Right.
I worked for the U.S. government for 31 years as a civil engineer. I tried to think about this after I'd seen it. I called the sheriff's office last night.
Yes.
For it, but I just called him, and there was no other sighting of it, and I thought I'd call you.
Okay. Did you hear any sound of any kind?
Well, at one time I thought I did, but we are about about a half a mile off of one of the main logging roads here, where one of the main trunks bring the logs in from an area over there.
Yes.
And we are in the mountains. It could be, but I couldn't say no. I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Okay. Did your wife see this too?
Yes, she was the one that noticed it. And to tell you the truth, I was asleep in front of the fireplace. She woke me up because of this brilliant light that was just above the horizon as we looked west over our mountains. There were no other stars in the sky.
Okay. You had a cloudy condition then?
Yes.
Okay. Did the light from this thing illuminate the clouds at all?
Well, to some extent, there was around the whole thing there was a halo or aura.
Yes.
But still, the distinction of the sphere-like object was quite distinct. There was a definite outline where it ended.
Okay.
As far as the lights that seemed to be scattered around the sphere they could be glints from metallic reflection from metallic objects.
Okay. Do you feel that the main light source on that was the tube rotating around it, or was going around the horizontal?
I couldn't see it was rotating, but it looked it was exactly as if it was one of these circular fluorescent lights.
Right. Okay.
And I'd say about 1/20th the diameter of the outline of the figure, whatever it was.
Okay.
About 1/20th, I think, would be the right number. That's it is brilliant. The one is at the center on the diameter.
Okay.
And it was horizontal. It was around horizontal at that time. Mm-hmm. And it remained that way.
Okay. Well, sir, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll get on it right away. And if we come up with any additional information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like you got a typical UFO in the sky there.
It looks like it. I don't know. Well, my wife and I discussing it. Thought we ought to follow up with that.
Okay, thank you again.
Bye.
Bye.
This is Daggett Flight Service Station, Daggett, California.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of reports for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just a minute. Cessna 1644 X-ray, 64 X-ray, Daggett Radio, go ahead.
64 X-ray, we're going to do some bad work here. About 6 takeoff 90.
64 X-ray, the winds are 270 at 9 are favoring runway 25, Daggett altimeter now 3002, no other reported traffic. Okay, what we got here is, first call I got was from California Highway Patrol.
Uh-huh.
Asking us if we had anything on radar. Well, we only have DF here, and we have to respond to the DF works only when we're talking with somebody.
Right.
And anyway, hold on a second. Six more, right? And CHP advised they were chasing something, chasing the UFO, as he said. And it was they were located at Essex, California. And Essex is about, I don't know, the Ludlow and Essex area is, let's see here on the map. From the airport, it's approximately 35 miles due east. And whereabouts are you located?
Pardon?
Where are you located?
We're in Washington.
Oh, in D.C.?
No. State of Washington.
State of Washington. Okay. Anyway, I don't know if you're too familiar with where we are. I'm in the Mojave Desert.
Right. Well, we know where Daggett's at.
Oh, you do?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, okay, fine. And then you know where Ludlow and Essex.
Right.
Okay. And they said they were chasing this bright white light with trailing lights that seemed to be orange and amber. They would change from orange to amber in the back. And they were actually chasing it, they said.
So as they just gave me the phone, as they were just calling me, I had an inbound aircraft coming in from Phoenix. So I asked him if he saw anything. He says, well, matter of fact, he says, there was a bright white light off my nose, he says, on the way in.
Oh.
So, and I said, well, was there any colors on the end? He says, yeah, it was something like orange off the, in the back of it. So, I guess we have 2 confirmed sightings there in some respect.
Oh, great.
Okay?
Well, we'll follow this up and see what we got.
So it's headed towards Baker or Las Vegas area.
Okay.
Area. And I have no, oh, that's another thing. They said, the CSP said it seemed to be stationary for a while and then moved around into the hills, and they lost it for a while, and then it popped up again.
Okay, if we get any ID on it, do you want us to call you back?
Well, yeah, if you want to. The only thing we know it operates around here is helicopters at night.
Yeah.
And they don't have normally any orange color to them. They're usually just white, you know.
Okay, if we get anything on it, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Right.
Bye-bye. We understand one of your patrol cars had an encounter with the UFO.
That's right. It's the second one he's had in a couple of weeks out in that area.
Okay, can you give us any details on it?
I'll tell you what, why don't I have him call you or you call him when he gets into the office? I'm sure he would like to talk to you about it. I could give you some details, but if I asked him over the radio, it would take up too much radio time.
Okay, fine. Why don't we get him when he gets in the office?
Okay, just for my information, you get a lot of reports in this area?
Quite a few in Southern California.
Yeah, I am an avid person that likes to watch these things.
Oh, great.
I wouldn't believe the weird things we have out here. He had one here a couple weeks ago when I was working, and he thought it was a possible narcotics drop, but it turned out to be, it didn't look like, a plane or anything.
Okay, with your interest in the subject, you want to get on the mailing list?
Why, certainly. In fact, I will spread the magazine around when it gets here because there are a lot of people that really believe in those things.
Okay, we'll send a couple copies then.
Okay, I'll pass it around the office.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye
I'll
now.
have him call you as soon as he gets to the office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Yes, will you accept a collect call from Office Needles?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
You're the one I was supposed to call?
Right.
Okay, that's Doctor here in Needles, California.
We'd like to hear about your sighting tonight.
Well, I don't know if that's what it was or not. Somebody else said UFO. I didn't.
Uh-huh.
So I sure couldn't explain what it was. This is about the third time I've seen this. Well, each time it's been different, but this one tonight was really, really unusual. What do you need to know?
Well, give us a description right from the beginning of everything that happened.
Okay. My vocabulary is not the greatest in the world, so I'm going to have to...
No problem.
I think you'll probably understand what I'm trying to get across to you. Okay, I fell up with gas in Essex. That's a little bitty old town out here in the desert.
Uh-huh.
And I said back up to Interstate 40. And off to the left of Essex Road are some real high mountains. I can't think of the name of them right now. They're part of the Providence Mountains. And they're real high. And I caught sight of a real bright, I say bright white. It had a yellowish tinge to it. It was the wrong color for a star. But I looked at it, and it closely, I thought, well, it must be the North Star. But then I got it was too big and just, it seemed to have bulk,
Uh-huh.
So I watched it, and then it disappeared, and I thought, well, it must have went behind that mountain, and I kicked it up, and when it reappeared, it was on the wrong side of the hill from where I'd first seen it. It was wrong, it didn't appear where it should have.
Right.
So I thought, well, I better check this out, and I went down to the freeway, and now this, if you can understand this, it didn't actually appear to be moving, but I never got any closer to it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't appear to really have movement, but I couldn't get any closer to it. Now, just off the top of my head, as far as sightings, I'd put the distance at 10 to 15 miles from where it's, that far away.
Right.
At first sighting, it put me in the mind of, these flares they drop when the military's bombing at night.
Right.
But it wasn't, those are yellow when they're that far away. They're not white, And this was definitely a white light with kind of a yellowish tinge to it. So I kicked up to better than 100 miles an hour and hit the freeway and started heading toward, I say heading, it appeared to be in the area of the Providence Mountains, which would be north of Interstate 40.
Uh-huh.
And I was trying, I started going down. I was saying to myself, wait a minute, don't go down, don't go behind the mountain. And it went behind the mountains. I could see it moving then. And you know how when you come up over a mountain pass, and maybe there's a city or something in the distance, how it'll light the area up?
Right.
This actually lit up the ground around it as though it were casting
a light.
I see.
And my first impression, have you ever been in a big metropolitan area when they have the big choppers out now with the searchlights on them?
Sure.
This was the impression it gave me. But like I said, this was 10 to 15 miles away. And so it had to be big, whatever it was. And it didn't pulse or anything like that. So I shot up the freeway, and I was about, probably 25 miles from where I thought it would go. And I went out this what's called Kelbaker Road. It's a dirt road. And before I got off the freeway, now this might have been my imagination by this time, but I seen something with no lights. I got the impression of something in the air with no lights at all, as though something had glinted off of it way off in the distance. You know, like aircraft or something with no lights on at night. We've got a real bright moon right now. And out in the desert, it's just like almost like a spotlight. But I only seen that one time, and I couldn't even swear I seen that. You know, that's just the impression I got of it.
Okay.
And during the time this was going down, I was talking to my dispatcher all the time, and just prior to this, I'd been in Essex. People were having a square dance there, and I went in and had some coffee, and I had my outside speaker on my unit on, you know, to monitor my traffic.
Right.
And she was talking to units all around. It was coming through just crystal clear. The minute I spotted this thing, we started having radio trouble. I could hear her, but there was interference.
Okay, how long did that last?
Up until the time that thing disappeared.
Disappeared, okay.
And then when I drove back from it spanned a period of about an hour, the whole from the time I first seen it until the radio cleared up again. Now, another officer was east and west of me at one time or another, and he said it didn't affect his radio at all. But some other officers in Needles, at the same time that this thing was going down, did have radio trouble. Now, not like a block or anything like that, just static that is not normally there.
Right.
And tonight we've got it's a little overcast, light breeze, and a bright moon, but nothing that would normally indicate any radio interference. You know, that would bring the heterodyne up or anything.
Right. Okay, now I want to play this back, make sure I got it right. At the time you first spotted it, you were driving north headed for I-40?
Right.
Okay.
That's northbound headed for I-40.
And was this thing visible to you through the windshield?
No, it was out my side window.
To your left, in other words.
Right. That's another thing. It never seemed to change positions, yet gave me the impression of moving away. I could always see it in that one position, you know. It wasn't like as the road changed, it seemed like this thing remained in one place.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know how to say it. It was stationary, yet I couldn't get closer to it, and it seemed to be moving further away, but not actually moving in the sense of that I understand movement. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, now when you got to I-40, did you go east or west?
I would have gone west.
Okay.
Which, at this point, is actually, it's almost a dead west at that point right there.
Okay, now then, would you be looking at it through your windshield there?
I should have been, but it had gone across back up by the other mountains, and I'd be looking at it, got up. Yeah, I'd be through the windshield then. And then it dropped behind these peaks, and I could see everything was lit up around it, you know.
Okay. Now, did you say after it went down, it came back up again, only in a different spot?
No, I didn't. The first time I seen it, it was when I went behind that peak.
Right.
And then when I seen it again, I stepped on it, so I thought, well, it must have, the mountain must have come between me and it.
Right.
But when I seen it again, it reappeared in a position where it shouldn't have been. Like, looking at it, it would have been to the right side of the peak. Okay? But it disappeared when it it couldn't have disappeared, you know, where I was looking. Okay, looking directly at the peak, you'd have the light to the right of the peak. And I would be moving to the right of the peak. Therefore, it couldn't disappear. Do you understand what I mean?
Right.
Yet it did disappear, and then I stepped on it. When I got there, it had gone further in behind the mountain, and then it seemed to go across. Now, I can't say which side of the freeway it was on, but then it did move over toward these other mountains, these Providence Mountains, where it was just as though it was following the curvature of the earth or something like that, and disappeared behind these peaks. And basically headed for all the direction I would say would be Baker, California, which is over on Interstate 15. That's why I had the dispatcher alert all the units over there.
Okay, then do you feel the thing was moving north?
Yeah, it'd be in northwesterly direction.
Okay, what time did you spot that?
First sighting was about 8:20 to 8:25.
Okay.
Also, now, did our dispatcher fill you in on anything?
No.
Okay, Needles Flight Service at the Daggett Airport had an incoming pilot, and they was asking if they'd seen anything, and one pilot coming in from Phoenix, which is dead east of here, did see. He said he couldn't explain what it was, but it was some real bright, like strobe lights. But he didn't give a particular location or anything like that.
Okay.
The Daggett Airport would have a record of that.
Now, did you see, when you were headed west, did you see any other bright stars or planets in the sky at the time? While this thing was in sight?
Nowhere near the intensity of this, no. That's why I say, I first looked at it and I thought, boy, that sure seems low for a star. And it was way too low. And it was, for some reason I could grasp depth on it. You know, stars, there's no depth to stars.
Could you give me the degrees above the horizon approximately when you first saw it? Or, I mean, when you were headed west?
You mean if I project an angle?
Right.
Oh, gosh. Well, I'm not that much on degrees and minutes. Probably 30. Let's see, let me picture degrees now. 45. Okay, probably 30 degrees.
Okay.
Thereabouts. That'd be my... Without...
Did you have any additional trouble with the radio since that?
No, it's not a bit.
Everything cleared up?
Yeah.
Okay. Did this light have any defined shape, or was just a plain old light in the sky?
It was as though it'd be like someone shining a light at you from a long distance off, yet appeared to be close.
Okay.
And real intense. It didn't have. It'd be like the difference of when someone shines a floodlight at you. It's just bright light, or when someone shines a spot, a spotlight penetrates and it hurts.
Right.
Whereas a floodlight it's bright, but it doesn't really penetrate your eyes. Okay, this is what it would be like.
Okay.
How in the world did you guys find out about it so quick?
The FAA notified us that something was being seen. They weren't sure exactly what it was.
Well, as long as I got to the line, let me give you a couple more deals I've seen out here that we never could really justify. Same area. Same situation. I thought there were strobe lights on an airplane. We have a real high incidence out here of narcotics drops.
I see.
Because of our isolated area.
Right.
And in this same general area where I eventually ended up with this thing tonight, I spotted a couple just quick flashes. They weren't constant lights like this one. And I thought it was an area where we don't normally have lights. And this was a good 20 to 25 miles when I seen the light. And I watched it for a minute, and then I stopped. There was a disabled vehicle, and I stopped and talked to them, and I said, now you guys watch. And they seen it. So I went up and called another officer. We spent about 2 hours. We found a landing strip up there, and we were looking with the idea in mind of an airplane. You know, like they'd come in and flash their strobes and maybe try to set down or something like that. This was just after dusk. And we never found a thing. There was no vehicles. There was nothing up there except we found some guys hunting rabbits. And this was, once again, a real bright, almost blue-white light. And then one night about, it's been at the end of last summer. I was coming down, and all these have been from Interstate 40, the sightings have been, and just about 22 miles west of Needles, I seen almost the same thing, real bright, like strobe lights. And each time I've checked FAA, and there's been no aircraft in the area, not that low anyway. And these other ones I've seen, they just put in some towers out here by Searchlight, Nevada, which is just this side of Las Vegas. They've had some problems with the planes crashing into the wires out there when they come into a little airport there. So they put some big tall towers out there with these, there's strobes that run up and down the towers.
Right.
And we wrote it off as that's what we must have seen, but they weren't that far away when I first seen them, and they were headed towards those. You know, once again, it was a real bright white strobe type lights.
Right.
And I never have been able to explain those things. But, I didn't really attach any significance to them. And tonight, this thing was really just so out of the ordinary,
You got a clear sky there tonight?
We've got real high clouds.
Okay.
But basically, yes, it's clear, and we've got a light breeze.
Okay. Well, thanks again. We sure appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, this is the sheriff from Valley City, North Dakota.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just, I talked with a person last Saturday night, and he said that he saw some strange objects in the sky over Valley City, or in the area of Valley City, I should say.
Huh? Okay, do you have the party's name?
Yes, he's a state senator.
Okay.
And he would probably be in Bismarck, North Dakota today. He's a senator, and they're in session right now. And his wife was with him, so she probably knows something about it, too. He says when they left about the Hastings area, there was this ball, just a big ball, like a flame that followed them all the way to the outskirts of the valley, and then they stopped their vehicle, and then his wife says, well, that's a nice one there, but look on the other side of the car, and there was another one, and that one was supposed to be changing colors,
Uh-oh. Okay, when did that occur?
Saturday evening.
Saturday, okay.
Which would be the 4th or 5th.
Right. Well, sir, we sure appreciate this call, and we'll get on this.
Yeah. Let me know if you find anything, will you?
All right, sir, we appreciate the call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, this is the FAA in Trinidad, Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And we had an airplane report. What he told me, he says, I just saw a very strange-looking object over Levita Pass, which is on the front range of the Rockies. And it's north-central Colorado, and it is the front range. Over that Levita Pass area, this aircraft was flying westbound from, from Pueblo to Alamosa area. So he was going westbound over the pass. And I tried to get him to describe it, and he said that it was, he had never seen anything like this, of this nature before. And that he said he hated to say it, but it looked like a UFO. I got his name and his phone number if you want to talk to him, because I could not get him to describe it over the air. And he lives over by the Creed area, Creed, Colorado, and it will probably take him another hour and a half to 2 hours to get over there. But I told him that I would give him his name and phone number, and that you people probably want to call him about it.
Oh, very good. We sure appreciate this.
Okay, that's all I can tell you.
Okay, do you want us to get back to you and let you know if we come up with anything on it?
I would appreciate it, yeah. That's our flight service area, and I'd like to know if there's something over there.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
We understand that you saw something up in the sky tonight when you were flying.
Yes, sir, I did.
I wonder if we could get a description of exactly what you saw.
Yes, sir. Looked like a metal, oblong spheroid, pretty much like stainless steel in color. No distinguishing features. No airfoil that I could discern.
Uh-huh. Was it dark at the time?
At the time of the encounter?
Yes.
No, sir. It was about 15, 20 minutes past 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Sunlight. Visibility was pretty good.
You didn't see any openings or lights?
No lights. There was an area that near the upper portion of it that struck me as if it might have been translucent.
Uh-huh.
But I could, just kind of the look you get if you look at some of that translucent block or something. Almost like there's light behind it, but you wouldn't bet on it.
I see. Okay, was this thing moving across the sky, or was it maintaining a stationary position?
In relation to me, it was stationary.
Okay.
In other words, it was moving in the same direction, same speed, same altitude island.
Did it maintain this position at all times while you were watching it?
It didn't last very long, but yes, at all times.
Uh-huh. Did this move away, or did it just disappear?
It apparently stopped its forward motion, and I got ahead of it, and I didn't see it anymore.
I see, okay. Did it maintain its straight line flight path, or... Pardon?
No, sir. I tried to veer away from it, and it came right alongside.
Kind of keeping an even pace?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any estimate as to how close it came to you?
too damn close. If it had been, well, that's the reason I veered away. Air-to-air encounters or something that the pilot was scared to death of, and I'm no exception. And I thought it was going to fly with me.
Any estimate as to the number of feet away?
Well, not knowing the size of it, I think it's kind of hard to say. I would say less than 50.
Okay.
Off my wingtip. 65 or 70 feet.
Okay. Did you pick up any air turbulence?
Yes, sir.
Was that when it was the closest?
I can't say.
Okay.
But it was a turbulent area.
Okay.
Mountain pass.
Any estimate in size? Just by comparing it with something else.
Maybe the size of a DC-3.
That's big. Did you see any trail or fire emitting from any part of it?
No, sir.
Would you, in your opinion, was this a metallic surface?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have the feeling that this thing was actually watching you?
You better believe it. It couldn't possibly have maintained its proximity to me without being aware of my presence.
Okay. Do you have any idea of the altitude that you were flying at the time?
Yes, sir, 12,500 feet MSL.
Okay. Over what area, do you remember?
Levita Pass.
Bermuda?
Levita.
Oh, Levita, okay.
Levita Pass, that's first range of the front range in the eastern colony.
Okay.
Kind of southern colony. Near Walsenburg. Yeah, it's close to that. Between Walsenburg and almost colony.
Okay, do you remember your speed?
Well, my airspeed was about 145. The headwinds were like 28 knots, so I was doing around 120.
Okay.
And ground speed, I don't know whether you want airspeed or ground speed.
No, that's okay. Did you have any interference with any of your electronic equipment?
I don't know.
Okay.
There was nothing audible, and it was some moments before I had enough composure to try it, and everything worked fine.
Okay, you pretty much had your eye on this thing at all times, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate at all with Denver Center? See if you had this thing on radar?
No, sir. I called flight service station. Kind of dead.
Right.
I was already to that frequency, and I didn't know what to do, and I called and asked them if there was a precedent or anything. I did have my transponder activated, so they might have it on the lockdown.
I see. Okay. Okay, did you experience any problems with the aircraft before you got it down to the ground?
No, sir.
Your radio operated all right at all times?
Well, at the time that I tried it, yes.
Okay. What kind of plane were you flying?
Piper Cherokee 235.
Okay, how were the weather conditions?
It was windy, and of course, turbulent over Mountain Pass. Visibility was probably 45, 50 miles.
Okay.
No precipitation. There were clouds over some of the mountain peaks, but there were none in the pass.
Okay. Did that object reflect sunlight?
I wasn't in a position to be able to tell whether it would have or not. I was headed right into the sun as it was off my port wing.
I see, okay. Was there any other radio traffic while you were up there watching this thing?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't say.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate your giving us your time and describing this, and we'll check it out, see if we can't come up with some kind of answer. If we do get any information on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I would certainly appreciate that, sir. And I hope it turns out to be swamp gas.
Those days are gone forever, I'm afraid.
I don't think I've ever had a more traumatic experience. Still, I'm not quite myself.
Did you have a fixed opinion on UFOs prior to this?
Well, I always wanted to see one.
Uh-huh.
I would say yes, I probably did. I think I probably accepted the possibility of it.
Okay, you didn't have a camera along, did you?
No, sir. Regrettably, I did not.
And we thank you again for giving us the time, and we come up with any answers, well, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Bye. Got a little feedback. We just finished talking to Mr.
Uh-huh.
And he saw an object, a silver oblong, spherical-shaped object, which looked like it was made of stainless steel, about the size of a DC-3. No appendages or openings of any kind aboard. And the thing, he watched it for about 2 minutes, approached to within about 50 feet of his wingtip. He tried to bank away from it as it came in. And eventually the thing apparently came to a complete stop in the sky, and then he just passed it, and that was the last he saw of it. Had it under observation for about 2 minutes.
Do you get a lot of calls like this?
Not so many from people in the sky. Most of our observers come from the ground, ground observations. But airborne sightings are a rarity. I mean, they're a rarity as being reported to us. Whether a lot are being seen and not being reported, I don't know.
This stuff is pretty much on a legit type basis then, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I don't know, I just can't imagine anything like that. No.
Well, it just scared the hell out of him, I'll tell you that.
I bet it did.
He's still shaking, he says.
So what do you people do with a report like this?
Well, we hope that someone else will come along with maybe something from the ground in that same area, so we can get kind of a verification, and then get all the data we can on the description and the behavior of the object and so forth, and then match it up with the material we got in our data bank, and then just hold it for future reference.
Well, I haven't heard another word about it. I talked to another pilot, was in the same vicinity at the same time. He heard this other pilot reporting this, and he called later this evening for a weather briefing or an outlook of the area, and he was telling me a lot of things that the pilot said that I had missed. The radio communications aren't too good over there, and he was saying that the pilot was, I asked him the shape of it. I didn't copy it on the radio, and this other pilot, he called in, he said that he did report that it was around and there was no type of airflow at all on it.
Right. And it mesmerized him pretty bad because he didn't even think of looking at his instruments. He had his eyes locked on the object at all times. Then it started to approach him, and he banked away. He said when the object turned towards him, it didn't bank at all. It just made a very level turn.
Boy, that would scare the heck out of you, wouldn't it?
He was still scared. His voice was quivered on the phone.
I guess so. What kind of airplane was that? A Piper Cherokee? Is that what he said?
235. Piper Cherokee.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll sure keep my eyes and ears open over on this end.
Fine, and we sure appreciate the call.
Yes, sir, anytime.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye.
UFO Reporting Center?
I'm Mr. in Pleasanton, California.
Yes, sir.
and my family and I believe we saw something that's unusual in the sky. Over our skies here, just in our skies, I should say, about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
We've never seen anything like it before.
I'd like to hear about it.
Well, we heard a whirling noise. My wife did. Sound like a bee swarming. And it's pretty chilly around here, and there's no bee swarming this time of year, I guess. Anyhow, so I had to get up to go to the bathroom, and it's going to sound sort of silly, but it looked like lights flashing up on the hill, which would be like police emergency lights or helicopter lights or something like that, you know. And as I looked out the window, wondering why the lights were so, you know, flashing so brightly, then I determined it was some kind of object hovering in the sky, which I first again thought was a helicopter. And then as as I called my wife to come and look at it too, we realized it was moving along, just making sort of a low whirring noise and just sort of flashing these lights off and on. And we ran outside to get a glimpse as it was going east of us here, east of Pleasanton, moving towards the town of Livermore. And then it seemed to hover over the gravel pits, which is north and east of us here, or mainly east of Pleasanton. And then we lost track of it, just seemed to disappear. Faded away, really.
Yes.
We're up on a hill, and yet there's still a house between us and the object, and it was just above the house at that point, so it could have, you know, just white flashes of light and just making sort of a whirling noise, and it appeared to be sort of triangular shape with light sort of at the extremities and at the apex of the top.
Okay, what color were those lights?
I could just make out the lights to be flashing white lights.
Okay.
And my family says, my wife and my 16-year-old boy indicate they saw green and red lights. I'm not too sure whether they thought they were flashing or not.
Okay. Any estimate of size of that object?
Big. Oh, that thing was big. Okay. Let me tell you, this would be a rough guess. I would say it would be the size of a Goodyear blimp.
Okay.
It was long, and it was tall. It had to be tall because of a light marking the top of it. And, you know, really don't know what else to tell you. Just unusual. I've been looking at the skies for years. I'm a weatherman from years of experience, years ago anyways, and I'm used to looking at the skies. I guess I sort of have a trained eye, but I've never seen anything like this.
Okay. Any estimate of altitude above the ground?
Yes, it would appear to be, and we might have been thrown off by, you know, the nighttime and everything else, but it would appear to have been at first anyways maybe about, a couple hundred feet above the ground, 200 or 300 feet maybe.
Okay. Did you continue to hear the sound during the entire observation?
I couldn't. Not after it started moving off when I was looking out the bathroom window, and I could still hear it low. But then when we ran outside, it had moved eastward, and I couldn't hear any whirling noise. My ears aren't the best anymore. But I can't pick up all the high and low ranges. But we heard it when we saw it moving off, but once we got outside in the front yard, I couldn't hear it. I don't know if the family heard it at that point. They shake their head and say, no, they couldn't hear it then.
Okay, what was the duration of the observation?
About 8 minutes.
Okay.
Now, the light flashing came before I actually saw the object. Very, very, very bright. I thought it was lightning at first. I didn't mention it at first, but that's what I did think it was first. And then I remembered there had been an accident about 2 blocks from us where police emergency vehicles had been earlier. But that was quite a while back, and I was wondering why it took them so long. Then wondering why it took them so long, I said, well, it couldn't be police emergency because that should have been cleared up an hour ago. So, and then another thing, that was 2 blocks away and not right up on the hill either. So then that's the reason I looked out and I couldn't, piece together these huge, just big, blinding
flashing light, and, you know, like on a synchronized light, you know, on, off, but it was too bright, like it wasn't a helicopter searchlight, because we see them around here. And this thing was huge. That's the thing that I called my wife. I said, I don't believe this, because the darn thing was so long. And I couldn't put an estimate on the size exactly, other than to say it would have to be approximately the size of something like the Goodyear blimp in length, because we know what that looks like when it comes floating by and, you know, the lights are displayed on the side.
Right.
It just sort of floated along and whirled along. Well, that's about it, really.
Okay. Any estimate on distance?
Well, it had to be hovering over the top of our hill, so when it was first here, I would estimate, and of course it's just got to be the roughest of estimates, that it must have been between, let's say, 300 to 500 feet hovering over the hill and just a little bit north of the hill. So, what would that be? Maybe 1/8 of a mile away from where we are or something?
Okay. Did it maintain a steady flight path? Was there any
It was almost like if you take a Frisbee and then just before it starts to lose its speed, it still maintains its height, and it's sort of floating at that point, and then it drops.
Okay.
That's exactly how it was. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's sure how it seemed like.
Did those flashes of light illuminate the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
But not in like a spotlight kind of illuminating. It was just a broad, like, heat lightning or something along that line.
Right.
Very, very bright. As a matter of fact, I could hardly look at it.
Did you have a chance to use binoculars?
No. As a matter of fact, my boy's the one that had them, and we had to roust him out of bed.
Okay, other than the sound, did you have any other strange occurrences prior to spotting that object?
No, not except my wife is the one that told me that she heard a whirling noise, and that probably came about 5 to 6 minutes before I got up to investigate. Before I got up to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Okay. But I wondered about the noise at the same time, but I didn't really think too much about it. And it was just a strange noise that was sort of like a low hum.
Okay. Did you turn your lights on in your residence at all?
No.
Okay.
Did not. It wasn't a matter of not wanting to, just didn't need to, you know,
right.
At the time.
Did you by any chance hear any unusual barking of dogs outdoors while this was going on?
I don't know. I don't think we did. Did you hear any barking of the dogs? No. I would say no. No, we didn't. We have a little puppy here, and he was jumping around, but mainly because we were excited.
Okay.
No. I would say no offhand.
All right.
I sure hope what we saw was what we saw, you know, and not just some unusual kind of helicopter or something, but it couldn't have been a helicopter unless they've got a new helicopter about 100 yards long or something about as big as a Goodyear blimp.
Right. Okay, well, if we get any additional information on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, thank you much, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I want to report a UFO sighting that we had yesterday afternoon.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay, we were on a camping trip north of Santa Barbara up at Gaviota.
Yes.
And it was about 3:30 in the afternoon, and we can't give you the exact time because we never even thought to look at our watch until later, but it was right around 3:30, and we were traveling south on 101 on our way home. And the visibility was really good because it was clear and windy, as you know, yesterday. And as we were traveling, all of a sudden in front of us, right in front of our truck, it must have been about a quarter of a mile. It seemed like it might have been farther than that, but that's what it seemed like. But right above us, we saw 7 objects. And they were disc-shaped. They were just like bowls, you know, one on top of each other. There were 2 on the left that looked larger, and they were
very, very silver and very gleaming. And we thought possibly that the position of the sun, which was kind of over my right shoulder as we were driving, I was in the rider's seat, the passenger seat, might have made them show more silver. And then we immediately saw three more on the left, and they were in a kind of a formation, and they glowed kind of red and kind of blue and also silver. And then I said, oh, there's 6 of them, and one appeared in the middle, and then a 7th appeared in the middle. So altogether we saw 7, but the 2 in the middle appeared after the other 5.
Uh-huh.
And they weren't traveling any particular direction. They were just there, and they were hovering, and they were swaying. Especially the 2 on the left, they were just swaying back and forth, and that's why we knew they weren't planes. And also, they were thicker in the middle and very disc-shaped. I mean, they looked very definitely not like planes.
Yes.
And like I said, the visibility was great. They were right in front of us. It was just almost unmistakable. And my husband, who's very skeptical, says those are flying saucers. And then he said, grab the binoculars to my son, and they were right in the seat in front of us because we had been looking at some other things on the property that we'd just gotten off of, so we had our binoculars right in front with us, although we were in a camper. And while my son and I were fishing around for the binoculars, Chuck said, forget it, they've disappeared. And they disappeared just as suddenly as they appeared. They didn't fade out of sight like a plane will do as it's going off in the distance.
Just clicked right off?
Just clicked right like that. There weren't any clouds in the sky that they could have gone behind. There weren't any hills right where we were. And there was a carload of teenagers that was in the left lane. We were in the middle lane. And they were pointing up, you know, and one guy was leaning out the car window and shouting, and there was also a Beacon's van and storage truck that was a little behind us and in the right lane, and we were trying to get his attention to see, you know, to try to get him to stop because we wanted to ask him if he had seen it, but we couldn't get him to stop. But then we did stop right after the sighting. And my husband got out of the car with the binoculars, and he looked all around, but we never saw anything after that, and the whole sighting must have taken about 1 minute.
Okay, now which direction were you traveling?
We were traveling south.
South, okay.
And we were about 15 miles north of Santa Barbara.
Okay. Now, when these were to your right, is that the way to
No, they were directly ahead of our car.
Okay, and they
there were 3 on the right, which I would say would be a little bit right of our car, and then 2 a little bit left, and then the 2 in the middle that appeared last, they were kind of right directly ahead of where I was sitting.
Okay, but the first ones you saw, did they just suddenly appear in front of your vision? Okay.
Mm-hmm. And they disappeared the same way.
Okay. Did these 7 at any time hold any particular formation?
Yes, they were in formation. There were like, how can I explain it? I've got a picture in my mind, but I can't draw it for you. They were like, the 2 on the left were like one on top of each other, okay?
Yes.
And then the 3 on the right, there was like one even with the top one on the left, and then one a little farther off to the right, kind of in the middle, and then another one down on the bottom, kind of even with the bottom one on the left. You understand what I mean?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, and then the 6th one appeared in the middle, and it was kind of down below the group. And then the 7th one that appeared was even with the one on the right, the extreme right.
Yes.
So it would be like 2 on the top, right and left, and then 2 in the middle, right and left, and then 2 more right and left, and then 1 at the bottom in the middle.
Okay.
Does that sound like? Does that sound logical or like any other sightings that...
Yes, uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the objects themselves, would you say that they were a disc form?
Very definitely. Unmistakable.
Did they have any protrusions or openings or
we did
lights?
not see any openings, and we didn't see any, anything on top. Just the saucer itself. Although it looked like they had seams in the middle. The two that were on the left must have been closer because we could see them plainer, and they were the ones that were shining silver, most of the silver glint.
Okay, now do you have any estimate of size on those? Can you compare them with anything?
Oh, larger than a moon.
Larger than the full moon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how to compare them. I'm sitting here looking at my basketball court, which is about, how far is that basketball court from us? About 30 feet. And I would say at from the distance where we were, they probably looked to be about that size.
Okay. Now, any estimate of how close they were to you?
I'm not that good at judging distance in the air because
right.
I haven't really, I've taken trips on commercial airlines, but I'm not a flyer, and so I can't really tell. But I would think probably about a quarter of a mile.
Okay.
Maybe half a mile. I don't really know. I couldn't say that for sure.
Did when you first saw these, they apparently appeared fairly low enough so that you didn't have to look up?
Right. We weren't looking up. Of course, we're in a camper. It's a Chevy deluxe camper, and the seat is kind of high. But we weren't looking up. No, they were right in front of us.
Okay. Did they hold that position there at all times?
Yes.
Okay.
All the time we were observing them, except they were swaying.
When you say sway, do you mean they were rocking?
Rocking, yes.
Okay, like a pendulum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like a little half moon type
right.
rock.
Okay. Very good. And did they maintain that brightness and color and everything all during your observation?
The ones on the right changed from kind of a red, and I also saw some blue light, and then silver. And then the ones that appeared in the middle, they looked red when they first appeared. They had kind of a light reddish or pinkish cast.
Yes.
And then they turned silver. But the two on the left that we saw, which looked larger than the others, so I just assumed that they were closer. They looked silver the whole time, and they were very shiny. So I assumed that they were closer than the others.
Did you have any problems with the car while all this was going on?
No, we did not. And, we just kept going. We didn't, numb out or anything.
Right.
And the car kept going, and there were other cars going on the freeway, too.
Anyone in the camper experience anything unusual?
No.
Okay.
We were just, very excited, and
you saw others watching this, too?
Pardon me?
You saw others in other vehicles looking at these, too?
Yeah, we saw some teenagers in the car in the left lane that were looking, and then they kind of came up around us fast and pointed. But the guy in the beacon stand and storage truck, he was behind us, and we tried to get his attention as he came around us on the right lane later to see if if he had seen him, and we pointed up and kind of had a questioning look on our faces to see if he could give us any indication that he had seen him, and he just kept looking straight ahead. So.
Okay, now were these objects directly over the freeway?
The two on the left, I would say, were kind of left of the freeway, and then the three on the right were probably right over the water because we were driving right along the beach, and then the two that appeared in the middle, I would say, would be over the freeway.
Okay. And when they left, you didn't see anything remaining in the sky? No smoke, no vapor, or anything like that? Okay.
In fact, that was the first thing my husband looked for, was a vapor trail, and he had been in the Air Force, and he said they're not jets. There's no vapor trail at all. And then he says they're too fat in the middle, and then they were definitely saucer shaped.
Right.
I called the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Station because I wanted to know if there had been any other sightings, and they gave me your number.
Uh-huh. And that was yesterday, right?
Yesterday.
About 3:30.
3:30. Have you had any other calls?
No, not yet. How was the weather?
Very clear. It was windy, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Okay.
It was just really, really good visibility.
Okay. Did you by any chance have any dreams about this last night?
No.
Anyone else in the family?
No, but I had a dream Thursday night that I dreamed I was talking to my sister on the telephone, and then I told her that we had seen some UFOs, and then on the way up to Santa Barbara, I told my husband and my son that we were going to see some UFOs this weekend. But I quite often have psychic dreams anyway.
I see. Okay.
But the thing that was odd was that we don't know why we left at the time we did, because normally when we go up there, we leave later. We were all having a good time. There wasn't any reason for us to leave at that particular time, but we all seemed to be in a hurry to leave right at that time. And also we were delayed because some table and chairs that we had on our top rack started slipping off in the wind, and so we decided that we would get up. We would stop the camper, and get up and take the equipment down and put it back in the back. Now, if we hadn't done all that and timed it exactly as we did, we wouldn't have seen them.
Have you seen anything like this or any UFOs before?
One other time, my sister and I and our two children were traveling from North Dakota late at night, and we saw what we thought looked like 3 UFOs at the California-Nevada border, but it was at night, and you know how lights play tricks with you, especially if your imagination's working, you know. And we do, you know, some sky watching and everything, and we see lights sometimes that look like they could be, but, you know, nothing definite.
Okay. How long have you been psychically inclined?
All my life, probably.
Okay. Anyone else in the family have that?
Yes, both of my children.
Okay. Well, this is great. We sure appreciate this report. Now, if we
I'm also a school teacher, and I told all my children about it, and most of the teachers on the staff, nearly everyone believed my story. There wasn't anybody that, you know, called me a liar or anything.
The new generation is that way. They're very inclined.
Yeah.
If we can get a investigator in to interview you, would that be permissible?
Yes, and we'd be glad to submit to a lie detector test.
Oh, that's not necessary.
But, whatever. But I would be interested in knowing if anyone else cited them. You know, I would, if you could call me Colette or whatever, if you get any more sightings in that area.
Well, if we get anything else on it, we'll let you know, definitely.
Uh-huh.
Because people really like to have some kind of confirmation on their sightings. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and like I say, if we get anything more on it, well, you'll hear from us.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, hey, I wanted to talk to one of the towers down here. Where are you guys located? You're in California?
No, we're in Washington.
Okay, in Long Beach, California, we talked to one of the tower operators out here.
Oh, yes.
He gave us a number to call. We obviously...
Pardon?
We obviously something tonight.
Oh, okay, let's hear about it.
At about 8:20.
Uh-huh.
8:40, right in that area. It was flying, I'd say probably towards the southwest at about 200 plus.
Uh-huh.
All it had on it was white to orange. It was over the city of La Mirada at about 600 feet. Something white fell off of it. Hard to tell whether it was burning or what it was. The object that fell went for about 75 feet and extinguished. We chased the thing at about 80 miles an hour. It ran off and left us and disappeared over the city of Norwalk, just completely blanked out.
Oh, boy.
And that's not worth much to you, I'm sure. So
Okay.
I thought I'd give you a call.
Now, was this all light?
Yeah, it was, like I say, it was white light. There was no navigation lights on it at all, as far as the red or green type thing. But it was white primarily. We obviously coming towards us, It passed probably about a quarter of a mile to a half mile in front of us. That's where we picked up the estimate of speed. We were in an aircraft at the time. That's where we had the altitude on it.
Okay.
Well, tell me about the other sightings.
Hey, there was, in case somebody doesn't call you, there was just a sighting about, I'd say 20 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago, over Long Beach Airport. Two small white lights leaving a vapor trail, estimated 1,500 feet, traveling eastbound at probably, what did John say, 600, 700? It was, because the sighting was only lasted about 15 seconds.
Okay.
But on that, it, like I said, left vapor trails, and again, just small white light was all the guy saw on it.
Okay.
Very shortly after that, Huntington Beach Police Department called Long Beach Tower and requested whether they had any UFO sightings, because apparently they'd had calls on it.
We were sitting here just talking about it and listening to our VHF, and they begin to talk about it. You know, our guys are sitting around and say, well, hell, I didn't see anything. I ain't going to tell nobody about that. And we just listened to our VHF, and Huntington Beach called the tower and says, hey, you know, have you guys had any sightings of UFOs?
Okay, now which direction were you flying at the time?
Okay, the time we were flying, we were headed northwest.
Uh-huh.
That's the earlier sighting now.
Right.
We were headed northwest, and this thing was coming from the northeast.
Okay.
I'd say probably, I don't know, I couldn't tell you degree-wise, maybe at 80 degrees, I think.
Thing have any defined shape to it?
No, nothing that, and I'm sorry I didn't hit it with the light now, because if it'd been a shape, I would have been able to see it.
Okay.
But we saw the thing coming, thinking it was, you know, an airplane coming into Fullerton Airport, until the thing started to pass us in front of us, and I saw this object fall off of it. Like I said, it was totally white. Like real bright, like magnesium burns.
Yes.
And about that time, I told my partner, I said, hey, turn around, take a look at that. And the thing just ran off and left us. It accelerated and ran off and left us. It maintained a pretty good altitude, about 600. I didn't see anything go down. It didn't go towards Fullerton, but headed towards the city of Norwalk. And right about over the city of Norwalk, it just completely vanished.
Okay.
All the light died on it.
Do you have any estimate on your exact location when you saw that?
Yeah, our exact location would have been just about Leffingwell and Colima.
Okay. How long did you have that under observation?
I would say for no more than maybe about 15 seconds.
Okay. Did that thing deviate from its course at all?
No, it appeared to maintain its course.
Okay. Horizontal?
Horizontal, right.
Okay. How's your sky conditions there tonight?
It's we have an inversion layer at about
1,000 foot.
About 1,000 foot, and it's smoggy, but not that bad tonight.
It's fairly clear.
Yeah, not as bad as LA normally can get.
Okay.
The second sighting was by a person standing on the ground at Long Beach Airport.
Uh-huh.
Two bright lights.
By the way, before our captain goes unglued, is this number toll-free?
Pardon?
Is the number we called, is it a toll-free number?
No, sir.
Oh, we're going to be a world of hurt.
Well, this is a good time for making calls anyway, 60% off.
Oh, there we go.
Could we get your name?
Hey, I'll tell you, we're a police agency out here, and we really hesitate to do it behind our brass.
Uh-huh.
You got to understand that one.
Oh, sure. Okay, is there, what's your phone number down there?
I hesitate to even give you that, too.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you know, we work for a very weird captain. We really do. I really am sorry about that. The guy in Long Beach Tower that's working right now could probably give you about as much as any. He doesn't see the lights that came over.
I see.
But he's the one that gave me your phone number on it.
Okay, great.
Is that, yeah, like I say, I'm sorry to do that. I really am. But, hey, I work for a weird captain. I really do.
Well, could we get back to you at your home phone?
Yeah, there you can do it.
Okay. And if you have to do it in the future, why just call us collect?
Okay, hey, we'll do.
No.
What is this, Air Force?
No, it's a private scientific organization.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, we're working, we cover the entire North American continent.
What's the organization?
Phenomena Research.
Oh, very good. Well, okay, I hope it does some good for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye. We understand you people had some UFO activity over there tonight. Can you give us anything on it?
Well, you sure got a hold of that quick. In fact, our helicopter crew saw one at about 3:15, Shelley? Yeah, about 3:15. Let's see, the pilot said he saw it coming on about a 40 to 60 degree heading, which he said it came from the southwest horizon to the northeast horizon.
Uh-huh.
And he said it was two. They were like in formation, although one was a little ahead of the other. Left kind of a blue glow as it went along, but it wasn't a real long tail. He said it looked like two teardrops more or less because of the way they were moving so fast.
I see.
But he says it covered from the pilot's side of the windshield to the observer side of the windshield, and he said about 5 seconds. He said the speed was just unbelievable, just remarkable.
Did he feel they were fairly low?
No, he thought the altitude was fairly high on it. He says it wasn't quite from horizon to horizon. He described it more as from one end of the windshield to the other, which is pretty close to horizon, though.
Yes.
And he said it was just unbelievably quick.
Okay.
If you hold on a second, let me check out the heliport and see if they've left yet. They went down a while ago. I don't know if they put the bird to bed yet.
Will do.
Okay, hold on. Apparently just left. They don't answer the phone, so they're probably out on the road right now. And he's probably our most senior pilot. He's got the most hours with us.
Okay.
And his observer's name is, and they both made the observation.
And we'd like to hear from him if possible.
Okay, will do. They felt it was fairly important, too. We went ahead and cut a call on it and logged it out so that there would be a record of it also.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. And you?
Oh, pretty good.
We understand you saw something tonight.
How about that, huh?
Okay. Would you like to describe it?
Yeah, it's, we were flying, I'm a cop, and we were flying patrol, and we sighted two similar to falling stars, but they were not falling stars. They were in formation, and they went all the way across our windshield, which is probably about 7/8 of the entire horizon, and that was about it. But it was quite exciting.
Okay, now, as a pilot, do you have any estimate of size of these things?
No, I do not. They were high. They were very high and very fast. Very fast. They covered the horizon. I estimate we watched them for about 4 seconds. And in other words, there are so many reasons why they're not falling stars, because I've been flying too long to, be any kind of thinking about they were falling stars. They were in formation. One was ahead, and the other one was kind of like a wingman off to the right, a little bit, right rear type thing.
Yes.
And both of them were identical in brightness, size, shape, speed, direction. Everything was identical. They were definitely in formation, and they just they were getting it on. I'll tell you.
Did these things just move out of your sight, or did they fade out?
That was kind of strange. To me, they kind of, they went across the sky and then just left. They just disappeared. It wasn't like they just poofed. They just did not continue. They didn't go all the way down on the horizon. They disappeared while they were in the sky.
Uh-huh.
But they, I just contributed that to just getting it so fast. But,
okay. Was that disappearance abrupt?
Yes, it seemed to be abrupt. That's a good word for it.
Okay. And which direction were you looking at the time?
We were almost due north, and we kind of turned their way after it was all over. I figured that somebody might be interested, so we plotted them. They were going on about a 50 degree, somewhere about a 50 degree heading across the sky.
Level flight?
Similar, yeah, level. Yeah, I'd say that they were going same as the horizon.
Okay, and they were what color?
Both of us talked it over, and we both feel that it was a kind of a light blue. It wasn't a flame. It wasn't a white, like a falling star. It was not like a falling star.
They were kind of a light blue, and neither one, for the speed they were going, another reason why they weren't falling stars is because of the speed they were going, they didn't leave a long enough tail. It was a fairly short trail behind them considering their speed, and yet it was a long trail, but not as fast as they were going it. Should have had a longer tail on it, so kind of a light blue. He thinks light blue to gray. To me, it would be a glowing light blue.
Okay. Do you have tinted windows in the copter?
No, the glass that we saw them out of was not tinted.
Clear. Okay.
Clear glass.
Did you have to look up at all to see those?
No. Well, they were slightly up. They were probably on a 10-degree upward from us. They were about 10 degrees up, but no, it wasn't. They went right across in front of us. They were up there. We definitely know that they were real high, but they went across our horizon, right across our windshield.
Okay. Could you make an estimate of size by comparing it with something?
No, I really can't. They were just. I don't have any way to figure out how high they were. They were just. They were high. They were definitely high, but no way to estimate size.
Okay. What was the exact time of that?
I think about 3:15, 03:15.
And you felt that was for how long?
I think we saw him for about 4. He thinks about 4 to 5 seconds. I think about 4 seconds would just about cover it.
And you would rule out the meteor, large meteors?
Oh, definitely, absolutely. I mean, even if it would have been one of them, number one, there's just no way that two meteors are going to fall side by side in formation. Both sides were exactly the same. Both of them were exactly the same appearance. And I've seen so many falling stars. I have over 5,000 hours of flying, and I've seen so many falling stars, and they were not falling stars. They were not bright enough to be a falling star, and they were just identical, and they were definitely, they were in formation, which is just all these years, and I've finally seen something like that.
Now, when they came into your view, was it something that you felt just moved into your view, or did it just suddenly appear there?
I forget what we were doing. I think we were working a call or something, and then just out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, and I pointed him out, and just after then, he spotted him. And we just both watched him, and I kept, at first, falling star, and then I kept waiting for him to fade out like a falling star would, and they just kept going and going and going and going. And then I started realizing they're in formation. There's two of them, and then when they disappeared, we sat there going, we have just seen a UFO.
Okay. And let's see. Is this the first time you've ever seen anything like this?
Yes. I've been at God for 11 and a half years, and I've been flying for about 6.5 of that. And I've never seen anything like it. And the only two explanations could have been that would even been, somebody could even argue with us about would be falling stars, of which they were definitely not. And then another thing might be a jet airplane. Absolutely not. They're too fast to be any kind of jet that we have. And a jet, I don't believe, would have a trail like that.
Did you check with any of the FAA agencies there to see if they had that thing on radar?
I called Long Beach Tower, and they kind of laughed. I think they thought we were kidding them or something. And I talked to them, and I could tell that wasn't going to get anywhere, so I just kind of let them laugh it off. But they were over there sleeping or something. Okay. Now, I asked them if you had anybody reporting any sightings of UFOs, and they snickered and said no, but you're the first. And they were treating it like a joke, so I didn't want to push that.
Right.
So I told them to go back to sleep. But no, that was it. We had another one earlier in the city tonight. We had a call. Some lady saw a UFO, and I asked them if they'd gotten her number, but they evidently didn't take a number or anything else.
Yeah.
And we checked that out. Naturally, we kind of that too.
Yeah, we had a call earlier this evening from a couple pilots flying over the area. I think around 8:45 or something like that. They spotted something up there.
It's exciting, and I'm one of these people that I'm very open-minded to this kind of stuff, and I don't say I believe in them, but I definitely think that a person has to be pretty narrow-minded to believe that we're out here in this big ocean of air and not be the only ones in it. So.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
How are the sky conditions?
Clear.
Okay.
Beautiful night out here. Absolutely clear. No clouds. No haze. Nothing. Absolutely beautiful night. 60 degrees. I mean, it's just beautiful.
Great.
So I'm trying to think of anything else, and no, I can't think of anything. It was real exciting. I'm always glad I finally saw something like that.
Well, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and if you see anything in the future, why, give us a call. Call collect. This line is collect for any police officers who are seeing things and recording.
What do you do with this now? I mean,
well, of course, we'll hope that other witnesses will come through, and then we'll evaluate the information and run it through a data reduction system and catalog that into our data bank and use it for our research programs.
That's interesting. I know one of our units said that he had about 4 people that saw the same thing we did. So, we didn't push that either. So, and I thought somebody said that a couple more of our units had seen them. So you might, I don't know if that would do you any good, but I know we saw them, and everybody was kind of curious, and everybody was kind of chuckling at us at first until I realized that we were serious.
Right.
And both of us discussed this, and we definitely know that they were not anything, but they were, that's the only thing it could be. It was just the conditions, there was no way. That's what they were.
Were you directly over Huntington Beach at the time?
Yes,
okay.
Right about the middle of the city, going almost in the same direction as they were, just a little bit, and they just cut all the way across.
Okay, then would you say they were coming in from the ocean?
They were, I kind of described it at first from, they were coming in from the ocean, about a southwest to a northeast attitude.
Yeah.
And then we kind of went on the heading in between 40 and 60 degrees. And they were flying.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jim.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, have a nice day.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, this Sergeant in Santa Ana Police Department.
Yes, sir.
How many calls have you had tonight?
Quite a few.
They were neat, eh? I was just talking to some of the people down here. I'm in Southern California.
Yes.
Okay, well, I started calling around to some of the different control towers, talked to LAX, their control tower. The controller said he didn't see him, but he had 2 reports on him, one from a pilot. And then I talked to Ontario, and he hadn't heard anything, but the military base, when I was trying to come up with this UFO sighting number, military said March Air Force Base spotted them, and all the police departments in between here and God only knows where. So how far north did you get your calls from?
Well, we got some out of as far north as Marin County.
That's what we heard. We heard about 10 minutes after we saw them, our dispatcher inside was talking to Control 1, which is a centralized base, communications base for all of Orange County, and they said they had gotten reports of a sighting in Santa Clara County, which is just south of Marin County.
Yeah, so whatever it was, it had to be quite high.
Oh, yeah, they were. And boy, were they moving. We saw them only for about, I'd say 4 or 5 seconds, and they were coming out of the southwest going northeast. And that was almost, from the southeast horizon to where we couldn't see them over some buildings. But according to this pilot that reported to LAX, he saw them horizon in about 10 seconds.
Right, we just talked to him.
Oh, did you?
Right.
The pilot?
Right, he's Huntington Beach.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they were flying their helicopter at the time.
Police?
Right.
Oh, is that right? What did he guesstimate on altitude?
Well,
it's so hard to tell.
He wasn't going to make any estimate because he had no way of telling without knowing the size of the thing.
Yeah. Did he report 2 lights?
Right.
One at different altitude?
Right, but he said they held their formation all the way.
If it was a formation, it was hard to tell. We never could distinguish a body or a form, but there were 2 lights, and they were at different altitudes. It was either an awfully big object with light on top and bottom, or there were 2 of them. Whatever. But I've been a police officer for 13 years. I've never seen anything like it. It was neat. I want them to come back.
Can we get your name again?
Yeah. Do I have to?
Oh, no. No,
that's all right. I'm a sergeant with Santa Ana Police Department. but I had, after I called it in, just fooling around with the dispatcher, I said, we got UFOs in the area. About 3 other officers called in and said, yeah, I saw them too. I had 2 officers standing with me at the time, and we watched them. And apparently, talking to the military police down here, they heard on their scanners that the sheriff's office here and several of the other police departments heard it or observed them also. Yeah, and I wouldn't try to guesstimate on altitude either, because there's no way of knowing.
Right.
I'm a private pilot. I fly, and I know there isn't anything made that moves that fast. You know, when I first spotted it, like I said, I thought it was a shooting star because. And I didn't even get it out of my mouth. I realized it was, and then I thought airplane landing lights, you know. But then it was moving so fast that it couldn't have, no way it could have been an airplane. And it's just very unusual.
Well, we sure appreciate your report.
Sure. Did wake you up, or
No.
you on the phone?
No, we've been up a while.
Are you with the government?
No, it's a private scientific organization.
Oh, is that right?
Right.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, the government has given up their study, so we have to go it alone.
And most of it came just from California.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Very good. I want to write this number down. We couldn't find our number, so what do I list it as besides UFO sighting?
Just UFO Reporting Center.
Reporting Center.
Right.
Okay. Very good.
And
are you in Seattle?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And any police personnel seeing things can call collect if they have no other means there.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Very good. Okay, nice. How's the weather up there?
A little cloudy.
Is it?
Yeah, but otherwise very mild.
Well, that's not good. We need rain. Do you guys need rain?
Boy, we need it in eastern Washington. They're ready to blow away over there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, of course, California, they're rationing water in our northern part of our state.
Yeah. It looked pretty bad for us here for a while, but it's been raining off and on for about 3 weeks now.
Well, that's good. Very good. Okay, nice talking to you.
Right, thanks a lot.
You bet.
Bye.
Hello, call from Huntington Beach Police. Will you accept?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
Understand you saw something tonight.
Yes, it was a little strange.
Okay, we'd like to get your version of it.
Okay. We were, myself and my partner, I believe you already talked to him.
Right.
We're heading northbound along Golden West Street, which is a north-south street in our city. And I believe we're about 800 feet. We're in a helicopter. And we're watching the horizon, and my partner, who was in the left side of the helicopter, called my attention to 2 objects he saw moving across the sky. And I looked at them. They were on the left side of our helicopter bubble at that time. And I looked up and saw 2 objects, kind of a light bluish in color, a bluish glow to them or something. And they were heading all from a southwesterly to northeasterly direction, and very high rate of speed. And we had them in visual for about around 5 seconds. They were both exactly identical in size and shape, like a teardrop with a tail on it, and both one was flying just a little bit to the left, I believe, and ahead of the other, and they looked like they were in formation, flying across, and it was very odd. It was the first time I've ever seen anything like that.
Okay, now did you see the objects as they disappeared from your view? Did these things just disappear abruptly, or did they just go out of sight in the distance?
Well, they it appeared that, I'm trying to think, when they got to my right, the bubble of the helicopter comes down and obscured my vision. And so after about, I'd say 4 to 5 seconds, when they got to the right part where my vision is obscured by a part of the frame of the bubble, then I couldn't see him anymore. So in that sense of the word, it was abruptly. I didn't see him after that.
Okay, would you say these things were quite high?
Yeah, I'd say they were quite high. We couldn't make out any form to them at all. You can make out form, of a plane even at night, in normal altitudes or normal approach altitudes. But these were quite high.
Okay, now in your opinion, how long did you watch those?
I'd say between between 4 and 6 seconds. It's, hard to say exactly, but it was between 4 and 6 seconds. They traversed the whole, our whole vision from inside of our bubble there in the helicopter, from left to right.
Okay, were they leaving a trail that you could see?
Yeah, the trail was all like it was attached. It was like a tail more than a trail.
Okay.
And that was what was odd about them, because they were identical. They're the same distance. Each was exactly the same.
Okay, in your opinion, were they flying a horizontal flight path?
Oh, yeah, the attitude was definitely horizontal.
Okay.
Definitely parallel to the ground.
Okay. I forgot to ask his telephone number. Do you have that handy?
I don't have it handy.
Okay.
I'm sure you can probably call back and get it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, I think we have all the information we need. We've had quite a few calls from the Southern California area on this.
Tonight?
Right.
That's really, really odd. It was real strange. We had just investigated one earlier. We had just lifted off from the pad, and I guess it was about 9:30 or thereabouts, 9 o'clock, and we got a radio call to respond to the area, Heil and Edwards in our city, and check for one. And we thought at that time there was a lot of air traffic up. LA still, and Long Beach is still busy with all their people coming in, and there was a lot of air traffic up. And we thought, well, she just saw lights or something. So we flew over there, looked around, didn't see anything but a bunch of airplanes in the sky, and just forgot about it until about 3:15.
Yeah. Okay, well, we sure appreciate your calling, and this number is for police personnel is open for collect calls.
Okay.
And otherwise, for the general public, it's just straight dial direct.
Yeah.
But if we get anything regarding the identification of these things, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, my name is from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
I'm got the number here for UFO Reporting Center, right?
Right.
Do you guys have enough calls tonight?
Then we had our share from your area.
Oh, okay, then I won't bother you with this.
Did you see something yourself?
No, not myself. I just reported from our aircraft.
Oh. Uh-huh. Do you have any names or involved witnesses?
Believe it or not. Tomorrow. But I didn't get his first name.
Okay, did he have a telephone number?
He's in our Aero Bureau. Yeah, what's Aero Bureau's phone number? Anyway, you want to copy this stuff down?
Yes.
Okay, at 0325, spotted what appeared to be white lights. Direction of travel is west to east. 1,500 feet. 500 to 600 miles per hour. Appeared to be a magnesium ball. He said, and it trailed off a particle that dropped about 70 to 75 feet before burning out.
Okay.
And he's a pilot or an observer, I don't know which, I didn't ask him, from our Aero Bureau that's based at Long Beach Airport.
I see.
Okay, and then he also had another sighting last night, 20-45 hours. That would be on the 21st.
Okay.
It was 200 miles per hour and accelerating from northeast to southwest and disappeared on the horizon. That was about 200 feet. He was in a chopper at that time.
I see. Okay. And who's calling again?
This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
County Sheriff, okay. Well, we sure appreciate this information.
Okay, did you get that phone number?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
Hello, Bureau Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Right.
We talked to your communications center earlier this morning, and they said that a couple of your pilots had been up and seen the two objects that went over California.
Yeah, that's correct.
And we're trying to get the parties' names and home telephone numbers now. He said that one had the last name of...
That's right. You want to hold on for a second? He's here.
Sure.
All right.
Good morning. This is UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Yes.
I wonder if we could get a description of the objects you saw this morning.
Yeah, hey, are you the man were you on duty about 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, I'm the one that called you.
Oh, I see.
So you can put my name on it now. I couldn't do it.
Okay, that's quite an overlap there.
Well, yeah, it was.
like I said, I was hesitant this morning till the rest of this thing went down, and then it became official as far as we were concerned.
Yeah.
And my captain really is hinky. Yeah, hey, okay. You had the two we had this morning, right?
Right. Okay, what was your first name?
Theodore.
Theodore, okay.
And deputy sheriff of the county of Los Angeles and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, and I gave you the time this morning was about 20:45, 20:50, right in there.
Right. Okay.
Could we get about the object that fell from it?
Right. Uh-huh.
Now, did somebody from our department again further called you then, I assume?
Yeah, the communications center got a hold of us. Yeah.
Sergeant Rupp.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, he advised you we had another sighting at one of our Firestone Park units sighted it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently, as we tied that down time-wise, he said it was 0320. My partner and I had the one at 9:45. We had the other pilot I told you about out of here sighted it somewhere around 3:30, 3:25, somewhere in there.
Uh-huh.
We were vague on the time, so we didn't really look at it at the time.
Right. Okay.
So it was probably the same sighting, just coming further this way.
Okay.
The Firestone unit had the same two lights, with the exception the rear one was trailing to the right. Like half of a V-type formation.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Did he also tell you that they had a shape to it?
No.
Yeah, it was ball-shaped.
Just a regular ball. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Do you guys really get many sightings like this?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Not so much objects that are seen over such a wide area. Most of this stuff is really confined,
Yeah.
But something like this, seen over a wide area, we don't get anything too often.
I understand from our communications sergeant that it was seen, from Sacramento on down on the Civil Defense Loop.
Uh-huh. Well, then it had to be a couple high flyers.
Huh. Like I say, with the exception of that one that came down through my partner and I, that thing we were looking at it at 600.
Yeah.
It was weird. How about objects with blue flashing lights on? Do you run across that very often?
Yes.
All right, we've had numerous reports in the industry area in the past. In fact, we had one, I couldn't give you a date or time on it, but it was a few months ago on Long Beach, not Long Beach, but L.A. policeman and his son came into the station and gave a location and said, hey, this thing's coming down out there and it's got flashing blue lights on it. So they got a hold of our helicopter over the radio and asked where they were, and, they were quite a ways from it. And they told him what they had. And this guy from LAPD says, hey, I had to come in and tell you. I knew I couldn't call. You wouldn't believe me. But I didn't know blue flashing lights were predominant in these things.
Yeah, and then there's a combination of the colors, red, blue, green, white. It all fits a pattern, but there's a wide variety.
Huh. I imagine getting all the calls, you guys can almost put one pattern-wise all the way across.
Yeah, well, we like the one early this morning, why we'll just plot the course of this thing and see if we can't come up with something.
Yeah, beautiful.
So,
well, you guys private organization or government financing?
No, it's private, self-funded. No, we can't get any government financing. They're out of the business completely.
I always figured they said they were. Who am I talking to, by the way?
Robert Gribble.
Robert, hold on. Let me get a pencil here, would you?
Sure.
Okay, listen, if we see anything else, we'll give you a call then.
And you've got our number, right?
Right.
Okay, and remember, any police officers reporting sightings can call collect.
Beautiful.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you much.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, this is Kent Pierce calling from KCRA Television in Sacramento, California.
Yes, sir.
Where are you located?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle.
Right.
I didn't know what 206 was. I got your number from the FAA tower here at Stockton Field.
Yes.
In Central California. We had a reported sighting at 5:30 this morning. Did you receive a report of that?
5:30?
5:30 this morning, Pacific time. 6 San Joaquin County deputies, sheriff's deputies, at 3 different locations, each in teams of 2, indicated that they had seen a hovering light form, and it was moving from west to east at high speed. It hovered, then it moved. And 2 other deputies indicated that it was from 50 to 100 feet long with a black border around it, climbing at about a 25-degree incline until it disappeared from sight, and that was firmed up by 1 other pair of deputies. We've had 3 different deputies, 3 teams of deputies, all of whom reported sighting this thing at 5:30 this morning right here in Central California.
It'll be Darn, no, we hadn't heard a thing about
San
it.
Joaquin County is about 80 miles east of San Francisco,
Right.
and 50 miles south of Sacramento. So, and the feedback that we've gotten from this, apparently, I've checked with the FAA. They don't acknowledge that any such report was made to them, either the FAA main office here in Stockton or the tower. And they gave me your number, and that's why I'm reporting to you. Do you have a number for the National Air Raid Warning and Alert Service or system in Sacramento?
No, sir, I don't.
They have a hotline directly to that office, and all they do is pick it up, and it rings at the other end.
I see.
And they reported it through that system. And I have not checked with Sacramento Information yet to see if they have a listing for that phone. What I'm trying to do is trace this down, and because this is news. It was a sighting by 3 different teams of deputies in 3 different locations throughout this county. And the inference was that it was seen in other counties as well. Is this the first you've heard of it?
Well, in that particular area, with your time factor, yes, but we were flooded with calls by 2 large objects over the greater Los Angeles and Orange County area about 3:30. I don't know whether there's any tie in there or not, but yours is the first
in
one.
the LA Basin?
Right. And all of those were reported by police personnel also.
LA Basin, 3:30 p.m.
Right.
And it was pretty widespread throughout that area?
Right.
Huh. And then they picked it up here at 5:30. Fascinating, isn't
And down there it was 2 glowing objects moving southwest to northeast at a high rate of speed on a level flight trajectory.
Southwest and northeast until they, disappeared over the horizon?
Right.
Southwest and northeast at high speed?
Right.
Until they disappeared. Yeah, it's fascinating. Of course, you probably get almost daily reports of this kind of stuff.
Oh, yes.
What do you think it is?
Well, it's really too hard to tell. We're trying to evaluate the information right now as far as the Southern California event is concerned.
Yeah, well, my name is Kent Pierce. I'm with KCRA-TV Channel 3. We're the NBC affiliate here in Sacramento and Stockton area. I work out of the Stockton office, and I just happened to come across this quite accidentally. I make the morning rounds, as it were, by phone with all the law enforcement agencies, and wasn't much going on last night in the county except this one thing that seemed to capture everybody's attention. The fact that 3 different teams at 3 different locations all cited the same thing. Well, you know, different versions of the same thing at about the same time. And they all went ahead and reported, wrote it on their summary reports for their shift. And if you need any more information, you can talk to Lieutenant at the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department in Stockton. And I don't think he has any more information than what I've been able to give you, but if you can think of something you need to ask him. The 6 deputies, the 3 different teams, were graveyard. They are now all home in bed. They work the graveyard. So, unfortunately, I can't get to them. I'd like to have their eyewitness accounts of this thing. But now you know as much about it as we do down here. I was hoping you could shed some new light, but this is the first report you've had of it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure sorry I can't give you more information.
Yeah. Now, that's the time window, though. It's 5:30 a.m., and they all correspond on that same thing. One even went so far as to describe it as 50 to 100 feet long with a blackboard or whatever the hell that means. And so, as I say, to whom am I speaking?
Robert Gribble.
Mr. Gribble? All right, and I assume that your attentions are tuned nightly to all kinds of these things.
Yes, they are.
Do you ever get any daylight sightings?
Very few.
Very few.
I'd say that 1/10 of 1% almost.
Yeah. What is this, aurora activity or something, or have you been able to determine?
Are you speaking of last night's events?
No,
or
not
in
just
general?
last night, but I mean in general. What do most of these amount to?
Well, we have a good percentage of high-altitude lights, and that's all they report is just plain lights. And then we have...
kind of natural phenomenon?
It could be, yes. Some fall into the natural phenomenon, yet some fall into the UFO category.
Unexplainable.
Right, they have the same motions and flight characteristics and so forth as the objects that are actually described as vehicles. But, of course, our top priority cases are those where the objects make very close approaches to the witnesses, and they can actually describe a vehicle. They can see the superstructure. And that's what we're really interested in.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy. Yeah, what is your organization? This is not the old Air Force thing. They've abandoned that, haven't they?
They have abandoned their study. There is no federal agency on UFO investigation anymore.
I see. What is it, privately funded?
Right.
I see. And what do you call yourselves?
It's Phenomena Research.
Phenomena Research.
Right.
Phenomena Research. And that's a privately funded organization based in Seattle.
Right.
Okay. Well, Mr. Gribble, thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more information. I'm sorry you couldn't give me more information.
Well, if we come up with anything new, we'll let you know.
Yeah, all right. If you feel like it and you do come up with anything, why don't run your phone bill out. Call us collect. You can call me here at, I'll tell you what, why don't you call the home station, which is in Sacramento. I run the San Joaquin Valley Bureau out of Stockton. So that's a direct line to our newsroom. And as I say, we're the NBC affiliate for the Sacramento-Stockton market. And we're interested in this. If you come up with anything on this, give us a collect call. I'd appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you, Mr. Gribble.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yes, I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington. We understand you had some activity in the sky down there early this morning. I wonder if you could give us any information.
This is Death Sergeant. Can I help you?
Yes, sir. I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if you could give us any information on the UFO reports in your area. They're early this morning.
Okay. It just so happens that I have one of the officers sitting right in here that observed it. I'll let him talk to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Just a second. Okay, how do I get to my phone? Hello, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I understand I understand you saw something in the sky this morning.
Yes.
I wonder if we could get a description of that.
Well, approximately all we could see that we really could tell of it were that it was two distinct lights.
Uh-huh.
Appeared to be two different objects. And all we could actually see on it would be like a giant light bulb in the sky. That's what it looked like. Now, we could see no body, no form to the object itself.
And there were two of those?
Yes.
Okay. About what time did you spot those?
This would be about 5:15.
5:15, okay.
And we had them in sight for probably 10 minutes at the most.
Okay, now which direction were you looking at the time?
Okay, we were looking in a westerly direction.
West, okay. And which direction were they traveling?
East, southeast.
East, southeast, okay. How were the sky conditions there at the time?
Clear, it was dusk or dawn. The sun was just coming up, and that's when we lost contact with them. Visible contact is when they disappeared into the sunlight.
Okay, now did these actually come out of the northwest sky or western sky?
Well, we were actually parked for a few minutes, and we were looking in a westerly direction. And these two objects, they appeared to be morning stars. They were so low to the horizon and so bright that I was looking at them earlier, and that's just what I assumed them to be. And suddenly they started moving, and they possibly could have been moving all the time, but at one point we were able to see distinct movement. One object moved up closer to the other object, and then they both started accelerating in speed, moving in an easterly direction.
Okay, now were they leaving a trail of any kind?
No, as I said, all we could see were lights, no vapor trails or anything.
Okay.
In the west sky, it was still very dark.
Uh-huh. Okay, now did they follow a straight flight path, or did they deviate from their flight path?
No, I'd say they were deviating. It looked like they were rising in height and coming down. And at one point, two objects were fairly close together, and the light appeared to go out on one object, and we still maintained visual contact with the second object, but the first object just disappeared for approximately, maybe 30 seconds even. And then it came back into view again, as though it had turned in another direction and the light wasn't shining our way anymore.
I see. Okay. Can you compare the size of those with anything? Say like an article held at arm's length, a small article.
Well, all I can really say is that when we saw them, they appeared like they'd be the size of the planet. From the distance they were.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you say that those were a considerable distance away?
What is that? At the time we saw them?
Right.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And did you actually watch them until they disappeared in the distance?
Okay. The sergeant just informed me there's also another officer available who saw the objects last night, too, who could speak to you if you would be interested in that.
Oh, very much so, yes.
Okay. And what was your question again?
Did you watch the objects until they actually disappeared?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did you notice any unusual aircraft activity in that area?
None at all. There was nothing else in the sky moving at the time.
Okay.
And in a minute, I'm going to try and transfer you to these other officers on another line. So if we get cut off, you can get back to us at this number.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
No, I haven't.
Were you alone at the time?
No, I wasn't. I was with another deputy.
Okay, that'll be two witnesses then.
Yes.
Okay, I think I got just about all I need.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'll find out where I'll be transferring.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Which number was that? Okay.
Hang on here, I'll transfer him over here. Okay, I'm going to try to transfer you now. And
okay.
You're talking to Deputy, Court Deputy.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
We understand you saw an object in the sky this morning.
Yeah, I don't know if I reported again, but we did see one.
Okay, I wonder if I could get a description. This is the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Okay. My partner, we heard somebody over one of the other officers that was on here say they saw some lights in the horizon. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, shortly after. My partner looked over and said he saw two lights. Just above the thickness of the horizon. I didn't see these two lights. When I looked over there, I didn't see anything. We pulled out a pair of binoculars and looked over there, and it looked like the remains of a vapor trail. Just visible, really. I can't give you. All we saw were short remains of what looked like a vapor trail.
I see.
Okay. Then we kind of kept watching this thing, and we noticed that the vapor trail was it was actually growing to a certain extent, or getting longer, like some type of plane or something was flying, and then it was kind of hard to explain. But what we observed then was this, what was remains of a vapor trail, which either this whatever it was hovering, or it was coming at us, so the vapor trail didn't appear to get any longer.
Yes.
All of a sudden, then, this vapor trail started to get longer, like the plane was going almost straight up in the air. Straight up.
Right.
All of a sudden, it kind of turned and went parallel to the horizon in kind of more or less a 45-degree angle with a straight vapor trail that was black in color. And we could see when we put the glasses on this thing as it was moving up, we could see some type of object. You know, obviously either a plane with a vapor trail or whatever it was. We saw it take off. Now, we had other jets in the area that we could see, and it didn't seem to be the same type of vapor trail or anything on that order.
Yes.
Now, my partner saw the lights. I don't know if I'm giving you a very good description. Actually, what we saw was not an object itself. It was more or less the remains or what the object was doing. It looked to me to be more like a rocket than it did to be an airplane type thing. It kind of reminded me of when when they fired off the moonshots and they showed the picture from a long distance away.
Yes.
And it would go straight up and then it kind of angle and head off, and instead of going straight, it'd go straight up for a while, then it kind of angled off and go out of sight. And I had practically the same exact impression on this thing. It didn't seem to be more. It seemed to be more like a rocket taking off than it did to be a jet airplane.
Okay, which direction were you looking at the time?
Okay, let me get my bearings. See, we're in the town of Vernalis, and we were looking almost east and a little bit south.
Okay, in which direction was this vapor trail moving?
Okay, when we first saw it, of course, it was almost stationary. Then the vapor trail went south and, of course, up. But almost directly south.
Okay.
And as near as we could, I couldn't give you an idea. It moved steady across the horizon. Now, this is the thing that kind of throws me off being a jet airplane of some kind, was that usually when the impression I had, it was an awfully long ways away.
Yes.
In a plane, and my own feeling would, when you see these things from that kind of distance, you see the vapor trail, but the plane is moving fairly slow, it appears. But this thing went straight up, or as it was moving away, it was just a steady movement, and almost like it was a lot closer than it was, if you're getting what I say.
Right.
It seemed to me that it was going at an awfully fast rate of speed if it was a jet airplane. It's kind of a rough thing to describe over the phone.
Okay, about how long did you watch that?
Well, we watched this what we saw was the remains of the vapor trail. We watched for somewhere 3 to 5 or 6 minutes. And we just thought, like we said, it was just the remains, and we just kind of kept watching it out of curiosity. Then all of a sudden is when the vapor trail actually started to grow larger, indicating that whatever was making the trail, it was still there. And then it just went almost due south, and we lost sight of it.
Okay, and that was about, you figure, around 5 o'clock?
Right, shortly after 5 a.m.
Okay.
Together that saw something. And I'm sure that 4 of us saw the same thing, and then I don't know what the other 2 people saw. They saw it much earlier.
Okay. Now, we find this real interesting because we had a rash of reports out of the Los Angeles and Orange County area around 3:30. And then there was another very large object which was seen going southwest and northeast up around Calusa about 3:30.
Well, I'll tell you the thing that got us and why we made it out. It was obviously, I'm used to seeing jet aircraft and vapor trails, and they don't strike my fancy at all. The thing that caught us was the fact that it was either that vapor trail that we were looking at was stationary.
Yes.
And all of a sudden it went almost straight up and then headed south at about a 45-degree angle up and out of our sight. And it was peculiar to any type of jet aircraft I've ever seen. And now I don't know if that's another indication. I've never seen a black vapor trail either. Now, I don't know if that was due that we just saw the sun rise and that it was the sun was hitting a funny give it a funny light or something. Do you want to talk to my partner now? He's here if you want to talk to him. He's the one he also saw it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. He saw the lights that I didn't see.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir. This UFO Reporting Center in Washington. We'd like to get a description of what you saw in the sky this morning.
Okay. I seen 2 lights. One was a little bit higher than the other one. They're kind of 45-degree angle. I only seen it for about a second and a half, and that's after I heard a report of lights in the east. Okay. When I looked over, I seen the 2 lights. They blipped off. Now, it was just about 5:30, just before sunrise. I got out my binoculars, and I looked in that direction, and I seen looked like it was almost straight up and down, dark brown or almost a black, what might have been a vapor trail.
Yes.
Okay, it remained in that position off the horizon for approximately 3 or 4 minutes. And I got out of the patrol car, took a look at it. I remembered about where it was at. I could barely see it with the naked eye. So I reached in and got the binoculars. As I was coming back out, I could still see it. And it was moving closer
to the west towards us. And this time it looked like one of these small airplanes towing one of these little flag signs behind them.
The advertising
what it
banner?
looked like.
Uh-huh.
But with the binoculars, it looked like a black vapor trail that wasn't moving. I mean, the object wasn't moving at all.
Yes.
It moved up off the horizon, up, I'd say maybe 30 degrees, and it just remained in that one position at a 45-degree angle. I couldn't see anything at the head of it at the beginning of what looked like a vapor trail. It was still black. We watched it for approximately 5 minutes, and after that, the vapor trail started turning into what looked like a cloud, sort of a bluish green-colored cloud that remained until the sun came up, and it just started fading away, and we could barely see it until the time we came in.
Okay. About how long would you say the entire duration of that sighting took?
Well, you mean up until the clouds dissipated?
Right.
Oh, let's say we got the call maybe about 5:15, about 5:15 we seen it, and at 6, about 10 after 6 we started heading in.
Okay.
And the cloud was almost gone by then. We could still see it, but it looked more like a cloud, a regular cloud, than anything else at the end of it.
Right, okay. Was there quite a bit of radio chatter on this stuff that was seen in the sky?
That we did?
Well, I mean, throughout the area, yes. Were there a lot of other cars that were observing these things?
Yeah, we had 6 officers that actually seen the lights. Now, the other cars did not see the vapor trail or what we seen.
Uh-huh.
It was all in the same direction, but they didn't see the vapor formation that we could see. I don't know if it was their position or not. We were the south part of the county, and they were either the middle of the county or further north.
Yes. Okay, well, we sure appreciate your talking to us.
All right.
And if we get any information on this, we'll get back to you people and let you know about it.
Well, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I'll figure out what it was.
Right.
Okay.
Bye.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Colusa County Sheriff's Office in Colusa,
Yes,
California. And where am I calling?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington.
Yes.
Okay, we've got a reporting of a UFO. You want it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, approximately 3:23 a.m. this morning, we're out watching their goats because they've had a lot of thefts.
Uh-huh.
And they're kind of staking the place out, and they called in what they believe very seriously to be believed to be a UFO. And it's described as it was about a quarter of a mile high in the air, and it was headed northeast.
And this was one object?
And one object, and they said it was traveling approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
Uh-huh.
And they only seen it for about 3 seconds. And it was oblong with a bright white light, and then as it passed over him, it faded to a light blue. And then as it went by, it was just a couple of seconds, and as it went by, it appeared as if a real bright blue light behind a bunch of little windows.
Okay.
And it didn't make a sound. No sound at all.
What time did that occur again?
Okay, approximately 3:23 this morning.
3:23, okay.
It was approximately 35, 40 feet across.
Okay. Did you have their telephone number?
Yeah. Okay, I told them that I would, that you guys would probably be calling them.
Uh-huh.
And so they said that's fine, and they were out guarding their goats.
Okay, well, we sure appreciate this.
Okay. Will you be calling them back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
We understand you saw something in the sky early this morning.
Yes, we did. Me and my husband both when we were out here in the country about 3:23 this morning.
Okay, I wonder if we could get a description right from the beginning.
Well, let my husband tell you, because he's the one that spotted it first.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir. This is UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could get a description of exactly what you saw this morning.
All right. My wife and I was sitting out. We've had trouble with guys stealing goats.
Yes.
So we're sitting out there watching to try and catch them.
and my boy runs one shift, we run another. Well, anyhow, I looked up, and I was looking toward the goat pens, and I noticed kind of almost a white light coming towards me going northeast, traveling.
Yes.
And it was traveling fast, real fast. And so I told my wife, look, you know. And so she looked up there, and she seen it quite a ways, too. She could see it. And then when it got up about even with us, it didn't turn or anything, and it was about, I'd say, between a quarter and a half a mile away. And when it got up even with us, then there was a light blue light. And you could see the form of the thing. It was kind of oval. Well, it's hard to explain. It was even shape, but it was thicker in the center than it was on the outside.
Yes.
And it looked like little blue windows, little blue lights shining through windows about the center of it. And not a sound.
Okay, now you could actually see the fuselage of an object itself?
I could see the black outline of it, yeah. I don't know if my wife could.
Uh-huh.
She could see the lights and all, but she couldn't see the outline of the object, you know, itself.
Okay.
I could see the outline of it.
Okay, now would you say it was thicker in the center than at the ends?
Yes.
Well, would this be some form of a disc shape?
It looked like it could have been two plates together, more or less, to explain it over the phone.
Okay, and tapering on the ends.
Right.
Okay, did these little blue lights, were they around the circumference of the object?
They were right around the middle, as near as I could tell, about the center of it.
Uh-huh. And they went all the way around that you could see?
When it got up sideways, they looked clear across it. I could see it looked like little windows with a blue light in behind it.
Okay. Now, which direction were you looking when you first saw that light?
I was looking, let's see, it was going northeast. I was looking south.
Due south.
Right.
And this thing was coming up from the southwest then?
Yes, it came from the south and going north.
Okay.
Northeast, I should say.
Okay. Now, did it come close to coming actually overhead?
No, it was to the side of me, about a quarter of a mile.
And that would still be to the south of you or to the southeast of you?
It would be southeast, yeah.
Okay.
There was a little Piper Cub came over about, say an hour earlier or an hour later, was it? Later.
It was earlier.
Was it earlier? Yeah. There was a little Piper Cub come over earlier, and I could see the lights blinking on it, and I could identify it easy, and that thing was closer. It was closer than the plane was.
Uh-huh.
So it was fairly close.
Okay, now, as it passed over your area, did you notice any change of speed?
No, it was just traveling enormously fast.
And did you watch this until it went out of sight in the distance?
I tried to watch it, but after it, there was some trees in the way, and when it got behind those trees, then I turned and looked, and I never could see it again.
Okay.
It was moving awful fast.
Do you have any estimate of altitude?
Yes. I can guess pretty good on speeds and altitude and stuff like that.
Okay, how high would you say it was off the ground?
I would say it was probably a little over a quarter of a mile, but not a half a mile.
Okay. Now, how about distance from you?
Distance from me, it was about a half a mile.
Okay. Any estimate of size? Can you compare it with anything?
Well, with airplane and comparing it and an airplane, it looked to be about twice the size of a Piper Cub.
Okay.
Or maybe a little larger than that.
Okay, now you didn't see any other lights on it other than the blue?
When it faced us coming to us, the light was almost white.
Okay.
Then when it got up even with us, it was blue.
Okay, all blue. In other words, was this object, other than those blue lights, was the object surrounded by any kind of a halo of light?
No. No other lights on it except the blue lights when it turned sideways with me.
Then all you could see was that dark hulk?
That's all. Just the dark outline of it and then the blue lights around it.
Okay.
About the center.
And did you hear a sound?
No sound.
Okay, did this have any effect on your farm animals?
I couldn't see the farm animals. From where I was just watching the area.
Okay,
I didn't get close enough, and it was at 3:23 this morning.
Right.
And it was dark, so we're just watching for somebody to drive in and try to steal the goats, see?
Yes.
They've stolen them twice already, and so we just sit back and watch for lights. So we're back. I was probably pretty near as far from the goats as I was the object that went over.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But it definitely was something like that because it didn't make any sound and it was traveling. I've been where jets went over at sound barrier, breaking the sound barrier, and it was traveling almost twice that fast. It was going enormously fast.
Okay, how were the sky conditions?
Clear.
Clear at the time?
Clear, no fog, no clouds, no nothing. Stars were shining all over.
Okay, when you first saw that light and it was heading northeast, did it maintain a straight course?
Yes.
Okay.
It didn't vary at all. It looked like it just as straight as a shot.
Did it appear to you as though it was traveling in a horizontal flight path?
You mean up or down?
Level.
It was going level, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. And did anything else occur after this went out of sight? Did anything strange occur in the area?
No, I kept looking and everything, and I had my window down in the truck. I wasn't looking through a window or anything. I was looking right out at it. And I didn't hear or see anything after that.
Okay. Did this light, as it was approaching you, appear to light up the sky or light up the
No, it didn't. It didn't shine like a beam or anything like that. It was just like a white light. But it didn't throw any light out from it.
Okay. Sounded about 3:23.
Yes. It was that time, not about.
Exactly. Okay.
Yes. And we'll be out there again in the morning. If it comes by, I'll see it again. We're going to be out there every night because we're trying to catch these guys. They've got away with about $1,000 worth of goats in a month. I'd just like to know if anybody else seen it, but my wife and I both seen it. We know for sure that it went by there.
Okay, now when, as this was coming in from the southwest, would you say that it was coming in possibly from the ocean area?
Well, as fast as it was going, I would say it had to because, you see, we're not so far from the ocean here, and as fast as it was going, I don't think it could turn in that distance.
Right.
Unless it stopped or unless it was stopped and just took off and could gain that much speed.
Uh-huh.
But it definitely came from that way.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you again.
All righty.
Good night.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
One cow, yeah. Well, one steer. Left eye been removed and the whole rectum. Perfect cut. I don't, I'm not an expert on that stuff or anything, but I've never seen nothing like it before.
That's fantastic. Is that too far away from Everett?
Oh, just a couple miles.
Darn. Did the farmer feel it was fresh?
Does he feel it's fresh?
Yeah, I mean, it happened not too long ago.
Yeah, within the last 24 hours. Apparently they saw it in the field yesterday and last night. And then they noticed it at noon today, laying down there.
That'll be good.
But I took two sheriff's deputies out there, and the guy that runs civil defense here. They run a what do you call it? Radiation level test. Mm-hmm. That proved negative on it. But it was dark and cold, and they didn't take too big of an area, so.
Oh.
Anyhow, you want to come up and go look at it, or?
Yeah, did you get a chance to talk to Jacob?
I didn't know. I was too damn busy down there today. I couldn't talk to anybody. But I don't have his number anymore or anything.
Yeah. Because I called him, and he's pretty anxious to get up there and see it.
Okay, well, we're going out there at 11 o'clock tomorrow. See, you guys can get up here, but sometime before that, why?
Going to leave from your place at 11, or have to be out there by 11?
Well, I'll leave here probably about 10:30.
Okay.
I don't know what all Jake wants done. There was no way to, by the time we got out there had already been the deputies and the guys in civil defense had walked around the area, you know, so it was kind of grassy and a little muddy.
Yeah.
And there was 1,000 hoof footprints that I could see there, and I don't imagine they disturbed too much around there, but the guy is not going to tell anybody about it, and he's only going to let us in tomorrow, so.
Great. Well, I'll, let's see. I'll get a hold of Jacob the first thing in the morning, and see if we can't get together and get up there.
Okay, real good. I'll be looking for you. Yeah, my opinion, I mean, I'm just looking at the thing. My first thought was, you know, after that article came out and everything, somebody was just going out and messing around.
Yeah.
But, Jesus Christ, that hole is a perfect 5-inch diameter, and it's just cut beautifully. You can't believe it.
Follows the old pattern.
Yeah, it's that only got me excited, you know, because all the reports I read and everything, I never did expect to see one.
Right.
And then we've had Sasquatch report out there, too.
Uh-huh.
Same area, so I don't know.
How long ago was that?
Oh, let's see, we had 2 of them. One was from a couple of kids in Lake Stevens, just on the other side of the lake, and another was from a guy in Lake Cassidy, which is only, you know, a couple miles away.
Right.
Gals reported footprints, and the deputies that went out and investigated couldn't find the girls again. I don't know how they lost them or their names or whatever, but I couldn't get any further information there. And then this guy over on Lake Cassidy said he saw what appeared to be about a 9-foot tall hairy thing standing outside along his house out there. And he's been, haven't been able to get a hold of him either, so I don't know what his story is. We've got the deputies working on it, you know, see if they can come up with something for me and get to talk to the guy, but that's as far as we've got.
Great. Well, I'll get a hold of Jacob as early as I can. I know darn well he wants to go up, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told the guy I'd appreciate it if he just left the thing there. And, you know, didn't do anything with it till we got out there and looked it all over. And the guy's pretty agreeable, so we ought to be able to do whatever we want.
Great.
He's thinking about calling a vet, but I think he was kind of worried about the money, so I don't know what he's going to do there.
Yeah.
So I talked to Hamlin down there at Civil Defense, and he says he thinks he can get the assistant coroner to go out with us and just give us a preliminary check of it, which would be better than nothing, I guess.
Great.
You know, guy has got a little experience on incisions and stuff, so.
Okay, now what time are you going to leave your place?
I'll leave here about 10:30.
Okay. Well, I'll get a hold of Jacob, and if I don't get a hold of him, well, I'll probably come up anyway.
Robert Gribble.
Jerry Phillips.
Yes, wet Jerry Phillips.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Terrible way to conduct an investigation, huh?
Oh, Christ.
Middle of the monsoon.
Yeah, we wait for 20 years for something like that to happen, and I'm not even ready with the right clothes.
Well, I'm not either, believe it. That's something. Anyhow, the coroner came out, and he brought Dr. Diamond, which is an outstanding veterinarian here in town, to over the carcass, and they were quite amazed. There's no wound at all inside the eye socket. No visible evidence of what caused the death at all. There's no other marks on the body anywhere besides the rectum and the eye. So how it was killed, they don't know yet. But I asked the veterinary after he got through checking it if he could duplicate it. And he said no way. He said there was no way possible he could duplicate it with his equipment we got. And even under good circumstances, but not out in the goddamn field in the middle of the night, you know.
Right.
And he said it was the cleanest cut he'd ever saw. Also, there's some type of burn around it. What he said was, to him, looked like it was cauterized. But I don't know, you know. So we've got a good pathologist here in town, and Diamond was going to get a hold of Dr. Darling, who's another vet who works strictly on research on animals. And they're going to take part of the incision and blood samples and all that stuff and really do a job on her.
Oh, great.
So we're lucky in that respect. We're getting some real professional opinions and should have some pretty good reports.
Fantastic.
So far everything is going right our way.
Do you think we'll have any problem getting these reports in writing?
No, I don't think so at all.
Okay.
I'll let Dave handle that, and if Dave can't take care of something like that, why, I'll give up. Well, think about Dave, he can handle stuff like that.
Sure great to have the right contacts, isn't it?
Right.
God damn.
You got a line a mile long.
Is that farmer going to keep any other onlookers out of there?
Right. In fact, he wants me to get a hold of the paper, the Herald guys that were out there, and he requests not to have his address or name in it. Just the general location, you know.
Right.
He definitely doesn't want anybody else out there.
Yeah, kind of make it official.
Right. We told him that if anybody did show up and he had any type of problem whatsoever, just call the sheriff's department. We'd get an officer out there and straighten it out.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. I couldn't believe it. I'm still shaking my head over that.
I am too. Every 5 minutes I gotta say, good God, you know.
Now we know what all those farmers have been going through back in the Midwest.
Right. Well, that's what I say. That's the difference about reading about all that stuff and knowing about it, but then going out there and seeing it.
Yeah. Well, I got 25 pictures.
Well, I got about 70 feet of film. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be any good or not. In that kind of weather and everything, you know. But Hamlin, the defense guy, he must have took 25 pictures with his camera.
Oh, beautiful.
And he's got a real sophisticated job there that really gets down and takes some beautiful ones, I guess.
Real close-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
And also the owner's got quite a few. So...
Well, I'm sure glad that he found that when he did and reported it right away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, do you need an car?
Everything just went right down the line, you know. I can't believe it. I would thank Dave for getting all these other people involved, you know.
Yeah.
Especially when he got Hamlin involved in the defense, and then Hamlin got curious, so he made way for the coroner, and the coroner got curious, and he brought the vet, no charge. And they're going to get the pathologist and everything. There'll be no charge, and all free gratis, so...
Yeah, that could be a very, very important case.
Yeah.
In this whole mystery.
Better believe it. Like I say, we're lucky to have all the professional help, even, you know, when it's the first case and everything up here. It's next time now, everybody will know what to do. You know?
Right.
Who to get a hold of.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic.
So that's where it is as of now. same time, and when they got back to town, Diamond was going to get a hold of this Dr. Darling, and they were going to buzz right back out there and do another survey on the thing. And I guess this guy is really supposed to be good, this Darling. And this Batar is the pathologist.
Yeah.
And according to this Diamond, he says he'd rather work on animals than eat, so research, you know.
Good.
So Diamond thought that when he got out there that the guy wouldn't rest until he come up with some answers. So it sounds pretty good.
Great. Fantastic.
And I'll get Dave working on all these reports. He ought to be able to filter out most of them. What he don't, why, go to some other channel.
Great.
But I really got a kick out of Diamond after he got through with that coroner too. I asked him, I said, now that you're all done there, could you duplicate that job? And he said, no way. He said he can't believe an instrument could cut like that. So just separated everything beautifully. No edges, no hairs, no nothing, you know.
Yeah.
He said just like somebody had something that just wrenched in there and took everything out, one clean shot.
Yeah. I suspect lasers.
Well, that's what I do. I asked him if he'd ever read anything or had any contact with any type of laser equipment. He said no, so he couldn't answer me anything on that. But he said there's definitely shows inside that cut a burn all the way around of some type. Just like you would cauterize a wound, you know.
Did they take any blood samples?
Not at that time. They were going back in town and get this other doctor, and then they were going out and gather up everything they needed from it.
Good.
And they're going to try to see if it was tranquilized or anything like that. Like I say, he felt way down in the eye socket, the bone cavity, everything there. He said everything is intact. There's no damage. There's no bullet wound or anything. Nothing went through the eye. He said he couldn't believe it. It was just cut out and just lifted right out. Nothing was torn or anything, you know.
Yeah, there's some very sophisticated somebodies working on these things.
Well, I guess. I don't want to get too far into this business, Christ. I got enough to worry with the UFOs.
You know, it's a mystery all in itself.
Yeah, it is.
It's something that would take a person full time working on it.
Right. Well, I got to go along with Jake. I think probably hear from him again in the near future. Somewhere in the area, I think, you know.
Yeah, the big question now is, did that article trigger any of this?
Well, I've been thinking about that, too. You know, that was my first thought. But I don't know. It's just too smooth. And when I think about people tromping around down there at midnight, you know, doing a job like that in the dark, I can't picture it. I mean, ordinary people.
No, it's...
And I can't picture some guy reading the paper and then saying, oh, well, hell, I'm going to go out and show these guys something, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It definitely can't be that.
Yeah.
But then again, you get that one down in Washougal. You know, why ever?
Yeah, well, there's so many whys, you know, and ifs involved here. It's enough to drive a man out of his mind.
I guess.
Well, it'll give some of those professionals something to think about.
Right. I'd be glad to hear some of their opinions.
They might do some talking around and come up with some more information.
Right. Also, the coroner gave me a good UFO report.
Really?
Right. He said he had called you. He called Payne Field, and they gave him your number. And he called it, and they said it was disconnected. This was February 26th.
This year?
Yeah. So I'll have to call Payne Field to see what the hell number they got out there. Or what number they gave him.
Yeah, they could still have our old number.
Yeah. So was disconnected, so he just dropped it. But then today, he heard that I was with you guys down there in Phenomena Research. He got me off in the corner and gave me the story. But it was February 26th. It was at 220th, and between I-5 and 99. Real good sighting. Triangle. White lights on all 3 points. Red light in the center flashing. He said the thing wasn't probably any bigger than a man. One man would be able to get inside of it if even anybody was operating it. Just floating along, no noise. He got out of the car and everything and listened. Slowly, about 500 feet in the air south, going south. So I thought maybe you could look up around that date, see if you had anything.
Yeah, you want to hang on a minute? I'll grab the card.
Okay.
Okay. No, nothing local, just Montana and Texas.
Okay. Yeah, I told him he was real interested and wanted me to get back to him if you did have any other people on it. So...
Yeah, I'd sure like to know what they're doing, giving out our bad number, or maybe the phone company is goofed again.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I told him, I said, I don't think that number was ever disconnected. I know we changed numbers. But, anyhow, I'm going to call the tower after a while and see what number they do have out there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, we had a deal here about, well, I'd say it was just about a month or so ago that, you see, we had 2 incoming lines. Okay, we dropped one temporarily because we weren't using it, nothing was coming in. And when the phone company dropped it, they forgot to disconnect. In other words, these are drop-over lines.
Right.
Okay, they forgot to disconnect that line from the line 1, which would be line 1 and then drop over to line 2. Well, they forgot to disconnect whatever they're supposed to disconnect. And if I was on line 1 and somebody called in, instead of getting a busy signal, it dropped over to line 2 and then automatic intercept by the operator saying that the thing is disconnected.
Well, that's probably what happened then.
Because I had one other person tell me about that, and I called the phone company, and they said that their whole computer down there had screwed up.
Okay, well, at any rate, I gave him a new card, and I'll call Payne and make sure they've got the new number down there. Okay, I got to get to work here. Gal's softening it a bit waiting for me there.
Thanks a lot, Jerry.
So anything comes up, I'll get back to you.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Bye. Is staying in the same section of the sky?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Now you say that this is round. Do you mean round like a ball or just circular and flat?
Circular and flat.
Okay. Can you actually see an object, or are you just seeing lights?
No, I can see the object. Now it's going in distance, but now it's going farther away.
Okay. Now, was this directly overhead?
Yeah, this is directly right over my head in my house. Not now, but it's not now. It was, but when I saw it was.
Okay, did it appear to be just circling directly overhead at all times?
Yeah, right.
Okay, now, getting back to the object itself, about how big would you say it was? Can you compare it with anything?
Oh, well, about the size of a van or a truck, wide.
Okay, and what color were the lights again?
It's a red light and it's on a white light.
Just one red light and one white light?
Yeah, flashing off and on.
Okay. Could you actually see the surface of this object?
Well, I didn't see the surface of it. I just saw, the lights kind of glittered it out, but I saw it was round.
Okay. Was this quite low?
It was. I bet it was no more than 150 feet over my head on the house. And it was nothing. I'm not imagining. I got 2 people here seeing it. Now it's going away now.
Okay, now, and you say you saw this when you stepped outdoors?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's coming back this way again.
Okay, and you didn't hear any sound at all?
Well, I really couldn't tell you because, it just freaked me out looking at it. I'm sure it made some kind of a noise.
Uh-huh.
But I had my TV on, my stereo, and it's just out here,
Okay, did you have any problems with your TV before you went outdoors?
No, but the phone rang, and I answered it, and it made all kinds of weird noise. Then I was going to run in here and call the police. And then when I got to the phone, it rang, and then I answered it, and it was a bunch of static. Then I hung it up, and it wouldn't ring, and then finally I did it again, and then I got a hold of the police.
Okay.
Now it's going towards the mountains.
Yes, and you can just see the lights still?
Yeah, you can still see the lights. It's like it's going around in circles. Like it's just like circling this area.
Uh-huh.
Not a helicopter. Because I would have heard a helicopter just because of how close it was to my house.
Right. Okay. Are these lights quite large?
Yeah, they're large. I think that, well, from the distance, I mean, they're so large because you can see them.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they're pretty large on the object.
Okay.
That's coming back this way again.
Do you have binoculars?
No, I don't. I wish I did.
Uh-huh.
Wish I had my camera, too. I got a camera, no film. But I wouldn't do no good. It's too dark.
Okay, where did you get this number?
From the police.
Police, okay. Okay, well, we'll see if we can't come up with something, and if you can, why, get outdoors again and watch and listen for some sound. That could be an aircraft of some kind.
Well, it doesn't look like an aircraft, but it might be. I mean, you know.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can't come up with something on this end.
Okay.
And if we do, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Hi, this is Scott Bear of KNXT News, Los Angeles.
Yes.
We just received a report of a UFO or an airplane or something in the Covina, West Covina area.
Yes.
I was wondering if you know anything about that.
Well, we've had one report from Covina, and all we could get out of the party is that it's an object with a red and white light on it, which appeared to him to be circular, but he wasn't really sure because he couldn't see all of the surface.
Did he sound sober?
Oh, yes. Quite excited, but very sober.
Do you check things out like this, or do you just take the reports?
No, we check it out the best we can.
Have you checked this out at all?
No, I just hung up the phone.
Do you think you'll be checking it out tonight?
We'll try to, but, of course, if this is just a small aircraft, why, there's no way to tell and see, because the FAA doesn't track these things anyway.
Yeah.
But inasmuch as it's only showing two lights and very little surface features, why there's, there really isn't too much we can dig up on it.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate your time. Maybe I'll give you a signal a little later in the evening, see what you come up with, okay?
Fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah, I called my father-in-law to tell him. He lives over in Lackawanna towards L.A.
Uh-huh.
And it's up above his house and it's going towards L.A. He even saw it now.
Did he just see the lights?
No, he saw the whole town just about.
Well, how did he describe it?
He described it the same way I described it. Right over the phone.
Circular object?
Yes.
Could he hear any sound?
I didn't ask him.
Uh-huh.
Did you find out what it was?
No, not yet.
It's trippy looking, I tell you.
Okay, well, we'll keep working on it here.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Bye.
Yeah, I want to report a sighting. I'm in Galveston, Texas.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay, I was using my telescope, and I was looking west towards Venus, and I spotted a round object. It was real high in the sky and real far away. I can't tell because I was looking at it through a telescope.
Uh-huh.
And it was floating upwards through the air, and then it blew up all of a sudden. And the strange thing about it, the pieces of it, the fragments of it, kept floating upwards through the air. So it was either real high up or something, I don't know. It happened around 6:45 last night.
Okay. But how long did that whole observation last?
Well, I looked at it for about, I guess, I was looking at it before it blew up because I didn't know what it was. So I guess about half an hour to an hour I was sitting there watching it.
Okay. What color was this?
It had kind of an orangish tint to it, real light color, orangish brown tint to it, I'd say.
Okay. Would you estimate that this was a very large object?
Yeah, I'd say it was probably fairly large. Like I say, I was looking at it through my telescope.
Right.
And I can't really judge, but by the size of the explosion, it seemed like it probably was pretty large.
Okay. And where did you get our number?
I called a number here in Galveston that was given to me when I called the airport. I don't know what the number was to, but I can give you that number.
No, that's okay. We come up with any more information on this incident, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
We sure appreciate the call.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
this a person or a recording?
No, ma'am. This is a human person.
Okay, I just called the Weather Bureau and got a recording, and I freaked out here. And I'm calling from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yes.
And talked to the FAA this evening, and they gave me your address and phone number there. Saw a couple of UFOs about a week ago, a little over a week ago. It was Tuesday, March 22nd, and have been sitting here for about 4 hours trying to trace down somebody else who saw it, and so far I can't get any confirmation except the other person that was in the car with me. But would you like to hear what I saw?
Yes, I'd like to get a complete rundown starting right from the beginning.
Okay. This was on March 22nd, and it was in the evening around, I guess probably around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Okay.
And I was in with a friend going from Crossett, Arkansas. You have a map. It's in the southeast part of the state.
Okay.
And we were going on Highway 82 toward Lake Village, which is just a couple miles, about 4 miles to the north and about 20 miles, no, it's longer than that, about 12, 18, 14, 16, 20. Oh, about 30 miles to the east.
Okay.
Something like that. And it was really clear. That night was there was a crescent moon right to the west behind us, and there are only just little small towns in that whole area of the state, and so it's very clear. In Little Rock, you can't see the Milky Way anymore because of the all the street lights and everything, but there you can see the Milky Way. And I was really, everything was it was just more stars than I'd seen in a long time.
Yes.
So I was really looking at stars, and I saw this one star that I thought looked sort of funny, and I thought, well, it must be an airplane because it was changing color, like red to green, and back again, just kept changing red, green, green, red, or whatever.
Right.
And it was pulsating, not blinking, just pulsating. And I said, okay, Brenda, do you see what I see? And she says, yeah, that sure is a funny-looking light. And I said, now, if that's an airplane, it's got to be moving. So we watched it for a few minutes, and I said, that hasn't moved. That's, not an airplane. And she says, you're right, that's not an airplane. And I said, well, have you ever seen a star do something like that? She said, no, never seen a star do something like that. So when we were going through, that area is piney woods, so we lose sight of it from time to time. When we got to Montrose, which is about 2/3 of the way toward Lake Village, the road goes very straight, and there's nothing in there but fields, just open fields. And so we kept it in steady sight for I don't know, but altogether maybe a good 20 minutes.
Yes.
Probably longer than that, but clear, uninterrupted vision, at least a good 15 minutes, I think. And we got to a point where we've gone back and actually measured it, and it was 2.5 miles outside the city of the town of Lake Village, because you could see the lights of Lake Village on the horizon. And going past out of the corner of my eye, I was sitting in the passenger side, I saw something glowing, and I glanced out, how you do a double take, and I looked back, and I said, oh my God, Brenda, do you see what I see? And it was a round yellow light, and I had the feeling of a globe or a sphere. It looked like, it didn't look like a flat, it looked like it had depth to it.
Right.
And there were no rays and no halo. And so since then, I've been looking to see something that looked like it, and the clearest thing I could see, that closest thing to it would be like a frosted lamp, where you have a globe-shaped lamp that's frosted, not transparent, but translucent glass,
yes,
and a yellow light inside it. and the whole thing was just the same color, yellow. It was bright, intense, about the same intensity as a headlight, but no rays and no halo. So it moved. It seemed to be hovering at about treetop level and moving slightly. And we stopped the car just as quickly as we could. And at the end of this field were some trees. She's gone back and measured, and she says where we stopped was a half mile, or not quite a half mile, about a third of a mile from the trees that were at the end of the field.
Yes.
So the UFO, or the yellow light, was between us and the trees. And it was hovering at treetop level and just barely moving. We had to stop the car and get out to look and make sure that it was really moving. But it really was. We watched it long enough to be sure it was. And we turned off the car motor so that we could hear an engine if there was any, motor sound. Right. And there wasn't. It was the spookiest quiet I have ever seen, or heard, I mean. And, okay, when we're reconstructing it, when we first sighted the yellow globe, we think it was at about 2 o'clock. In other words, if we were looking straight ahead at 12 o'clock, it would have been at about 2 o'clock.
Yes.
And we think we observed it move to about 1:30, 1:15, something like that. And we said, we were, of course, very excited, because both of us have been UFO buffs for a long time. We've never seen anything, that we really could clearly identify as being, we could clearly identify as unidentified. And so we said, look, we both said at the same time, get in the car and let's go up, and we'll catch it as it comes across the road, because it looked like it was going to keep on, if it kept on a straight line, it would cross the road just up ahead of us a little ways. And we wanted to get a closer look. And it was like, in the instant that we said that, it just zapped off. It was like 1 second, now it's there and now it's gone toward the horizon. I mean, we could still see it, but it was just, God, I've never seen anything move so fast. And it was at the horizon, and it began to go toward the left, toward our left, And about that time, I said, well, what's happened to the red and green thing? Because, we had taken our eyes off of it and been watching this yellow thing. So looked back up, looked for it, and it had moved. And we watched it move across our line of vision. It had been at about a 30-degree angle high, and at about 11 o'clock. And it moved over across our line of sight to about 12:30. And the yellow one moved, from a 2 o'clock to about that 12:30. First it moved away from us toward the horizon, the yellow one did.
Yes.
And then it moved along the horizon, and it began to blink out. Like it would blink out and then on again and then out and then on. And when it got directly underneath the red and green thing, it blinked out, and we didn't see any more. And in the same instant that it blinked out, the red and green light lifted up and got smaller. In other words, it appeared to go higher and further away. We got in the car, and we could still keep the red and green light in sight. It took us about no more than 10 minutes, but probably 5 minutes to get to where we were going in Lake Village. And we could still see it in the sky, although it seemed to be somewhat higher and somewhat fainter than when we had seen it before. And yet we seemed to be closer to it.
Yes.
Somewhat closer to it. It was like it was hanging at a little bit higher altitude over the Mississippi River, maybe, which is about, the Mississippi from Lake Village is about, 10 miles. Lake Village is right on a horseshoe lake called Lake Chico that, was left from when the Mississippi changed course once upon a time.
Yes.
Okay, and it's not far, it's about 15 miles or so from Greenville, looks like, something like that, Mississippi. Anyway, we went inside and, had to go to our meeting and so on, and when we got back out, it was gone. When we got back over to cross it, we called the sheriff's office, and I said, has anybody seen anything? Reported seeing anything in the sky? And he said, no. And I said, well, I did. And I told him about it. And he said, well, there are a couple state troopers monitoring you, and they say that somebody over near Dermont saw something reported something earlier tonight. Well, Dermont is 15 miles, well, maybe a little longer than that, maybe 25. I don't know, I can't tell on this map. It's an area map, not a state map, but
yes,
15, 20 miles, something like that, just about due north of where we were when we saw all of this. Well, I haven't really had any chance to check up on this since then because I've been working and out of town and whatnot. But this afternoon have been making a whole lot of phone calls. I'm still not satisfied. I still haven't gotten a hold of the guy that I talked to at the Chico County Sheriff's Office that told me that. The guy that answered the phone, when I called that night. I'm going to try to get a hold of him again tonight. I've got a sergeant and the state troopers trying to check this out and find out who are the state troopers on duty. I've called radar facilities, and the nearest radar facility is a long range at Texarkana, which is about 180 miles away, and I don't think they could have seen anything. And I called the Fort Worth monitoring station, and they said even if we'd seen anything, we wouldn't have any record of it. I've called a couple of radio stations, and they Arkansas Radio Network says, well, there was something reported the week before that, but it was confirmed as a meteor, and the Dermont police don't know anything about it, and the Dermont newspaper doesn't know anything about it. I'm really getting frustrated, but I haven't given up yet. We're going to track down somebody who saw that, But the two of us did see it, and we kept, saying, I think this is what I saw. Did you see that? Yeah, that's what I saw, We think that the yellow light was probably about the size of a small vehicle. Because the tape that I cut that night, I said if you could put your thumb up, like you hold your arm out,
right,
and you would put your thumb up, your thumbnail could, it would be about the size of that, or the size of a coin, held up against, held at arm's length. In other words, it's kind of like the moon, only it was like down.
Yes.
Down a treetop level, hanging over this field,
right.
And moving off at these incredible speeds, And I'm not sure exactly how far we were away, but it had to be less than a third of a mile.
Okay.
Maybe a quarter mile. We never did see anything that looked like, we couldn't see any outline of a craft or anything like that. It was just the light, just the
yellow light.
Just a round.
Okay, now getting back to that shape again, you described that as being similar to the glass cover for a lamp that holds on lampshade. Is that correct?
Well, not so much in the shape. The shape was perfectly round. It was, in fact, I think it was spherical.
Okay.
It seemed to have a body to it. No, I was referring to the quality of the light.
Okay, then this would be more or less, the light would be more or less the center of this thing?
The whole thing.
Okay.
All of what I saw was the light. If there was anything else to it, it was too dark to see anything else.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. In other words, the light itself was
the
like
object.
what you would look through this lampshade type thing.
It's the quality of the light. See, I was trying to find something to compare it to because I kept saying it was an intense, bright light. It was as intense as a headlight beam that you would meet head on, driving along a dark road.
Okay, now did the intenseness of that light illuminate the ground area or the trees?
No. But see, that's why it comes out like this globe thing, because there were no rays, there was no halo. I don't know about anybody else, but every time I'm looking out a window now and I'm seeing street lights and so on, and they all have a sort of halo around them. Or they, if the headlight if the car is coming towards you, there'll be kind of a beam.
Right.
But that's when a light shines through a transparent glass. But this was like it was, the closest thing that I have seen that looks anything like it was a lamp where it was a very thick frosted, very thick frosted glass.
Okay.
And the light was shining through it. That's the closest comparison that I could make. But it was so intense, so bright,
Did it have sharp edges, or were they rather fuzzy?
I think they were sharp, but
okay.
I'm not. I'd be more inclined to say. I mean, it was clearly defined. It was clearly. Yeah, it was sharp. It was clearly round.
Okay.
Clearly round.
Now,
no question of it.
Okay. At any time did that object get so low that it had the trees behind it?
Yeah. In other words, it was. We think that it was at about treetop level, but you see from perspective, if the trees are like a third of a mile away from you, and it's between you and the trees, even if it's at treetop level, if it's close enough to the trees, it's going to seem to be between you and the trees. I mean, it's going to be silhouetted against the trees.
Did it at any time approach you?
No. In fact, it seemed like, well, when I say approach, it was coming toward the road that we were on.
Yes.
But it didn't veer from its course to come toward us.
Okay.
In fact, it seemed very much to us as though when we detected it and observed it that closely, like it seemed to us like a cause and effect, like it took off because it was being observed.
Okay, as though it was monitoring your thoughts, maybe?
Yeah. In fact, that sounds kind of funny, doesn't it?
No.
The tape that we cut that night, as soon as we got back to Closet, I even said that on the tape. I said something to the effect that we were both very excited, and if there had been any telepathic receiver, they certainly could have gotten our message, because we were very excited at seeing this thing, and we said, my God, it really is a UFO. We've been hearing about these things for years and, never seen anything that we, and I said, my God, that's it, that's what it is. There's no question about it. And it was almost as, it was like it heard that, or saw us or whatever, and took off. And it was like it signaled, okay, obviously you're projecting your own human things on these things, right?
Right.
But, hell, you got to use what you know to interpret these things. So it was, the feeling that we got was that the red and green thing was some kind of a control device, and that the yellow thing was some sort of a scout maybe or something, and scanner or some kind, and that it apparently was going along minding its own business, doing something. And we came on it and interrupted it, and it was like it said, whoops, let's get out of here, boys, we're being watched, because they were obviously separately moving entities, and yet they were operating in cooperation with each other.
Okay.
And because they moved toward a common point.
Would you say that they were similar in size?
Well, now that is really hard to say, because, no, from our perspective, if you just want to say, here was this light that was this big, and here was this other light that was, another size. They weren't the same size of light that I saw, except that we knew that the red and green light was a hell of a lot further away from us than the yellow light. So it is possible. I don't know. We feel like we can determine fairly well the size of the yellow light, that it could have been about the size of a small vehicle. I don't think it had been any larger than that, maybe like a VW or a tractor or something. I don't think it would have been any larger than that, but I don't think it would have been much smaller than that either.
Did the brilliance of the yellow light affect your eyes at all?
No.
You never had to turn away from it?
No.
Okay.
I guess we weren't that close, but...
Did you have your car radio on at the time?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Did you notice any interference at all with the electrical system of the car?
No. Of course, we turned the engine off.
Right, okay.
We stopped the car, and we stopped the car when it was still, quite a ways out there in the field.
Had you traveled this course before?
Have we traveled that road?
Yes.
Brenda has traveled that road several times.
Okay.
And since, she's gone back since then and measured this off. It was interesting, because we kept, that night when we took the tape, we said, okay, how far away were we from town? And we said 2 miles. Well, she went back one night this week. Maybe last night, I can't remember. Anyway, I just talked to her a while ago, and she said she measured from from the first stoplight in town out to where the row of trees is exactly 2 miles. And then it was about a third of a mile on where we were stopped.
Okay. Now, in that area traveled, did you notice any outstanding surface features, either man-made or natural? Were there any power plants, high-tension wires?
Not that we can see. That's what we keep wondering, because we, in fact, I've planned to call APNL and see if I can find out, if there were any power lines. We didn't see any.
Okay.
It's just fields there. It's just fields and trees. And now Brenda said that when she was driving back, whatever night it was this week, that she looked over in the direction that the yellow light came from to see if she could see anything back over there. And that the only thing that she could see was a little cluster of small lights. Which we still don't know what that is. From looking on the map, there doesn't appear to be a town there, but I don't know, it could be a farm or, I don't know. There are no roads back there. I mean, it's just nothing but bayou and fields. And we want to check that out a little bit more closely, but at this point, we sure can't say that we can't, we just, doesn't seem to be anything back there.
Okay. Would that be an area where they have livestock pasture?
Yeah. There could be livestock. It's pretty much agriculture, though, not too much.
Okay.
Not too much, I mean, if somebody had somebody owned a lot of land there, and they might have some cows and horses and stuff, too, but it's mostly fields.
Okay, do you have any estimate just how long you watched both of those objects?
Yeah, I think we watched the red and green light for, had to be at least 15 minutes, maybe 20, maybe longer. Somewhere outside of, okay, let's see. We can reconstruct this. Somewhere outside of Crossett, outside of Hamburg, let's see. Now, you go out of Crossett, and Hamburg is about 15 miles away. And Montrose is about another 20 miles beyond that. So, somewhere between Hamburg and Montrose is where we first spotted the red and green light. And we saw it on and off, going around curves and through the piney woods there. But from the time we hit Montrose on, we observed it without interruption. That would be at least a good 10, 15 minutes without interruption.
Okay.
The yellow light, I don't know, it happened so quickly, it probably at least 30 seconds, maybe as long as 2 minutes. I don't think it was any longer than 2 minutes. I really can't reconstruct it any closer than that. I've tried to, and I don't have that close a time span.
Okay. Have you had anything strange happen to you since then?
No.
No strange dreams about what you saw?
Well, no. I mean, the only thing strange that happened to me was that I felt awfully spooky that night. Just really spooky, like looking around behind my back and stuff like that,
Okay, you haven't noticed any changes in your personality or...
No, I'm just as ornery as ever.
And what's your age?
30. Wait a minute, not 36. What year is it? 36.
Okay.
Oh, did I tell you what time it was?
About 8 o'clock.
Well, we got it more exact than that, because when we saw the yellow light, Brenda has a digital clock on the dashboard of her car, and she remembered seeing that it was 8:32.
Okay.
I came back and told my boss about it. She was simply green with envy, because she really has wanted to see one of these for a long time.
What is Brenda's age?
And she's, I don't know how old Brenda is. She's, 30-ish. Somewhere between 25 and 40.
39 minus.
I've never heard her say,
Okay.
She's got a 14-year-old daughter, so she's probably like 32 or something like that.
Well, I can tell you, we don't have anything for that area for that particular night. However, we did have a siege of two objects which were seen all over Southern California and up through the valley, San Joaquin Valley, in the early hours of that particular morning.
Oh, really?
On the 22nd. Which are still unexplainable.
Well, were they anything like what I described?
Lights. Just bright lights.
Bright lights.
Right. And they weren't just streaking across the sky. They were maneuvering over certain areas and performing acrobats and so forth. So it was not a conventional type aircraft.
Well, it's really very strange. What was especially interesting to me was I kept calling around trying to find out where was the nearest radar facility, because I called Professor Engel at the planetarium at UALR, and University of Arkansas here in Little Rock, and I said, told him all about it. He said, well, you should try to find out where the nearest radar facility is and see if they observed anything. Well, it's practically in a dead spot. There really isn't any radar that is really observing that area.
Well, even if they did, they probably wouldn't tell you because that's classified information anyway.
Oh, really? Even not FAA or something like that?
Right.
Okay, well, they didn't seem to take the bait or anything, so.
Right.
Brenda's husband said that he worked at a NASA site in southern Mississippi a few years back, and they used to see these very similar to what we saw, only usually there were two yellow lights in conjunction with the red and green one.
Yes.
And that they moved in such a familiar pattern, or such a repeated pattern, that it that a lot of people could get to where they just watched that pattern and they would see them fairly regularly. And Brenda said she had seen at one time something that said, "Look in that direction and you'll see something," and she had seen something, but it never, it was never that clear, and never for, this, what we saw was just so, we saw it for so long and so clearly, and with the two of us, verifying what we were seeing with each other, it makes a believer out of me.
You got our number from the FAA in Little Rock?
Yeah.
Would that be from the tower?
Well, I'm not sure. It was a fellow by the name of Ernie Dodd, and I don't really know. I just looked at some number in the phone book, and I'm not sure exactly where he was.
Okay, that's...
but it's the FAA somewhere.
Right, okay.
Maybe their central
Probably
office.
the main office there.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to check this thing out, see if we can't come up with some more witnesses and get any more information, and if we do, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Well, I would really appreciate it, because it would certainly make me, I'm just interested in these things, and sometimes it made me feel a little bit less strange. Thanks a lot.
Oh, well, we sure appreciate your calling.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thanks, bye.
Bye-bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, this is Mrs. San Ramon.
Yes.
Two of my daughters and I were just here in our dining room, and our dogs were outside, and they started really raising a ruckus. And so we happened to look outside, and our whole backyard was just a real bright pinkish red, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went outside to see what it was, and going off towards the southeast, there was this object, and all I could see was the red. And then it kind of turned and went south in front of the moon where I could see it.
Uh-huh.
And it was a really weird-looking object, and then it just disappeared. And it looked like there was something shooting down out of it as it was going straight in front of me.
Okay. About what time did this occur?
Just about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
No sound at all, just our dogs barking.
This is what attracted you to the outdoors?
Right. My oldest daughter looked outside, and about the same time I did, too, and she said something, and I was just kind of shocked, for a second. And I jumped up and ran outside, and I, it had gone by then. It was going in a southeasterly direction.
Okay, which direction were you looking at the time?
Well, I was looking west out my window.
Okay. Now, could you give me any estimate of altitude? Was this thing low or high?
It seemed pretty low. About what a small airplane would fly.
Okay. Now, you said the outdoors was completely illuminated?
Right. The whole backyard was it was a pretty color. I mean, it was a pinkish red. It was just like somebody had turned on a floodlight or something. The whole thing was just completely lit up.
Okay, was this object traveling, was it in a position where it would have passed directly overhead?
Right.
Okay.
And it must have been moving pretty fast, because from the time I got out there until the time I finally saw it, which was just a matter of a second, it was quite a ways over. It looked like, it might have been maybe 5 or 10 miles away from us.
Okay. Then you probably watched it for how long?
Oh, maybe a couple of seconds before it finally turned to a more southern direction, and then it just kind of disappeared. I couldn't see it any longer.
Okay, now did that object have any defined shape to it?
I couldn't really tell because it was dark, and the only thing I could see was when it was silhouetted against the moon, and it had turned then, and all I could see was this red, down below it, and it looked like it was maybe it was a circle shape, I could guess you would say, because it was lights or something on the bottom. It looked like it might have probably been on the bottom because there was something red shooting out of the bottom of the object.
Now, when you say something shooting out, would this be something as though it was leaving the object, or would this be a shafts or rays of light?
Well, it could have been rays of light. It looked like it was, how can I explain? You know when a sparkler
Yes.
You know how when you shake a sparkler and
Right.
Fire pops off? That's
Right.
what it looked like.
Okay. Okay, any estimate of size?
I couldn't really say because, like I said, I couldn't really see it that good. I just wished I'd gotten outside when I first saw that
Did the
light.
dogs calm down after this disappeared?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, and how many witnesses?
3.
3, okay. Okay, well, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check it out right away, and if we come up with any additional information, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Oh, I hope you do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but we've been watching something for over an hour, and I tried to get the number for our local UFO group, and no one seems to have it.
Uh-huh.
So,
Okay, would you like to describe what you're looking at?
well, it looks so much like the things you see in the cartoons, really. It looks rather, the best I can describe it is sort of like a plate
Yes.
with an upside-down bowl on top, and it's got 3 lights. One's red, one's green, and one's white.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes they're standing still, and sometimes they're revolving around real fast. And it gets, sometimes it's brighter, and sometimes it's not as bright. And over a period of about an hour and 15 minutes, it has moved very little. It has moved a little further away from us and a little to the right, which we're looking east to see it.
I see. Okay. Now, what color is the object itself?
Well, I tell you, it's when it was started out, you could see the colors real bright, but you couldn't see the metal part of it.
Yes.
But we have several pair of binoculars. Oh, my daughter said there's a little one back again. But anyway, it looks like it's throwing off kind of fiery sparks. That sounds kind of peculiar, but it only looks that way through one pair of binoculars.
Yes.
So the rest of them, all you can see is the lights. And they've been sending out planes, out to going up in that direction. But it's way up in the sky.
Okay, now, there's the 3 colored lights.
Right.
And these are attached to this object, right? This object with the bowl on top?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, but what color is the object itself?
What it would be, I just wouldn't know. The brightest color that we see is the white.
Oh, okay. Okay. And this has been rather stationary?
Yes, it hasn't moved that much an hour, except, like I said, to get a little higher in the sky and further away from us, but it's been more or less standing still.
Okay, now, how would you compare that object in size in relation to a full moon?
Oh, my. It's very, very small.
Much smaller, okay.
Oh, yes. It's more like a star.
Uh-huh.
Only, well, in fact, anybody that's just walking out there, and would see it now with the naked eye, it would look almost like a star except for the flashing.
I see.
Flash.
And there's only one of those out there?
Well, when they first started watching it, my husband and my kids saw it first. They said it was moving along in the sky and then sort of backed up, a little one. And now they said they saw another little one.
Okay. What color are these little ones?
What color is the little one? She said it's a little one, sort of like the big one, only it's more green on it.
Okay. Now, what time did you first spot those?
It was about 5 or 10 until 8.
Okay. Now, can you tell me in degrees how far that would be above the horizon, or approximately how far?
Well, it's hard to say. I was trying to tell my mother, let's see, like the ground down and the straight up above me. Well, it's not halfway up.
Okay.
From the straight above, you know.
Right, okay. That would be less than 45 degrees, and about 40 degrees, okay. Would you, in your estimate, say that it was quite far away?
Yes, now especially.
Okay. How many witnesses there?
4.
Do these smaller objects, are they operating closer to the larger object?
Well, you see, that happened since I came in and before I went out, so I'll have to ask my daughter.
Okay.
Is that little one, is it pretty close to the big one? Or where's it at? She said it's lower to the ground.
Okay. And where did you get our number?
From the police station.
Police, okay. Okay, well, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check it out, and if we come up with any information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, I'm just kind of interested, but, everybody around here would probably laugh at me, so I didn't want to call them. But I just wanted you to know in case anything,
Right.
that would help you any.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, my name is Frank Crandall. I'm with the American Press Association in Palm Springs, California. Yes. We have had a little predicament going on here tonight. A whole lot of excitement over a UFO sighting. This is the second sighting we've had in this area in 2.5 weeks. The first one was sighted by a Riverside Sheriff's officer down in Desert Hot Springs, which is just 4 or 5 miles from here. And the second sighting tonight was reported by a little over 250 people swamping the radio station with telephone calls in the police department and the sheriff's office. All of them reporting basically the same thing. Giving the basic same description. The reason I have taken this assignment is because I saw the damn thing myself. And that just blew me away. I mean, I've never seen one of these before, and I've been around aircraft since I was 5, 6 years old. And I was in the Air Wing in the Marine Corps. And this thing was doing things that aerodynamically are impossible.
Okay, could you give us a description of what happened?
Yeah, I'd say it was approximately 30 feet long. It had 3 evenly spaced lights. 2 red, 1 green. None of them flashing. There was no sound emitting from it whatsoever. And no pilot is going to cut his engine at 600 feet above a populated city like this. Right. And if he did, he'd drop like a rock anyway. There's no thermal updrafts up here at all. No glider could even get in here. If he took off from the mountain above us here, he'd just go right down the mountain. There's nothing to carry him over. That's why gliders don't even work out here.
I'm familiar with the Palm Springs area.
Yeah. Where are you at anyway?
Washington.
Washington, D.C.?
No, it's Washington State.
I made about 60 calls tonight trying to get information to see if anybody else has sighted this thing. I called FAA Palmdale down here, and Palm Springs Tower closed up at 10 o'clock, so they couldn't get anything at all anyway.
Yes.
I've called March Air Force Base, which is the SAC base out here in San Bernardino County. LA Tower, Ontario Tower, nothing,
Absolutely.
You know, and you're still going to have some kind of emitting sound. And this thing was emitting nothing. You know? I mean, I could hear the wind blow out here. No sound at all. And, you know, like I say, people with great minds out here, you know, straight people and everything else have called in reporting this.
Any estimate of size?
Well, like I say, about 30 feet long, maybe 10 feet wide. Doesn't look like a cigar. It's more, you know, kind of cylindrical, really, with rounded in. It's got the 3 lights on it, and it's flying sideways. You know? And there's no fuselage set up like an airplane would have.
Right.
You know, I mean, it looks like a set of wings just flying through the air. You know?
Yes.
And that's what first blew my mind. You know, there was no tail light. Okay? An airplane out here has got to have a tail light on it.
Absolutely.
You know, there's no tail light on this thing. All there is 3 evenly spaced lights. 1 centered and 2 on the outside. And it's doing things that are aerodynamically impossible. If I start stuttering, it's because I've been awake about 30 hours now.
Okay, what are some of these radical movements that it made?
Turning around in midair.
Huh.
You know, just sitting there going, whoop, start moving in the opposite direction. Like I say, no sound at all and going above, you know, estimated speed 75 to 100 knots.
Was this thing operating directly over downtown Palm Springs?
Man, this thing
22nd? Two objects came over, seen all through Southern California.
That's the one.
Yeah, we had a lot of calls on that.
Okay, what was the design of that one? Did anybody give you any kind of a description of it?
The only thing that the witnesses described was two bright white lights moving in tandem. They did not see a fuselage, and there was no defined shape of any kind.
So this is basically the same thing, only they were colored lights.
Yeah, these were extremely bright, very brilliant.
That's something that I wish I had seen. I was asleep when they saw that crazy thing.
And then they saw the same things up around San Joaquin Valley around 5:30 that same morning.
Yeah. I know one of the sheriff's officers that saw it. I'm a law enforcement student right now. I'm getting the hell out of this investigative reporting garbage. I'm going into law enforcement as soon as I get my degree. And one of the guys in my class is one of the RSO officers that saw it. And at first, they didn't believe it. You know, they actually just said this, you know, this can't be happening. And they didn't call it in for 5 minutes, you know. So finally one of them said, hey, we better call something in. So they called it in and reported it. And RSO has gotten numerous harassment calls from people in this area and people out of this area and everything else, calling them frauds and things like this. So when you were talking about ridicule and stuff like that for people reporting it, I can understand why some people don't want to report it, you know?
Right.
So, listen, I really appreciate it, Robert.
Okay, what's your last name again, Frank?
Crandall. American Press Association. Card number 00083.
Okay, well, you were the lucky one to see that thing tonight.
Yeah, me and quite a few other people. My wife was going spastic in the car. She'd never seen anything like this before.
Any rumors of photos taken?
No, that's what we're looking for right now. If I find out anybody's taking a photo, I'll go over and wake him up 2 o'clock in the morning. Buy a film from him.
Yeah.
Because I'll get it over to the paper and have them develop it for me, and we'll have something to print. But really about the only thing they would be able to get, unless they really had some specialized equipment, would be just 3 lights. You know?
Right.
And really at the speed it was moving, they would have to have at least a good shutter setting on there. Or they'd get, you know, nothing but a blur.
Right.
So, you know, like I said, hopefully somebody out here is a UFO watcher and has got the specialized equipment necessary to take that type of picture. You know?
Right.
Hopefully.
Where did you pick up our number?
From FAA Palmdale.
Palmdale, okay.
Yeah. They gave me the number and said, we can't give you any information because we have no information. But, you know, you can call these people and maybe get something you can put on the air at least, you know.
Right.
So I decided, well, what the hell? Yeah, I didn't know what area code 805 was. So I took a chance and 805, what am I saying, 206, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure sorry we couldn't have given you more information.
Well, at least I can give them something that some authoritative type, you know, organization has said. You know, instead of people calling in here, we can at least settle them down a little bit. Like I said, the switchboard. Hold on. Okay. That's one of my other people. Okay,
Well, if you have a chance, why, policy permits, why, put out our number and ask the witnesses to give us a call if anybody dares.
no problem, man. Your number will be on the air in about 15 minutes.
Great.
Okay, well, you obviously can't pick us up way the hell up there.
No.
But, if you're ever down in Palm Springs, drop by the station and introduce yourself. And, I do not work for the radio station. I'm a freelance, investigative reporter with the American Press Association.
Right.
But, I mean, I know that, you know, most of the guys down there. And, I give them all the scoop I can. A few bennies once in a while. You know.
Very good.
Okay, listen, I appreciate it, Robert.
Anytime, Frank.
Like I say, your name and everything else is going to be on the air in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to immortalize you down here.
Okay.
Right on. Thanks a lot.
You bet. Bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, this is in Ottumwa, Iowa.
Yes, sir.
And this may or
may not be anything, and I feel very ridiculous for having called you, but I did call the FAA at our local service station, and they referred me to this number.
Fine.
So, like I say, for what it's worth, I was curious. What is your location? Where am I calling now?
Washington.
Washington, D.C.
No, Washington, state of Washington.
Oh, okay. I have no idea about longitude, latitude, or anything.
Uh-huh.
But if you, and like I say, it could very well be a satellite weather balloon. I've never seen one quite like it before. But I've been watching for about the last 35 minutes, and it just went over at 6 o'clock over the horizon. It was about 10 degrees up until 10 minutes ago. But anyway, from my location in Ottumwa, Iowa, was moving from the east-southeast to the west-northwest. And in 30 or 35 minutes, it covered perhaps 30 degrees on the compass. So, like I say, and I think now apparently we must have a cloud bank or something, because it went out of sight about, like I say, in relationship to the horizon, about 10 or 15 degrees above it.
Okay, now that was south-southeast to north-northwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we can rule out the satellite.
Okay, well, like I say, there's definitely no pulsation. I'm not an alarmist. I was been in law enforcement for about 11 years, and I've seen a lot of planets and thought I was wrong and stuff like this. So.
Okay, now when did you first spot that?
Well, in relationship to where I'm sitting, like I say, in Ottumwa, Iowa, which is in the southeast corner of the state,
right.
I saw it at about looking, I would say perhaps as close to due north as I can get, perhaps a little bit west. I saw it at probably 1 o'clock and took sightings on it in relationship to fixed objects on the ground. And it was moving at that time in relationship to the clock from 1 to 3 or 3:30, and moving, like I say, north-northwest.
Right.
And when it went out of sight, it was between, I would say, about 5:30 in relationship to what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Was that? Now I could figure would be about 10 or 15 degrees above the horizon. I thought I could look. When I called the FAA, the gentleman I talked to out there, and I told him, in regards, in relationship to the strip out there, I thought it would be 4 or 5 o'clock to him. He said the only thing he could see was what appeared to be a star, different lights, green, yellow, and all this good stuff. Well, I can see that, but what I was looking at in relationship to what he was seeing was perhaps, what he was looking at was 4 o'clock, and what I was seeing going beyond him was at 5 o'clock.
Okay. And that was this evening?
Yes, sir. That was up to within about 15 minutes ago, and I started looking at about 9:20.
Okay. Now, you say there is a heavy cloud layer?
Well, I don't know. That's the only thing that as brilliant as it was, that's the only thing I could assume the reason I would lose sight of it just above the horizon,
Right, okay.
Because we said my home is up on top of a hill, and I normally can look just, to the horizon. But I lost it, like I say, perhaps 6 o'clock, 10 degrees above the horizon.
Okay, now is this, would you compare this as being approximately as bright as some of the brightest stars in the sky?
By far and away brighter, and that's what called attention to it, and that's the reason it wasn't, and like I say, it wasn't a strobe light from a plane, a cargo carrier or ship or anything like this. I've looked at enough of those. It was a very consistent light. Like I say, it was different in that it was more metallic than a strobe would be.
Okay.
It wasn't as, your strobe, to me, when I look at it with a naked eye, looks, God damn it, I couldn't find my son's binoculars tonight, or I would have been able to do better.
Did this thing follow a straight flight path?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Okay.
That's the reason, like I say, I was taking a relationship as archaic or antiquated as it may seem in relationship to telephone poles that I was looking out over and condensers and things like this, so I could get a definite idea of the direction.
Yes, okay.
And it didn't deviate too much from that. I would say that's the reason I thought perhaps it was a satellite on a fixed course or something like this. It didn't seem to deviate at all from a fixed path, but it was different than anything I ever seen. We used to, out of curiosity, look at a lot of them in Montana and Colorado where you got a a lot more rarefied atmosphere, but this was completely different than anything I'd ever seen.
Okay, and you watched this until it just disappeared in the distance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like I say, I feel rather asinine for calling, but this man said, well, they just got the numbers, and if you want to report a UFO, and I said, hey, I don't want to report a UFO on a hovercraft, it's not going to come down and eat my kids or anything like this, but it was a little different than anything I'd encountered in about 30 years. So.
Well, we sure appreciate the report. This type of information is very important to this organization. And if we come up with any additional information on this, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I would appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, this was Thursday before they found the cow, Friday.
Yes.
Okay, it was about 8:30. I live at the bottom of Three Lakes Road, which is about 2 or 3 miles from the Chias.
Uh-huh.
I was coming back from the store with my baby, and there's a gravel pit at the bottom of the hill just before I get to my house. And above the gravel pit, when I was coming up the road, I noticed something sitting on the hill, which was, at first, if I remember correctly, I should have reported this right away, but if I remember right, there was 4 lights, a little one on top, and a great big lights. They weren't like headlights, they were like floodlights, and it was like 2 great big yellow ones and 2 great big white ones. Well, I pulled off the road and sat and watched it for about a half hour. And I got out and tried to hear if I could hear any sound. Okay, the lights went off, the big lights, and then this little light on top was just on. And like I say, it was dark. I couldn't see any outline or anything, and I couldn't hear any noise. So after about a half hour, I left. And so the next day, that's when I heard about this cow. Well, I thought it was kind of funny because I had seen this thing the night before. And I just let it go, and then now they come out in the paper with this thing about it. And so I thought, as far as I know, there's no roads up in there above that gravel pit, because I thought it might be a 4-wheel drive truck. And as far as I know, there's no roads up in there. So either it was a truck or something was sitting on top of the hill, because I watched it for about a half hour, and there was other people on the main road down there that were going by me, but they didn't pull over. So I thought maybe if somebody could go out, and look at the area and check and see if there's any markings or anything there.
Okay.
It might help you.
Then all you saw was the lights then, right?
Yeah, lights, and that's it. That's why I didn't call, because it wasn't much what I saw, just the big lights and the little tiny light on top. You could barely see it after they shut the other ones off, and I got out and I couldn't hear any sound. But the thing that bothers me is that we've been living here about a year, and the next main road is up around the curve, I'd say about a quarter of a mile, and as far as I know, there's no roads up there. So, it would either have to been a 4-wheel drive truck or something else. But it's set right on the hill above this gravel pit down here.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, as far as I know, there's no roads up there.
Okay, now, what color were those lights?
There was 2 great big yellow ones and 2 great big white ones. And my memory is getting a little bit, I try to remember it because I thought if I told somebody about it later, I should try to remember everything. And I sat there, I thought maybe it was a truck. I flashed my lights off and on and stuff like that, and they didn't do anything. But there was a little tiny light on top. I couldn't tell you the color of it. It was probably white because it was real dim. I could hardly see it, and it was like it was going around and around. But it was so dim I could hardly see it. But I got out, there was no sound, and it was dark, there was no outline, I couldn't see anything, just these lights.
Right.
And they went off, so that's why I say I feel kind of ridiculous calling, but I thought maybe it might help you if somebody went up there and checked.
Yes.
And I read in the paper where they checked for radiation where they found this cow, so I suppose I should have called, sooner. Maybe if it was something, there might have been a trace of it left in the area then. There probably isn't now, but maybe you could check the area for markings or something.
Okay. What time did you spot that?
It was 8:30, because I remember I had to go to the store, and my husband was coming home late from Bremerton, and I had to get to the Safeway before they closed, and I sat there between 8:30 and 9 and watched it.
Okay, would you be available for an interview?
Oh, most certainly. In fact, like I say, I feel kind of ridiculous calling, but I'm kind of curious myself to see if, maybe there is roads up there, and it was a truck, but as far as I know, there isn't. So I'd be willing to cooperate.
Okay, fine. Now, are you at home now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, will you be there in case somebody wants to get back to you right away?
The only place I think we might be out for an hour or two this evening, but that's it.
Okay, great. Well, we sure appreciate this call, Kathy, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Bye now.
Bye.
I think we have a landing.
Really?
He went out and investigated that particular one this morning. And he went to the area where she said it was, and he's found an imprint and grass all squished down in an area. Also, pod marks, the whole works, in an inaccessible area by vehicle.
Uh-huh.
He's taking pictures, and he wants to take a cast or whatever, the whole thing. So, I was talking to him, we got cut off, and then when I got back to him, nobody answered, so I don't know what he's up to.
Oh, was he calling from work?
Huh?
Was he at home?
Yeah, he was at home.
Oh.
I tried calling back, and nobody answered.
Huh.
So, looks pretty good.
Did he get pictures?
He said he got pictures and everything. I've got to get with him and see what the next step is here. I don't know. I should get civil defense, I suppose, for a radiation test. Of course, it's old, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he was doing that. I was out on another mutilation. We have a dog this time. Doberman Pinscher, about a year old. The animal was cut in two, just severed completely. Beautiful cut. The hind legs and the back part were missing from the scene. The chest cavity was cut open and left clean. The intestines were stacked in a little pile a few feet from the carcass. The heart, liver, and lungs were missing from the scene.
I'll be dead.
Okay, this was observed, a vehicle going by a residence with Doberman walking alongside on a leash. They were going about 2, 3, 4 miles an hour. They went up the road. They came back down the road. They didn't have the dog. They were only up there 15 minutes, if that long. So they did all this in 15 minutes. No license number. Just a description of the vehicle, and there was 2 people in it, and no description on them.
Huh. Were they male or female in the car?
She don't know.
Oh.
The driver, she noted that he had big hands and were on the steering wheel. One of them, the other one was apparently holding on to the leash. The one on the passenger side was very small. That occurred the 18th of March. Between 4:30 and 5, they called the sheriff's department. Nobody came out. They waited a few days, and they buried the dog. I talked to the farmer this morning, and he said it was really something, just cleaner than a whistle. No blood around the animal or underneath it or in the area at all.
They feel it was the same dog that was running next to the car?
Right, because the car came back down past their house again 15 minutes later, and there was no dog. That's what got them suspicious, and she called the neighbor boy over to go up there and look, see what had happened to the dog. And he come running back saying it's been all cut up. And when her husband got home a little while later, they walked up and looked at it. This happened right on the road.
God.
Just off to the side. She does not recall any other car passing between that time. They're up in the country there. Actually, they're not in the country. They're about 1 mile up from the UFO landing site on the same road, and about 2 miles down the Pilchuck River from the mutilation cattle mutilation. All in this general area. And I just wanted to bring you up to date, and I don't know what exactly to do on this landing thing. If that's exactly what it is. Beaton says there's no doubt about it.
Well, if you get a hold of him, you're going to be home this evening?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get back to you later and see if you get a hold of him, see if we can arrange another get-together with all of us to go back up there.
Okay.
Because I'd like to get all the pictures, and I'd like to... Did he get any measurements?
He said he didn't have a ruler with him. I don't understand why, but he didn't.
I had everything we needed, on my stuff, and I was only up the street away. But however, when I got through with the mutilation and went looking for him, I couldn't locate him. So he apparently came back before I did. So I had to wait till I got home and then call him, and that's when he was telling me about it.
Okay, we should get some soil samples too.
Yeah, right, everything.
Okay, I'll check back with you later and see if he's called you or you got a hold of him.
Okay, I'll keep trying here.
Okay, Jerry. Bye.
Hey, I went out on a sighting this morning, and I went up on the hill. I taped an interview with her, a basic one for 20 minutes, because I was wondering about the whole thing. But then we went out on the road to see where she had looked up a hill to see the lights. There was 2 yellow lights, large, 2 white lights, also large, lower than the yellow lights, and off to on the outside of the yellow lights, lower. And then there was a dim white revolving light above them. And went to the location she saw it at. Then we went up on the hill where it had been, and she kept steering me off to the side and saying no, it was further over, so I kept going further over. And on the edge of the hill, way back from the beaten path, they do have looked like parties and stuff up on the hill on a Friday, Saturday night. But quite a few yards away from there, I found a square depression about 18 by 18. I didn't have my ruler, so I couldn't measure it. But I found a square depression about 5 inches deep, 18 by 18. The stuff that was in it, the grass was pushed down. On 2 top corners, I found very distinct, slightly angled holes, about 4 by 4, about 5 inches deep. One of them especially was very clear. And it had a cleat in the middle of the bottom of the hole, running across the square hole. And there's evidence of one other hole, and I couldn't find a 4th one at the other corner. But I didn't disturb the area too much either. It was 2 inches from a drop down to the bottom of the hill. So we have a depression plus holes.
Okay, now you were talking to Jerry about that this morning.
Yeah, I just talked to him about it too.
Okay. Getting pretty late today. I wonder if we could get back up there tomorrow.
Yeah, we were both asking if you'd care to come up, if you would. We'd like to go up there very early in the morning, because both of us have got things we'd like to do in the afternoon, which I know I have to do, otherwise my wife will kill me.
Okay, you name the time.
Yeah, I'd like you to look at it. You've got more experience than I do on those. It just looks odd, but I may be all wrong, but it does look odd. The location is odd. It's off a beaten path. And the reporter kept steering me off to that side and said, no, it's further over to the side. And so I kept going further over, and that's what I found.
Does she feel that that's just about where it was?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I walked off into the area, and she said it's around there, so I looked around, and it's right in front of me, right at the edge. And it's a small area. The weeds, bushes, brambles, everything around have not been disturbed. So I know that, and plus it's too steep for a truck to go down there. Plus it's right on the edge of the drop. And just in this area. In the depression itself, the stuff was flattened. And the 2 distinct holes, well, 3 distinct holes, one of them especially is very distinct, especially with that cleat in the middle of it, down at the bottom of the hole.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, in the depression, there's an animal hole, a gopher or something like that. I put my hand down there, he almost bit me. But I think it's coincidental. It doesn't look like it's an animal square. I don't know how an animal could dig out a square hole, slab-sided, with slightly curved at the bottom of the hole. Something was sitting in there.
And I suppose it would take quite a bit of weight to make that kind of an impression.
Yeah, well, the soil is a little loose. It'd take more weight than I have to go that far down.
Yeah.
But the soil is moist and not muddy because it hasn't really been disturbed in the area, but I'm not talking, well, I can probably calculate it. but I'll have to get more information.
Okay. Okay, then we'll meet at Jerry's at 8 in the morning.
Okay.
And you're going to phone him and let him know?
Right now.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Is this Phenomena Research?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the FAA duty officer in Anchorage, Alaska. I just got a pilot report a few moments ago, and I don't know whether you'd be interested in it or not. At 0810 Zulu, or Greenwich Mean Time, we had an DC-10 en route Seattle Anchorage. Reported 80 nautical, that's 80 nautical, southeast of Anchorage, that he saw a large, orange, very bright object pass way above and pour away. And the pilot said he had never seen anything that bright in the sky before. He said it was moving at a very fast rate of speed and was quite a bit above him and off to the side. And that's all we have on it.
Okay, was he Seattle to Anchorage?
Right.
Okay. And did he leave any identification with you?
Would you say get this?
Did he leave his name at all?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He reported this to our Air Route Traffic Control Center, who gave it to me, and it's somewhat rephrased, I believe, through the report I got you now.
Okay.
It was Northwest Flight 6, by the way, for your information.
Flight 6?
Right.
Okay. Well, sir, we sure appreciate this.
Okay, you guys finding anything exciting?
No, things have been real slow lately. Very slow all over.
We don't know. Okay, partner, what's your name there?
Bob Gribble, Gribble.
Okay, Bob, my name is pretty much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Robert Gribble, please.
This is he.
Northwest Airlines here, Bob.
Yes, sir.
I have gotten a call from the Public Relations Office that you had called concerning our Flight 6 from Anchorage to O'Hare.
Right.
I think you had the wrong segment. I think it was from Tokyo to Anchorage. This is concerning a bright light type of sighting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll tell you, you're in kind of luck, because the captain that was flying that portion that made the observation lives in Seattle.
Well, amen.
So it's not going to be quite as tough as it seems like. So could I invite you to call him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, his name is... I think that's over on Bainbridge Island, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, and he should be able to give you anything you need.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Goodbye. Bye. Bob Gribble. I'm with Phenomena Research in Seattle.
Whatever that is.
Well, we study reports of aerial phenomena, and we understand you saw something over the Gulf of Alaska on the 16th.
Well, what we saw now, I believe, is, I guess it was Venus that was rising, but it was so damn bright, it was kind of unreal. It looked like a balloon hanging there, but we finally determined that that's what it was. We see it every day, but that day was exceptional.
Okay, sir, which direction were you looking at the time?
We were looking, we were flying on into Anchorage, and we were at 37,000 feet, and we were flying in the easterly direction.
I see.
Mars, of course, sometimes we used to chase years ago. It'd hang there and look like a blinking light.
Uh-huh.
And this just kind of hung there, and normally it rises, the same speed as the sun. But it just the way it was hanging there that day, it looked like it was not rising that rapidly. And after we discussed it for a while, that's what we decided it was.
Oh, I see. Well,
we called and talked to the Anchorage Tower and see if they had a balloon or something around. That's what started the whole thing, I suppose.
I see. Okay, it was under our understanding that the thing was moving at a high rate of speed.
Oh, no. No. I told them it was not any flying object or anything else. It was hanging there bright like a balloon, and the unusual part of it was it stayed bright for so long after the sun had come up, you see.
Yes.
And a lot of times when the sun comes up and the brightness of the other things disappear. But this kind of hung in there for a while. And it was the star.
Okay, and you were flying northeast at the time?
We were flying east. We were flying from a line over Cape Newenham direct to Anchorage.
Okay,
and I could get out a flight plan and tell you the true course of it if you wanted.
No, not necessary. But you were looking due east then when you saw this thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things that you see, but that one there was kind of unusual, and that's why we just yacked with the tower about it up there.
I see. Okay, thanks very much.
You betcha.
Bye.
Bye.
This is Bob Gribble. I'm with the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. We see by our morning paper that you sighted some unknowns on radar while you were on duty on the 23rd. I wonder if we could get a description of exactly what happened then.
Okay, I tell you, I've got a. Would you need to get it from me, or would you like to get it from the FAA, the public relations man down there?
Well, I'd just soon get it from you.
Okay. Well, let's see. It was about 9:30, I guess, in the evening, and what they looked like was just, I don't know, are you familiar with radar at all? Or?
Not really.
Okay, well, on radar, an aircraft target just appears as a small point of light on the radar scope. And this is what this appeared as, only there were four of them. They were in a line, a straight line, running east to west, spaced evenly apart. They're about 28, 30 miles southeast of Anchorage. And they remained stationary on the scope for about 4 sweeps or so, between 3-4 sweeps, and slowly moved to the east in about 2 sweeps, and then they moved off rapidly to the east, and they were gone within about another sweep, and which was about a 12 mile distance, I guess. Probably that they moved. Each sweep is 6 seconds of the antenna. And I don't know, the Anchorage Center had filed a UFO sighting, as far as I knew, on the same date from a Northwest crew. I don't know if you got that or aware of that or not.
Well, now, was the date the 23rd correct?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, I don't really know it. After it happened some time ago, and I never heard any more about it. Please.
Okay. Now, the reason I asked that is because we did hear about the Northwest Flight 6, Tokyo to Anchorage, seeing something on the 16th, Monday the 16th.
Tokyo to Anchorage?
Yeah, that was on Monday the 16th.
Well, this flight that we talked to Northwest, and it was Northwest 26, and he was coming in from Seattle.
I see, okay. Then the 23rd must be correct.
Yeah. And he had initially sighted the object about 157 miles east of here, of Anchorage.
Did he describe it as one object?
Well, he made his initial report to the Anchorage Center. And after we took the handoff on the aircraft, the center called us and asked us if we could get some more information from him on the object that he'd seen. And this was the first that we had heard anything about it.
I see.
And this was about 15 minutes after I saw, what I saw on the radar.
Right.
I just kind of started putting 2 and 2 together, I didn't really think a whole bunch about what I saw. There were several of us that saw it. I wasn't the only one.
Right.
And, we just more or less dismissed it, made a few jokes about it, this and that. But then after Northwest came in and the whole crew said they'd seen something out there, I started thinking, wow.
Right. Okay, now, did you have any estimate of speed on those objects?
No, I really don't. I suppose something could be worked up because it went approximately 10 miles in one sweep.
10 miles in 6 seconds, then.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
They moved, between the one sweep striking the target, and the next time it came around,
6 seconds later, they were just about off the scope. And the next time around, of course, they were gone. So roughly 8 to 10 miles, they probably went into sleep.
Yeah. Okay, now how many objects did you say there were?
4.
4, okay. Now, did they appear as 4 separate objects?
Yes.
Okay. Were you getting a good, strong return?
No, it wasn't. It was, at first I thought, I don't know if you're familiar with transponders.
No.
Well, it's a piece of equipment in the plane that transmits an electronic signal to the antenna. The antenna in turn interrogates it, breaks it down into a code, and it appears on the radar scope as flashes, small cursor beams. And this is what I thought it was at first. It was a transponder code, a weak one, because at the time we were looking for an aircraft right in that vicinity. The transponder wasn't working or working intermittently.
Yes.
So I was, several of us were looking at that particular portion of the scope, hard, trying to find this plane because it's mounting this train out there. And he was being handed off to us from the center, and it was a small aircraft. And, to be able to radar identify, of course, they hadn't seen. And so we were looking for him when I saw these 4, dots. And it looked similar to a transponder code, a certain squawk.
Right.
Squawk different numbers, and flashes appear in different places. And this is what I thought it was at first. But then the aircraft appeared, some distance from that, later on.
Right.
Plus, it was, of course, going westbound, and the stuff was going eastbound.
Okay, now, did you actually talk to Northwest 26?
No, I didn't talk to him after I saw, what I saw on the radar.
Right.
I just kind of started putting 2 and 2 together, I didn't really think a whole bunch about what I saw. There were several of us that saw it. I wasn't the only one.
Right.
And, we just more or less dismissed it. Made a few jokes about it, this and that. But then after Northwest came in and the whole crew said they'd seen something out there, just sort of thinking, wow.
Right. Okay, now, did you have any estimate of speed on those objects?
No, I really don't. I suppose something could be worked up because we went approximately 10 miles in one sweep.
10 miles in 6 seconds, then.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
They moved, between the one sweep striking the target, and the next time it came around, 6 seconds later, they were just about off the scope. And the next time around, of course, they were gone. So roughly 8 to 10 miles, they probably went into sleep.
Yeah. Okay, now how many objects did you say there were?
4.
4, okay. Now, did they appear as 4 separate objects?
Yes.
Okay. Were you getting a good, strong return?
No, it wasn't. It was, at first I thought, I don't know if you're familiar with transponders.
No.
Well, it's a piece of equipment in the plane that transmits an electronic signal to the antenna. The antenna in turn interrogates it, breaks it down into a code, and it appears on the radar scope as flashes, small cursor beams. And this is what I thought it was at first. It was a transponder code, a weak one, because at the time we were looking for an aircraft right in that vicinity. This transponder wasn't working or working intermittently.
Yes.
So I was, several of us were looking at that particular portion of the scope, hard, trying to find this plane because it's mounting this train out there. And he was being handed off to us from the center, and it was a small aircraft. And, to be able to radar identify, of course, they hadn't seen. And so we were looking for him when I saw these 4, dots. And it looked similar to a transponder code, a certain squawk. They squawk different numbers, and flashes appear in different places. And this is what I thought it was at first. But then the aircraft appeared, some distance from that, later on.
Right.
Plus, it was, of course, going westbound, and the stuff was going eastbound.
Okay, now, did you actually talk to Northwest 26?
No, I didn't talk to him after I got relieved by another guy, and he actually talked to the pilot. I never talked to the Northwest plane.
I see.
Thing that the Northwest plane said.
Oh.
We had everything on the speaker.
Well, how did he describe this thing?
Well, boy, it's hard to remember. It's so long ago. He described it, well, first the controller asked him if he could give some more information on it, because the center wanted it. And he said, well, it's in at about, I believe it's about 157 miles east. And I think he said that it was going eastbound.
Uh-huh.
And he said it was faster than anything he'd ever seen. And the controller made the comment that, well, the only thing he knew that would be, that fast would be an SR-71. And he didn't know, was not aware of any activity of that type of airplane in the area,
Right.
And the crew made the, comment that, no, it was no conventional form of aircraft. And he said it was, traveling at an exceptional rate of speed, faster than any supersonic thing that he'd ever seen. And I don't know if he actually saw an object or if he only saw lights. I remember him saying he described some lights, colored lights.
Uh-huh.
But I don't remember him saying anything about actually seeing an object itself.
Right.
Physical, other than a light.
Did the center pick up anything unusual at that time while he was describing that?
Now that I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I never have even talked to any center people about it. I don't know.
Okay. Is there any altitude estimate when they have a radar reading like that?
No, we don't. Our radar, we have no way of telling altitude.
I see.
Now, the center does have a radar that does give altitude readout,
uh-huh.
but it's a computer thing that's integrated with the equipment in the airplane.
Uh-huh.
So on something other than an airplane that's equipped with it, they wouldn't get it.
I see. Now, was he the one that relieved you?
Yes.
Okay. How did this get into the news media? Did public relations let that out?
I tell you the truth, I have no idea. I don't know how the news agencies got a hold of it.
Somebody probably tipped off this radio station that first let it out, I suppose.
Well, I was called by the radio station.
Oh.
They already knew about it, and they just wanted to know what had happened.
Right.
He said, you're so and so, and you saw these. And they knew all about the Northwest flight, what it had seen, because the guy told me, and I called the FAA to see if, because he said he had called the FAA.
I see.
From my facility out there. And so I called, checked with him, said, yeah, sure, he called, no problem. So I talked to him, just gave him a brief rundown of it, and then public relations called me, wanted to know about it. I don't know, the whole thing happened all yesterday, and I saw it, weeks and weeks ago, so.
Okay, is that in your paper up there this morning?
It was in yesterday morning.
Yesterday, okay. Now, this was about 9:30 in the evening, right? Was that AM or PM?
PM.
PM, okay.
Yeah. I can't, I have no idea what it was. It could have very well been, an airplane. It could have been, for all I know, it could have been a flock of birds.
Uh-huh.
Now, to me, a UFO is just that. It's something that's unidentified.
Right.
And I'm not, don't want to be labeled as a nut or nothing. Because it's just, it's something there, and there was other people that saw it, The radar, does strange things sometimes. Maybe.
Right.
Who knows? I mean, I had no idea what it was. And, but what reinforced the whole thing for me was the fact that that Northwest group saw something out there going the same direction, they were coming in from.
Right.
And the time lapse and everything figured out, about right. So, whatever.
Now, those four objects, the four blips that you saw, were they in a straight line?
Yeah.
Did they hold that all the way?
Yeah, they held it just the same distance apart.
Right.
All the way on.
Okay. Well, if you ever have any more experiences up there, we'd sure like to hear from you. Just call collect.
Okay, we'll do.
Kind of spread the word around with the other guys. We've been cooperating with the FAA all over the nation, so I don't know what their policy is now. I know that when individuals inquire at their various facilities, why they have a policy where they're supposed to pass out whatever number they have so that the witness can call in and report.
Yeah, I would talk to the public relations man down at a regional officer. He called on the phone. He was real nice and everything. But in our manual, there's really no specific guidelines to report something other than it says, if we receive a UFO report, we're supposed to refer them to a educational facility, university, or, if they're scared to death or something, to a local law enforcement agency.
Right.
That's, all it says.
Well, maybe that policy had changed. Things seem to be loosening up quite a bit.
Yeah, I know. The UFO thing is not what it used to be years ago. I think people's minds are more, attuned and flexible nowadays to that sort of thing.
Well, sir, we thank you again, and we'd appreciate it very much if you would kind of pass our number out up there. Anytime those people see or hear about anything, why they can call us collect. We're here 24 hours a day.
Okay, sure will do.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
I'm calling from Calusa, California.
Yes.
And my son and I saw a phenomenal last night.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Oh, boy, I don't want to. Anyway, well, what it was it looked like the Astrodome that's all lit up.
Uh-huh.
And it was about 10 miles away. And I don't know if you're familiar with our area.
Yes, I am.
Okay. It was in the same, it was right out by this residence.
Uh-huh.
And it scared us spitless. And that's all I could say. It looked like the Astrodome.
Okay, now, would this be kind of like a half circle?
Yeah, have you ever seen pictures of the Astrodome when it's lit?
Yes.
This is what it looks like.
Uh-huh. Okay, how about color?
It was, like a light bulb.
Okay. And was this stationary or on the move?
It was moving, and we watched it. Like my son almost ran off the road. We watched it for about 5 minutes, and then it just absolutely disappeared. There was no fading away, it didn't go into the distance or anything else.
Just snapped off?
It just snapped off.
And you didn't see it after that?
No, we looked, we stopped and looked and didn't see it.
Okay. Do you have any estimate of how far away it was from you?
My son said between 5 and 10 miles.
Okay. What time did you spot that?
Now, this was between 7 and 10 after 7.
Okay. Was this object moving fairly rapidly or just slow?
Well, it seemed to be moving, I really couldn't judge because we were in the truck, and it was keeping pace with us.
Okay. Which direction were you looking when you were watching that?
We were looking, my son said it was out by Gridley. Now, I am no good at directions, north, south, east, or west. But my son said it was out by Gridley.
Okay, which highway were you on?
We were on Highway 20.
20, okay. Driving north or south?
We were coming from Williams. We were coming from Williams into Calusa.
Okay, that would be north.
And, well, the nearest, the only thing I know is it's out by...
Right.
Was out in that area.
How did you happen to spot that?
Well, we'd come back from giving blood, and you know how you do. You're just driving along chatting, and we saw a crop duster over on our right. And he was getting ready, we were watching him, and we said, gee, I wonder if there's any others out. And so we looked around, and we saw this object over on our left. And we just couldn't believe it.
How were the sky conditions?
The sky wasn't quite twilight.
Uh-huh.
The sky was clear.
Okay. How long do you feel you watched that?
I would say about 5 minutes.
Okay, and that was last night?
Yes,
okay.
And evidently there was some interference, quite a bit of interference on the television set at that time, too.
Okay, did you have any problem with your car or truck? The engine or the lights?
Well, our lights weren't on.
I see, okay.
My son was driving, and he says, Mom, I'm scared. And he was looking for a place to park. So we run off the road.
Did he have the radio on?
No.
Okay. And you did notice TV problems later?
Well, yeah, my other two kids were at home, and they're all, older kids,
yes,
in their teens, late teens, and they said that the television was really bad about that time, between about 4 to 7 and the time we got home.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who saw this?
I haven't talked to anybody else that's seen this, because usually we keep our mouths shut and call you guys.
I understand, okay.
Okay. I mean, we're tired of being laughed at and put down.
Right. And they were just you and your son, right?
It was just myself and my son.
And what was your son's name?
My son is...
Okay. And you already had our number, right?
Well, I had your number and I lost it, because this is the last one we saw was quite a while ago, so I had to call the sheriff's department.
Okay.
But I didn't identify myself to him, which is being basically
okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report. If we get any additional reports on this, do you want us to get back to you and let you know about it?
Yes, I would, because I reported this also to that group in Mountain View.
Uh-huh.
And they are sending somebody up today.
Uh-huh.
There is somebody coming up today. In fact, their group was already on their way up here to spend the night here last night.
I see.
Because we have had so many sightings. Have you had any other sightings in the last 2 weeks?
No, not from that area. The last one we had out of the Calusa area would have been the 22nd of last month. A little very large disc was seen.
Well, there has been another sighting by and I guess it's been about 8 or 9 days since they saw it.
Uh-huh.
And so I just wondered if you were getting any more reports from it.
No, I haven't heard a thing.
I think we've got a nest of them.
Well, they're watching something up there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're such a varied group of people that have seen them.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we're not all friends or anything. We're not all drunk. Some of us are religious. Some of us are atheists. Maybe they're just maybe they're trying to get a overall picture of us. But okay, I have done my duty then.
Yes, ma'am. We sure appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Listen, I've been trying to get information for the last hour from here in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yes.
I'd like to know if you could give me this information. Was there supposed to have been a lunar eclipse tonight?
No, ma'am. Not to my knowledge. There was one about 10 days ago.
Well, if there hasn't been, then I suppose we have sighted something, my husband and I.
Okay, would you like to describe it?
No? It's really rather unnerving, to tell you the truth. We were coming from, now you're obviously not familiar with Albuquerque, New Mexico, but we were in the northeast quadrant of our city.
Okay.
Traveling west, more like northwest it would be. And as we were approaching the valley area, my husband spotted something pretty far up in the sky and asked me what it was just about an hour ago. I said, oh, it's the moon. And it suddenly occurred to me the moon would not be on the west side. And it was it was very bright, extremely bright, a yellowish color, yellowish glow. And it was glowing. It was almost a crescent shape, half-moon type shape. And it seemed to be changing, well, it was completely perpendicular to the earth at the time we spotted it. And then it seemed to be changing directions as though it was going in a vertical angle.
Yes.
And it kept going lower and lower as we were approaching it, and we kept chalking it up to while we were getting closer to the moon, thinking it was the lunar eclipse. And by the time we approached where we live, which is in Corrales, New Mexico, it's very northwest in the city. It's a suburb of Albuquerque. By the time we approached that, it seemed to have completely dissipated onto the horizon. We couldn't see it anymore. But we were very close to it, because by the time we reached Rio Grande Boulevard, which is smack in the middle of Northwest Valley, it was very large. but it was very low to the ground by that time, too.
Did it maintain its same shape?
No, it seems to have changed shape as it was coming down. Where it was, almost crescent shape when we first spotted it, it started getting narrower and almost to the point of a quarter moon shape.
Uh-huh. Okay, was this just all solid light?
Yes, solid light is all we saw from it. That's why we kept thinking it was a moon.
Was it white?
Pardon me?
White light?
White light, glowing white light, but it gave a yellow cast. It appeared to be a yellowish moon.
Okay. Yeah, it maintained that color at all times?
Yes, never changed that.
Now, did you watch this until it went out of sight?
We watched it until we couldn't see it anymore. Now, I'm not sure if it went out of sight at that point, but, where we were at an angle there, trees and whatnot were covering it. But it was that low by that time.
Okay, and you're sure you were facing west?
Oh, yes, we were facing northwest is what it was.
Okay. And about what time did you spot that?
Okay, it's 12 o'clock. Well, it's 5 after 12 here. It was an hour ago. It was about 11.
Okay. And about how long did you watch that?
Okay, I would estimate we watched that approximately 10, maybe 12 minutes. That we could see it. I'm sure it was up longer than that, but that we could actually see it without the trees blocking the view.
Okay, how are the sky conditions?
Very clear, and that shook me too, because I was thinking in terms of we've had some windy days in the nights before, the moon's usually covered with clouds.
Right.
And it wasn't like that tonight.
Okay. And where did you get our number?
Our police department here in Corrales referred us to you, but I finally had to go through, the flight control at our airport, at our Sunport, International Sunport.
Okay. Okay, well, we appreciate your reporting this, and we're going to check it out, and if we come up with any information on it, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Listen, I really appreciate it, because this is quite unnerving. I've not exactly been a believer.
Uh-huh.
And I really would like some rationale to what we saw.
Okay, if we get anything on it, we'll let you know about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Calling from Orange County, California.
Yes.
And I'm standing here at the drive-in movie here, and a friend of mine and I have observed at least 12 what appears to us to be unidentified objects within the last 20 minutes. And we've got one that's under our observation right now, and it's been there. It's moved to us about, I think somebody's already come. But anyway, it's in our vision now, and it's been here for a good 15, 20 minutes, hovering within what appears to us to be a 20-foot radius in the sky,
Uh-huh.
And we've seen at least 12 other ones that come right over the drive-in, kind of all heading in the same direction, and all looking basically the same. Like there's a white light on the left, a white light on the right, like a red light in the middle, and like a turquoise maybe towards the front. And I didn't know who to report it to, and I got this number from the police department.
Okay, can you make out an object that's these lights are attached to?
We can't. Okay. We can't. They aren't close enough that we can observe the shape of the object.
Uh-huh.
It appears from viewing it from the distance we are that it's I don't know, like triangular, or it could be round. I don't know. But it's like a white light on the left, a white light on the right, and a red light flickering in the middle, and then a turquoise light flickering in the front.
I see.
And there's been 12 of them, I know for sure, that we've counted. And there's one, like I say, hovering right over us. Well, not right directly over us, but a little distance away. And we can tell, we can judge it's moving because we have it in sight with a treetop, and it's moved about 20 feet away from that treetop, but it's still hovering here.
Okay. Now, are all these objects traveling essentially in the same direction?
Yeah, well, they were like, starting out, we were observing them all heading the east from where we're at here. We were all heading in an eastern direction. And then they started, a couple of them, well, it might have been, we might have seen the same one over a couple times, I don't know, because they started circling around. And then, they were circling around, and a couple of them circled around and started heading west, and then there was some more that had circled completely around, made a complete circle, and headed back east again.
Okay. Then in all of these, all you could see were the lights themselves.
Yeah, and they're all, let me see another one. they're all the same light pattern on them, with a flickering red light, a flickering turquoise light, and two bright lights on either side.
Right. Okay. Now, when did you spot the first one?
When?
Yeah.
I would say approximately 20 or 25 minutes ago.
Okay. Quite a few people watching these?
Well, I don't know. We're standing out there. We're at a drive-in, and we haven't been, seen anybody standing outside their cars. We haven't really looked to see. We've been looking at the sky for the last 20 minutes. People probably think we're crazy.
Okay. Now, other than the one that circled and turned and went back where it came from, were they all traveling straight flight paths?
They're all traveling at a pretty good clip, except there's some of them that aren't moving that fast, and it's like we're standing there watching them, and it's like they're moving along, but then they'll dart or they'll drop, fast and move, and not always in a straight line. Some of them are just making like a beeline, and some of them are just kind of like I don't know how you say it, going back or to the right, to the left a little bit, dipping his wings, however you want to say it. I don't know.
Okay, how would you make a guess on the altitude? Is quite high or low?
How high would you estimate it to be? Would you say it was normal air travel level? Lower than that, right? Okay, yeah, we did. We observed one that was wasn't just above treetop level, except it wasn't close enough to get to view it to say it was round or anything else.
Right.
And the rest of them are up. I can't judge distance in the air that much, but you definitely can see the lights. You definitely can see that there's a form, but not close enough. I mean, it's too high for a helicopter, because I've seen hundreds of helicopters around here. We live pretty close to an air base. And I've seen a lot of planes around here. And it appears that they're a little higher than that to me.
Okay. How are the sky conditions?
Oh, that's clear.
Clear, okay.
Yeah, that's where this one that's out there right now, we thought it was a star, because that's what it looks like. That's the distance it is from us.
I see.
It looks like one star. It isn't as close to us as the rest of them have been, where we could distinguish definitely four lights,
Right.
Okay, this one is like a star. They're flickering, but like a star. And the only way we know that it's not a star is because we're standing there in one position looking at it over the top of a tree, and in 20 minutes' time it's moved what appears to be, from us, like maybe 20 or 30 feet from the spot it started from,
Okay.
But it's still there.
We sure appreciate this report. We're going to get on it, and if we come up with any more information, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Bye.
I have a report for you.
Okay.
All right. Name is I Am a Pilot. I was on the ground. I spotted something I cannot explain. I was on Interstate 72, approximately 10 miles outside of Springfield, Illinois, headed east.
Yes.
I spotted the object, which had red and green lights. Now, I know this is standard lighting on aircraft. However, they were not blinking, and the object appeared to be hovering at about 250 feet AGL. The sky was overcast about 1,500, but other than that, I had good visibility. I first saw the lights about 2 miles away from it. As I got near underneath the object, which was just south of the highway and above me, I incurred air turbulence when otherwise it was quite smooth. I could not hear any engines, and I discounted the factor of it being a chopper because I would have heard the sounds of the blades. They have a very distinct sound to them, and how well I know it. The object had, the fuselage, from what I could see, had an unusual grayish-blue glow, which was not too outstanding, but it was there. I'm uncertain as yet what I saw. I called out here to the Decatur Airport Tower, and they gave me your number. I have not had anything to drink for, I think, a period of 3 months. I'm not on medication. I got a good 7.5 hours of sleep last night, and I'm not subject to too many hallucinations or anything like that. And I possess excellent eyesight, among other things.
Okay, Mr. Did the object have a definite shape?
It appeared to be oval.
I see. Okay.
And if I was going to judge the length of the object, I would have to give it a distance in length of I think I'd give it a length distance of about 10 to 15 feet, maybe longer, I don't know. But that's a rough estimate. And in width, at least 5 or 6 feet.
Okay. Did you see any openings at all in it?
I couldn't get that good of a look.
Okay.
I was traveling about 55 or 60. But I did notice that air turbulence was most unusual because it sort of gave my car a bit of a blow. And it was just a bit difficult to steer for a couple of seconds until I got out of it. And then it was, very smooth again.
Yes.
Which is most unusual.
Do you have an estimate as to how close the object was to you?
Approximately 250 feet above, and I'd say 25 feet off, 25 feet south of the highway. While in the service, I had contact with UFO, and I full well know their potential. And there is such a thing. I don't give a damn what Blue Book says. It was most unusual from what I saw tonight because I know aircraft upside and down. I've flown in many different types, and I can't explain this. And I could not see any tower assembly, and I don't think there would be a tower assembly that too damn close to the highway. Below the cloud layer, visibility was excellent. There was no fog or mist. And my eyesight is not faulty, and my windshield and other windows were quite clear.
Okay, now, was that object on the move?
No, it appeared to be hovering.
Hovering, okay.
I'm not going to say it was absolutely still, but it appeared as if it was just hovering there.
Okay, now, when you were the closest to the object, did you have any unusual physical or mental sensations at all?
No, not really.
Okay.
Tell the truth, I really didn't think much about that at the time. All I thought about was getting the hell away from it.
I see.
I can't really say that I had any unusual sensations other than, now I don't know if this means anything, but I did notice a short time after I got away from it, I did develop some cramping in my stomach.
Uh-huh.
Now whether this means anything or not, I don't know. But I am in pretty excellent health. I haven't been sick for, I think, 2 years.
Did the object, or did you, while you were driving the car, have any sensation that you were losing control of the steering of the car at the time?
Yes.
Okay, did
yes, the steering came very loose. It was, to describe it, I would have to say it felt like my whole front end was bouncing all over the ground for a couple of seconds.
Did you feel any sense of weightlessness?
You mean a minor lifting sensation?
Right, as though your car was not actually touching the concrete.
In a sense, yes.
Okay.
I am not going to claim that I felt as if I was lifted clear off the ground, but
yes.
I did feel a sensation that my car was sort of bouncing.
Okay.
As if my shock absorbers had suddenly gone out from underneath me. When it comes to UFOs, I give them a wide berth.
Okay. Now, did you actually see this object move away, or did you just move out of the area rapidly? And
I drove on down the road, and all right, now, believe me, this is no prank. I drove on down the road. I looked in my mirror once, and I saw the object, and I looked back again, and I didn't. This was from a distance of about a mile.
Okay.
I first looked back about a half mile or so, and I saw it, and I looked back about a mile, and, boo, no object.
Okay. Was there any other traffic on the road at the time?
Very, very light, other than a few truckers, and I think I did pass up a drunk on down the road behind me.
Okay.
So he probably discounted.
About what time did you first spot that?
Approximately 9 o'clock p.m. Illinois time. That's new time standard. I don't know whether it's Eastern or what. And that would put it at approximately, that'd be 1600 hours Zulu.
Okay.
I did not notice any other air traffic in the area, anywhere between Decatur and Springfield. And to the best of my knowledge, the Army choppers were not up tonight.
Okay. Would you say that object was definitely solid?
Yes.
Were there any indications of a metallic surface?
I noticed, all right, in the body shape, what I term fuselage, I saw it had a bluish-gray hue to it, but I can swear to the fact that I saw, or what I thought would be a metal surface.
Okay.
Possibly. I could not discern any doorways.
Okay. What were the color of those lights again?
The lights were red and green. However, they weren't blinking. And around the object, it had a grayish-blue hue to it. And the only other time that I have seen a grayish-blue glow has been radioactive reactors. Like the positronic reactor that's sunk in water.
Yes.
It gives off a bluish glow to it. That's the only other time that I've seen that color.
Okay. How long did you have that in sight?
I'd say approximately for a period of a good 2 minutes going toward it. Good 2.5 minutes. Because I was moving right at about a mile a minute.
Did this appear to be hovering over the roadway when you first spotted it?
When I first spotted it, it appeared to be over the roadway. When I came up on it, it was just a few feet, no more than a few feet south of the roadway.
Okay. Could we have your home address, Mr.?
Certainly. Be glad to. And I'll give you my flight certificate number if you need that.
Okay.
Number.
How long have you been flying?
Oh, shit. See, I first started when I was 18 months old.
Oh, boy.
But I wasn't flying tonight. I was driving. I had plenty of sleep last night, and like I said, I haven't been drinking or taking any medication.
Okay. Can we have your phone number?
Yeah, certainly. Number. I'll be here all day tomorrow if you need me.
Okay, then it's okay to get back to you if we have further questions.
Well, certainly.
Okay.
I'll be glad to answer anything.
And you got our number from Decatur Tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have your number there.
Well, sir, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check it out and see if we can't come up with some information on that thing. And if we do get something, well, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I wouldn't happen to be talking to the Office of Scientific Research, would I?
No, this is phenomena research.
Oh. Yeah, I know Blue Book used to be with the OSR over at the Pentagon, but to the best of my knowledge, they closed out Blue Book about 68. You know, I would be interested, if you gentlemen had the material, I would be sincerely interested in getting a report on one landing of a UFO that occurred back in 1940. It was either 47 or 48. And allegedly, it occurred out west somewhere, and allegedly they did find humanoid types on it. But they were smaller. They were only about 4 feet in height. There were about 7 or 8 of them. I would dearly love to dig my hands into that.
Okay, that could have been the one that occurred down by Farmington, New Mexico, or was reported to have occurred.
Yeah, that was one where the whole area was hushed up.
Right. That story's been floating around for a long time, and there's pro and con opinions on it, but nothing tangible has ever been found to prove it.
In your opinion, is it feasible that I have had contact with a UFO?
I think it would be feasible for the reason that we believe that this is possible without you even knowing it. In other words, if they had picked you out specifically for some particular reason, they could have performed whatever their duties were without your ever knowing it, we feel.
Well, like I said, I have had contact one other time, and that occurred in 1973. And if you gentlemen would like, I will type up and sign a complete detailed report to that.
Yes, we'd appreciate that very much. We can send you a...
In fact, that night after it occurred, I can say this much, I was in a state of shock because I did have personal contact. I'm not talking just with the object. I'm talking with an alien form, and I was interviewed by an FBI agent that night. And I assure you, I am, like I said, I'm quite mentally stable. This is no prank.
Okay, what year did that happen?
That happened in April of 1973.
Okay, that was a big year, UFO-wise.
I could give you something. I could give you proof, because one of the unique things after that occurred, I was checked with a Geiger counter, and I was hot. And they couldn't explain that.
Well, we'd like very much to hear the whole story.
All right.
So, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just send you some material along with the stamped self-addressed envelope, and then you can fire it off to us.
Sounds good.
All right, sir. We sure appreciate the call.
Anytime.
Right.
If you're going to call me back, I would request not tonight. I'd like to get a little sleep if I can.
Oh, it won't be this evening because we'll be chomping away on this thing probably all night long. See if we can't come up with something.
Okay. Now I know Springfield Capital Airport has radar, so they ought to know what the hell it was. And with the location that I've given you, well, they ought to be able to boil out to Europe, but there's no towers that close to the highway. Well, in the meanwhile, I'm going to try and take a nap.
Okay, thanks again.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night.
I'm calling from Deerfield Beach, Florida,
Yes.
and I want to report. I seen a flying saucer.
Okay, would you like to describe it?
I sure will. It was round. It had like a white bubble on top, and it had small windows with white and red flashing lights on it. It was white for 2 seconds and it turned.
Okay, what time did you see that?
We seen it about 20 minutes to 10.
Okay. Now, would you describe it in relation to altitude and distance from you, if you could?
Oh, gosh. No, sir, I couldn't. It wasn't very far. It was like over the ocean.
Okay.
From where I lived in, that's only about 2.5 miles from the ocean.
Now, you could definitely make out an object. You could see the surface of an object.
Yes, sir.
You say there was a dome on top?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was white.
It was all white?
Yes, sir, like a white light in there.
Okay. Now, were there any color lights involved in this?
It was white and red.
Okay.
And it was flashing real fast all the way around it.
Okay. Which direction was the object traveling?
It was heading northeast.
Okay, now did you watch this until it disappeared from your sight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this moving in a straight line flight pattern?
Kind of, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
No, sir.
Can you give us any estimate of size? Can you compare it with anything?
Well, it was about as big as a house.
Okay. How many witnesses?
I have my 3 children, my husband, and me, and the neighbors next door, and I was coming home from my grandparents. Of course, they didn't see it, but my father's girlfriend and my father seen it.
Okay.
So there's about 8 witnesses.
Okay. How about the speed?
The speed was very fast.
Okay. Would you say faster than a small aircraft?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And
faster than a jet.
You definitely saw a dome on top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how big was that dome in relation to the entire object?
Oh gosh. It was pretty big. Not too big, but how would I put it like? About like bigger than a street light.
Okay. Okay, how are the sky conditions?
It's clear with a few clouds.
Okay. Were this thing definitely operating under the clouds?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Well, we appreciate this report, and we're going to check it out, and if we come up with any answers, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Is that what it was, though? Does it sound like one? Because it was going so fast.
I would say that with the way you described it, that we have a UFO, but we're going to check into it anyway.
Okay.
And if we come up with any more information, why, we'll let you know.
Okay, fine. I called the news station, but they acted like I was crazy.
Where did you get our number?
From the FAA.
Okay, at which field?
I called the manager's office on Northwest 15th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
And then they referred me to another number. And then he told me to look up your number and call collect, but they said you want to take it collect, so I said, well, put it on my phone.
Okay, thanks again.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I saw a UFO, and I reported it to the town marshal here, and he also saw it, and one other person.
Okay, would you like to describe what you saw?
Yes, it was, I couldn't really tell how big it was, but it was fairly big. It was, well, the top of it was fairly dome-shaped, pretty round.
Uh-huh.
And the bottom of it was round, but it was flatter than the top part. It kind of flattened out at the bottom. And it had a red light that seemed to stay stationary on the back part and a white light that seemed to be towards the front somewhere. And it had a noise kind of like a jet, but a lot lighter, and it made several slow things around the town.
Okay. About what time did you spot that?
It's been about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
Would you like to talk to the town marshal?
Okay. And who saw it the longest?
Me and another boy saw it the same length of time. Incidentally, I saw it fairly close. Saw the sun. It'd go by the sun, and I saw the moon, and the moon beams shine on it, sort of, kind of giving away its shape.
Okay, now, was this thing on the move? Was it moving?
Well, when we first saw it, it was stationary over the town, or maybe toward the back, near the end of the town, and it was stationary there. And as we looked at it for a while, we could see it starting to move, And then it made several things around the town, or not in any direct or any pattern, but just here and there, and then it slowly went off.
Okay, well, now, when it went away, which direction did it go?
It went, what direction is it? Southeast.
Okay. And it just moved more or less erratically around the town area?
Yeah, in no particular place.
Okay, do you have any estimate of altitude?
I'm not very good on altitude, but it wasn't very high. It was lower than what a low-flying plane would fly.
Okay. Okay, you could definitely make out an object?
I can definitely make out the shape of it, yes.
Right, okay. Do you have any estimate as to how close it got to you?
To me, how close did you say? Oh, Oh, it was farther than that. It must have been about an eighth of a mile.
Okay.
That would be from our eye level.
Any estimate of size? Can you compare it with anything?
That would be kind of hard to do, but if I was to guess, I'd say it was probably the length of about the size of a boxcar in length.
Okay. And this was dome-shaped?
Yes. And incidentally, the thing I didn't know until I talked to the sheriff, but it had been reported, I think, one other time or two other times? 2 other times. I didn't know that until tonight.
Okay.
By 2 different people.
That was this evening?
Yes, this was this evening.
Okay. Okay, could we talk to the gentleman on duty there?
Yeah.
Hello.
Good morning. Could we get a description of what you saw?
Well, it was, like you said, kind of in nearly a ditch. And it flew over the town. Oh, I seen it once pretty good. And what it was, I went up the street to check the school. When I got back, they was hollering for me to hurry up, you know.
Uh-huh.
And it, like I said, it kind of made a rumble like a jet, but a lot lower, you know. Wasn't near as loud. And they said it stood kind of over the school, hovered over the school there for a little bit. They'd followed it and kind of watched it. That's really about all I know. But I seen a red light, stationary red light, and a white light whenever it was here by City Hall.
Uh-huh.
And I really didn't get, you know, real good look, but they did. And here's another guy here that's seen it, Billy Anderson. And but I did see it.
Okay.
I'm here at Bennington, Oklahoma.
Okay. And you're the marshal?
Yeah.
Okay. Would the other gentleman's description just about fit what you saw?
Yeah. He's standing right here if you'd like to talk to him.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
We've seen this UFO. We're kind of rabbit hunting, and we was down by the school, and we seen it back on the back side of town. First I thought it was a star, then I seen that red light flashing right behind it, and we come up this way. It started moving. We come up this way and pulled in here at the City Hall, tell the marshal, and he was gone. We got a real good look at it, and about that time he come up and got a good look at it. Just like the other guy said, it kind of had some red beaming lights on it, on the bottom of it, then that and on the back, that white light on the front, and it kind of hovered around in one spot, kind of rocked backwards and forwards.
Uh-huh.
It's something like I ain't never seen before.
Okay. Now, did what you saw pretty much meet the description of what the other gentleman described?
Yes.
Okay.
Me and him seen it at the same time, all three of us.
Oh, okay, very good. Did you see any other aircraft in the area at the time?
No, we sure didn't. We didn't see nothing around. But it kind of freaked me out or something. You know, I never seen nothing like it before. And it was hovering so low and it's moving around. It's quite a hovering noise, you know. And I ain't never seen nothing like it before. Just like I said, it was shaped in kind of like a dish shape. It was good size, too. Real good size.
Okay, what would you estimate its size?
Oh, heck. I ain't real good at that, but...
Well, could you compare it with something?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's about... I know it's the length of a boxcar and a lot wider.
Okay. Now, did this thing, while you gentlemen were out there watching this, did it approach you at any time?
Yes, it hovered over toward us and went back the other way, kind of rocked back the other way.
Uh-huh.
Then back again, and them red beams kind of hit us once or twice there when they come over. And then it just moved off real slow like it didn't.
Was there actually shafts of light coming out of this thing?
Yes, sure was.
Okay, how many were there, do you know?
Well, there was 2 red lights under the bottom of it, kind of like just a beam, like it was hitting the ground or something.
Okay.
Some kind of radar-like thing they might have. And then that red flash light on the back, and then a big white glowy light on the front. I mean, it glowed real big. That's why I didn't much believe it was a star or something, because it was real huge and real white, glowy light.
Okay, now that those red shafts of light coming out the bottom, were they on at all times while it was moving?
At all times. They never did flash on and off. It was just kind of like a beam of some sort.
Did that seem to illuminate the ground?
Yes, it did.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, if we need any additional information, would it be okay to get back to you?
Yes, it sure would. This other guy here that you talked to earlier, he needs to say a few more words.
Okay.
When you asked him if it flashed, I noticed as it seemed to be close, it didn't flash at all. Nothing seemed to flash. But then as it got further out, it seemed like it started flashing. The white light was all we could see then. But
and then it just moved away?
Yeah, it just went away.
Okay. And you saw these red beams of light also?
Oh, it was just a red light on it. It might have appeared to be. It was the white light was pretty bright when it got, when you looked right up into it, but there was no beams flashing down,
Okay.
It might have appeared to be that way, but it was just a light.
Okay. Okay, well, if we need additional information, would you be all right to get back to you?
Yes, I'd like that.
Okay, well, we're going to check this thing out, and if we come up with any answers on it, why, we'll get back to you, gentlemen, and let you know about it.
Okay.
We sure appreciate your calling.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
We spotted it again. It just keeps hovering over and over, kind of making a wide circle around the town.
Okay. Is this the same identical thing?
The same identical thing.
Now, what kind of maneuvers is this thing making over the town?
It comes in just a wide circle. It comes straight across, well, more like a square. It goes down and circles way back over out city limits and back over again.
Uh-huh.
Here's this other guy. He was with me.
Okay.
Sir?
Yes.
I don't want to bother you or anything, but it did make the 2 more passes back over the town if it's important or anything.
Okay, now is this giving off the same sound?
Yes, it's the very same sound. The only thing different is we noticed that there seems to be 2 red lights, one that doesn't flash when you look at it from some way, and then when you look at it from another way, it does flash white and then red.
Uh-huh.
We saw the bottom of it this time. There seems to be a few more lights. I can't tell sure how many, but we saw the bottom of it. I think it's bigger than what we first said.
Okay, now, did it come directly overhead?
It came directly overhead.
Okay. Is this thing circular?
Yes, it looks like a circular bottom. At least the front part is. That's the part where the white light can be seen.
Okay, now did you notice anything else in the way of openings in this thing at all?
No, we couldn't see that close. No openings. I couldn't tell.
Okay, how high do you think it was when it went directly overhead?
This time it was about the same as what a low-flying plane would be.
Okay, and it's still giving off the same old sound.
Yeah, and he said it's coming back, too. This is a small town. We would wake a bunch of people up if we thought it would do any good.
Uh-huh. Is there do you have anything in particular in that town that it would be looking at?
I can't, that's one thing I can't figure out. It's lower this time. Can I go outside and look at it?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm looking at it. It's lower this time. It's substantially lower. But it hasn't got overhead yet. It's moving even slower than before. And they want to know if there's anything you want to know about this.
Well, anybody got a camera around?
We sure don't. I wish we did. I really.
Okay, well, what is this? Strictly farming country in that area?
Yes, it's a farming town, yes.
Are there any hydroelectric dams or power stations in the area?
Not in this area. It's just I don't know what they would want. Some of the lights went out. Just a second. Just turned sideways and the back light was.
Okay. Is there any air bases in that area?
Air bases?
Yeah.
The closest one's about, 7 miles away, I guess. And it's just a tiny area. The next town is Durant, Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
The one I speak of is just a little runway.
Yeah, okay. Well, I tell you what you do. If that thing continues to show and maneuver around the area, would you keep some notes on it?
Yes, I would.
And then we'll get back to you and check out and just see what follow-up information you've got.
It's making another turn back this way, too.
Uh-huh.
This seems weird, I know, but it's true, absolutely.
How are the sky conditions there tonight?
It's real clear, isn't it? Everything, the stars are all shining. It's a real clear night.
Okay. Now, what time did that show up the second time?
The second time, just a few minutes before we called you.
Just a few minutes, okay. Okay, well, we appreciate this report again, and it won't be necessary to make another call, but do keep notes if you can.
We will keep notes.
And then we'll get back to you later and find out what happened.
Okay, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
There's no possibility that this could be a jet of any kind because, they don't have anything like this that can be stationary, do they?
I wouldn't know, not stopping. No. And I don't think any small jet would fly or any of the
Reporting center?
Yes, sir. This hits in Baton Rouge.
Yes, sir.
And I just spotted something I was curious about. I called the airport, and they didn't seem to spot anything on their radar, so I thought I'd check with you. At 8:45 Eastern or Daylight Saving Time, Louisiana.
Yes.
I'd say I picked up an object which I thought was a shooting star for a second, the way it was moving, and then it cleared across the entire sky, south to north, almost due magnetic south to north, and it cleared the sky in about 2 minutes, and it had about the same magnitude as a small star, what I saw, and I thought I saw a little red light like you see on a normal airplane.
Yes.
But it didn't. There was no flashing or anything. I was wondering if anything had been reported or if there's a satellite that travels that direction.
Okay. Now, you said it went... Was this be horizon to horizon in 2 minutes?
Right. Well, what I saw, let's see, I picked it up about 20 degrees off the southern horizon, and I guess I lost it about the same spot in the northern horizon.
Well, we can eliminate the satellite right there. It's much too fast.
The way it moved, it was unbelievable.
Okay, now what color was that object again?
It had about the same color as a star.
I see, okay.
I guess you'd call it a white-blue.
Right.
And I thought I picked up a hint of red with it. That's why I just kind of followed it, and I noticed how fast it was moving. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I don't know exactly what my latitude or longitude is here, but I'm in central Baton Rouge, and it just came, to my knowledge, what is due south to due north.
Okay. Did that deviate from a straight line course at all?
I thought it had, but I don't believe it did. It seemed to have a straight line course, and that's why I thought possibly it could have been a satellite.
No, we can eliminate that. That's much too fast for a satellite.
But like I say, it did seem to have this red tint. You could see it on one side, and then later on, my eyes aren't as good as they should be, but the red seemed to shift, not like a blink or anything, but it like at one time it seemed like it was on the left side of the object, and then the next time it seemed like it was on the right side of the object.
Okay. And you feel that it was quite high?
Right. I would say, of course, not knowing what size it was, but
right.
I saw a plane fly by later, and I'd say it was at least 3, possibly 4 times as high.
Okay, well, we haven't had any reports of that so far.
That elevation, would that be out of radar range or out of normal radar scanning?
Yeah, it would be out of normal scanning, yes. But probably for the much more powerful radar, which is the North American Air Defense Command, they would be able to pick up something like that. But then that all comes under classification, top secret anyway.
Right. So I wouldn't hear back from you anyhow, would I?
Pardon?
I wouldn't hear back from you to find out what it was if they did spot it.
Well, not from them. No, I doubt that very much.
Right.
But if we do get any information on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know about it.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Where did you get our number again?
I called the FAA at the Harding Airport here in Baton Rouge.
All right, sir. Thank you again.
Good day.
Bye.
You'd like to hear the eyewitness, right?
Yes, sir.
Her father. Okay, here's the girl. Come on. Oh, boy.
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. What do you want to know?
Oh, just give me a complete description of what you saw.
A description?
Uh-huh.
Well, there was like 6 windows in this thing, and they were all bright, right? And they had this one little, like a half round thing on top. And these lights were like in a row. And there was a little round thing on top of it. And my boyfriend and I looked up and we saw it, and then all of a sudden we saw like this black part of it, like a window, fell around and went from the left to the right, and it went in a circle. And this was really bright, and it was like sort of near us, like right near us, you know, and it was really bright. And that's all I could say. I saw 6 lights, and they were in a row with one black light, and it went from left to right, and it was a half a thing on top, half a circle on top, and that was really light, you know, it was all lit up. But, because I know, yeah, it stayed over some trees, it hovered over trees, and it just stayed there, because we were sitting down, and at first, on this lawn in front of the bank, and I looked up, and at first I thought it was an airplane, but then I thought it was funny, because it just stayed in one spot, and it didn't have no red or green running lights. And, you know, it was funny. And then I said, that ain't no airplane. That's a UFO. So I got scared, and I got up, and we stood up. And when we stood up, the thing started coming towards us. And I said, come on. I was pulling him, and he wanted to stay there and watch it. I'm saying, no, come on. And we were running, and then when we started running, it went off in like a northeasterly direction. And I was so afraid.
Okay. Do you have any estimate as how close that got to you?
It was right across the road, down the road a little. I don't know how many feet or...
Just across the road from you?
No, not directly across, like diagonal across the road from us.
Okay.
And it was about a quarter of a mile away from us. And it was right over the tree.
Okay. What time did you spot that?
It was about 9 minutes after 10 last night, because we just looked at our watches, because he told me his father was going to take me home at 10:30.
Okay, now could you actually see an object that these lights were attached to?
No, I didn't see the object. I saw the lights, and all of a sudden I saw the black thing, the black part of it. It looked like one of them also, and it just went around, and it was like near us, and it was really light and big, too. And that was another reason why I knew it wasn't a plane. A plane doesn't go around in circles.
Okay, now you say it was big. Can you estimate its size with something that you know?
Well, we were doing that last night with my father, and he says that if I put my arm up, my arm straight out, and I look up into the sky, it would be about 6 inches across if I put something out from my arm. You know? And that's how big it was, from where I was in the sky. But of course it was bigger, but that's about how big it was, when I saw it. It was about 6 inches big.
Okay. And about how long did you watch that?
Oh, we saw it. We were running, but we were watching it too. And we saw it for about, altogether, 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes.
And as soon as you started running, then the thing moved away?
Yeah, it went in the northeasterly direction.
Okay, did you hear any sound coming from it?
No, there was no sound. See, we were on a highway. And it was really funny. There was no cars. There was cars, and the road cleared. And then there was no cars. And I don't even know why I looked up. It must have caught my eye, the lights or something like that. But it was quiet. It was so quiet there,
Okay, now, after the object moved away, how about the traffic on the highway?
When the object went away, I went to his house. I wanted to stop at the nearest house, but he kept saying no. And I went to his house, and I called my father, and then when my father came and got us, and we went driving around to see if we could see it still, and we wanted to show him the area. And the cars were there again after it left. So.
Okay, and you didn't see any at all while this thing was there?
No, there was no cars at all.
Is that usually a busy highway?
Yeah, it's usually one of the main highways here.
Okay, you said it was very, very quiet?
Yeah.
Is this kind of a spooky quiet?
No.
the quietness didn't really hit me, 'cause the highway makes, clears, usually 'cause a light might turn red. We're out in Long Island. I don't know if I told you that, but we're out in Long Island. And in New York. And, it clears every once in a while, but it was really funny. There was no cars there, and there was no sound. We just saw it. And I was so afraid. I thought it might come back to my house and get me at night or something. I was so afraid.
Did you have any strange feelings before you actually saw this object?
Did I have any, excuse me?
Yeah, just before you saw the object. Anything really out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay.
Just sitting there talking.
Now, did you say that was hovering right above the treetops?
Yeah, right above it. It was really close.
Okay. And did you see anything else in the sky? Any aircraft in the sky at the time?
I didn't look around. All I noticed was that.
Okay.
Later on that night, I saw the airplane. But, I know the difference between airplanes because they have the red and green running lights.
Right.
And, they blink. There's a light on the blink. But these lights, they were there, and they were so bright. I thought it was strange because, like when you first see something, all these different thoughts go through your head.
Yes.
And it was strange because I thought, I'm thinking, an airplane isn't like that, and you can't see the lights of an airplane, the windows, whatever. And then you see this thing going around. I was so afraid.
Now, did the glow from the lights light up the ground area or the trees?
No.
Okay. And did these lights stay on as the object moved away?
Yep.
Was there any change in the brightness or the color?
No, they were like a light bulb color.
Just stayed the same?
Yep.
Okay. Where did you get our number?
We called the FAA control tower at Islip MacArthur Airport.
Okay.
People.
Okay.
We reported the incident last night, and they told us to call back this morning.
Okay.
The only credence I can lend to this is that the girl is visibly upset. She was visibly upset when she called me last night. She did not sleep. That's how bad she was shaken up.
Okay.
The girl has been around aircraft. I have flown a few times myself. They have been with me. I have been in the aircraft industry, so she knows the difference between an airplane, a chopper, and something that shouldn't be there.
All right. If we need additional information on this, would it be permissible to call back to you?
Yes, it would.
All right, sir. Is there anything else that the lady can add to that?
Just that the one thing that stuck out in her mind was the black spot that kept moving from left to right. Blacking out one window section at a time. She described it to me. She drew a picture. It's 6 squared-off windows in a row, horizontally. I made her hold her arm out, and she says it was about 6 inches in length from left to right, the distance of the windows. The windows were 6 in a row within the 6 inches. She says the black spot moved from the left to the right, blacking out one window at a time, and it went around 3 times.
Okay.
I called the control tower, and right away they said a chopper. The girl knows a chopper. There was no sound associated with it. Like she said, there was no nav light showing. What more can I say other than a white dome light on top?
Right.
A lighted up dome on top, let me put it that way.
And that light on top, was that steady?
Yes.
Okay.
The control tower had no other calls. They had no references to it. What more can I tell you other than the girl was visibly shaken?
Okay. If we send a questionnaire, do you assist her in filling it out?
I had the girl sit down and write everything down while it was still fresh in her mind, and you can have all the information that we have.
Oh, beautiful. Well, then we'll get a letter off to you right away.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your trouble.
And thank you for calling.
Right.
Bye.
I have gotten your number from the airport, and
Yes.
also the state police gave me the number. I'm located in Oakland.
Yes.
And there is, toward the south side, there is a strange object. And when the sun hits it, it goes up as far as above the cloud level. And it comes back down, hovers like over the trees, because I'm upstairs, and I can look over.
Yes.
And it's a silver looking, but it has white lights and blue lights.
And this is to the south?
to the south side, because I'm located here in Oakland.
Okay.
But this is straight over the south side. I can look over past the cathedral, and way back over the hillside. But it's a long object.
Okay, now, how are the sky conditions?
Huh?
How are the sky conditions?
The sky, it's clear.
It's clear. Okay, now, how many degrees above the horizon is this object?
Oh, let's see. It's right at the present time. It's hovering over trees.
Oh, that low.
That low, and then it'll go on up, and it comes back down. And these lights are still rotating on it.
Okay, now, what time did you see that?
I saw it about 20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago, okay.
And I've been watching it ever since, and I've been sitting here at the window, and I called the state police. I called the airport, in which the airport gave me this number to call.
Okay, now, during that 20 minutes, has it just maintained that up and down movement?
For one while, it was just level.
I see.
It was just a level thing.
Okay.
And then it began this here up and down fluctuating.
Okay. Now, you say this is long?
It's a long object, and when it dips down, you can tell, that it's long.
Okay.
It has white lights and blue lights.
Now, are those white and blue lights strung out on the horizontal, or are they just scattered out over the whole object?
The white lights are to one side, to the left.
Uh-huh.
The blue lights are to the right.
Okay. Now, does that object have a defined shape?
It's flat looking.
Flat. Okay. Kind of thin?
Right, and silver when the sun reflects on it.
Okay. Does it tilt at all?
Yes, it tilts when it comes down toward the, top of the trees. It tilts, and it looks long then.
Okay. Did you see any sun reflection off of it? As though it were the sunlight were striking metal?
Yeah, because that looks silver then.
Okay. Okay, fine.
I don't know. We've kind of lost it now, but it was above the tree level.
Uh-huh.
Look over there, Diane, between that tree. You see the light flashing here? But it's over toward south side.
Okay, and you got our number from the FAA tower?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, there were how many witnesses?
Me and my daughter.
Okay, and you both saw the same thing, right?
Right.
You agreed on what you were seeing?
Right.
Okay. Okay, Mrs. We appreciate this report, and we're going to check it out right away, and if we come up with any information on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
All right, because right now we've kind of lost it. It's been down toward the trees, but it'll go back up. But I wish you would check into it.
Okay, we'll check it out.
All right, thank you kindly.
Thank you for the call. Bye.
Hello. This is Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yes.
My brother tells me that he saw a UFO last week. And I'd like to tell you what he said. He's a little hesitant to talk to anybody.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
All right, sir. 4 lights, white. This was last week. He said they looked like 4 pigeons carrying flashlights. Flash of light that was broken. And I asked him if he drinks, and I asked him, he said he was stone sober. Saw in split second over pine tree. Now that would be in the west to the northwest. I'm not sure quite where he was standing or where he parked the car when he got out. And then Gene continues to refuse to talk about it when pressed, then relaxes and talks about it again. In other words, I'm afraid that he's a little bit afraid that he might end up in a mental institution.
And that was all he saw, just those
That's all
lights.
I can report. That's all. I wrote down what he said. He said it kind of curved a little bit when it disappeared.
Okay.
I'd like to have you talk to him more.
We'd like very much to.
All right. Can you get somebody out here? Is there somebody here in Grand Rapids, Michigan that you can...
Well, we'll give it a try if we can't. Well, we can interview him over the phone.
All right.
What was the man's name? Okay, do you have any idea on the date on that?
Well, no. It was just last week during the working hours. He comes home from work sometime in the early morning hours.
I see.
So it would be from Monday through Friday. Now, he didn't say which day.
Okay. Does he work a swing shift or something?
Yes, he does. Well, it's not a swing shift. He works at from about 4 o'clock till midnight and after.
Okay, then we'd better call him sometime in the afternoon then.
Yes.
Right.
If you call while I'm here, he's in bed right now, and he will be up probably by 11:30, 12 o'clock. If you call back then.
Okay. What was your name again, sir?
My name is...
Did you get our number?
I got it from the FAA at the Grand Rapids Airport.
Okay. Would that be the tower?
No. I got it from a man in the FAA room. I first went downtown to our office downtown.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Then I drove out to the airport.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Bye. We understand that you saw something strange in the sky a few days back.
Yeah, my brother reported that.
Yes.
I only saw it for a couple of seconds, and I don't think it was a UFO, really. I don't know what it was, but I don't, because it was right at housetop level.
I see. Could we get a description of it?
Well, the only thing I could say was just it looked like about 6 lights.
Uh-huh.
It reminded me of a photographer that you have them bars with the lights on it.
Yes.
Movie cameras. That's what it looked like, a bar of lights just going through.
Okay, now they're in a straight line.
Yeah, they were in a straight line.
And they maintain that all the way?
I only saw them for just a flash.
I see. Okay.
So I don't know if it was my imagination or, I don't mean imagination, but just I don't know what you'd call it.
Were they quite large, these lights?
No, not really.
Okay, what time did you spot those?
Must have been somewhere between 1 and 1:30.
That's in the morning?
Yeah, right after midnight.
Okay.
Just after midnight.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. Maybe just a flock of birds in a light or something. I don't know.
Okay, what date was that? Do you remember?
No, I couldn't remember the date because I'd forgotten about it for a week because it was too low to be anything.
Do you feel that they were about treetop level?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that, or a little lower even. So that's why I figured it couldn't be anything.
Did you detect any sound?
No, that's what was amazing. There was no sound. So that's why I don't know if pigeons fly at night or something. That's why I thought, well, maybe just a bunch of pigeons flew through a light or something,
Well, were those lights quite bright?
No, not really. And they had no beam,
Uh-huh.
No, hardly just a reflection, just like you saw a light.
Right.
Without any fluorescent around them or anything. That's why I thought probably it was just something flew through a flash of light. I told my brother, I said, don't report that.
Well,
I didn't know what I
could
saw.
be very important. Was that this month? Did that occur this month?
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Okay.
Yeah, so it wasn't, like I said, I don't know what I saw.
Do you feel that they were close to you, or do you have any estimate of distance?
Yeah, I thought they were fairly close. Just, like you said, about treetop heights. And I kept looking. I expected it to come out around the trees, and then I could see it again,
Yes.
But I never seen it after that.
I see. Okay.
Just a split second, so I had no idea what it was. I still think it was either just a flash of light or birds or something.
Uh-huh.
My feeling, anyway. Then I looked, I thought, well, maybe somebody had a searchlight. How they advertise the big searchlights that go around.
Right.
And I looked for that, and I didn't see no searchlight. I don't know what it was.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, we sure appreciate your talking to us.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, did anybody report seeing any greenish-looking lights over the Seattle downtown last night?
Greenish?
Yeah, I think it was around 11 or after.
No, ma'am. I didn't. Did you see something?
I did, yeah.
I'd like to hear about it.
Well, we live on Queen Anne Hill, and we have a view of the downtown Seattle area.
Uh-huh.
And there were three. Well, I'm not any good at estimating distances or anything, but they were over the downtown area or over the harbor area, sort of. 3 green lights, quite good size, with a solid center and then a glow sort of around them.
Yes.
Radiating out. And they were parallel with each other at some distance apart, and they were just gently floating down. Until I couldn't see them anymore. They just disappeared. I wondered, if anyone else had seen them.
Now, these were floating down towards the sound?
Right. Uh-huh. Toward the, they were going down, not up or sideways.
Okay, now you were looking due west at the time?
Well, southwest.
Southwest,
right.
Okay. And did you see these actually come down to the water?
No, I didn't, because, apartment buildings and so on are in the way, too.
Right.
But until they disappeared behind some buildings. But they were what was funny was that they were parallel with each other with, say, maybe 15, 20 feet between each one. They were all the same size, and they seemed to be just floating gently down. I mean, it wasn't speeding in any direction or anything.
In other words, they were holding a straight line position on the horizontal?
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And they maintained that till they disappeared from your sight?
Right.
Okay. How about the brilliance? Did they hold the brilliance all the way?
Yes, they were. They were very bright, with a greenish glow. I'm surprised no one else saw them.
Okay. What was the shade of the green? Did you recognize that?
Well, it was a bright green, not a dark, sort of more to the yellow or chartreuse green than to a darker green.
Okay. Would it resemble the Kelly green at all?
No. Okay. It was sort of a fluorescent-y glow, sort of, to it.
And it was very bright, solid in the center, and then...
Yeah, I was just amazed when I saw it, and I yelled for my husband. He was in the other room. And, but by the time he got out, I don't know, he was in the bathroom or something. By the time he got out and came out, they had disappeared from sight.
Do you have any estimate of size on those? Could you compare them with anything?
Well, it would have had to have been pretty big.
Uh-huh.
At the least, they would have been 25 feet, I would think.
Oh, that is very big.
I mean, compared to the building size that they were next to,
Okay.
10, 15, something in there.
Okay.
I called King to see if they had, anyone had reported it. I talked to Don Chambers, and he said if you had anything on it, he'd appreciate hearing from it. Right. But I'm just surprised no one else has.
Well, now, the fact that we didn't get a call doesn't mean a lot of other people didn't see him. Because we have found that when we can have 1,000 people see something in the sky, and we might only hear from one person.
Yeah.
A lot of people are afraid to call and report.
Yeah. Well, in no way would I give you my name or anything, because I wouldn't want any publicity. But I live on Queen Anne Hill, and we have a good view of the downtown area. And it was just really, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what I was seeing,
Okay, about what time was that?
It must have been after 11 sometime.
Okay. Okay, now, do you want us to get back to you if we get any information on this?
Oh, I sure would.
Well, we sure appreciate this report, and if we get any additional calls on this, or if we come up with any information as to what the objects were, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I'd appreciate it.
Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, good evening. My name is from Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
How are you? I was recommended to talk to you. I have some drawings and some pictures that I not exactly took, but some sketches of something that, that I seen in the sky, which I was in the area, certain specific area, which I had reached out and touched it,
Yes.
And I seen a working functional part. It was really unbelievable the way it was, it was orbiting,
Okay, you have these now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does it show a definite object?
Yes, it does.
Okay, when were these taken?
Exactly about 45 minutes ago. I talked to Hopkins, and I talked to the newsroom downtown Cleveland, Channel 5,
Yes.
Recommended that I talk to the Hopkins and see if they pick up anything on the radar, which they didn't. And I talked to them out there at the control center, and they told me, he gave me the number to talk to you over there.
Okay. Okay, first of all, would you like to tell us exactly what happened?
I was walking, and it was like a bluish-orange, like flare.
Yes.
It appeared in front of me, and it was like a steel wind. And when I turned to look, there was something, started to orbit. It's not orbit, but hover, above me.
Yes.
And when I stopped to turn completely around, and, I was able to touch it. And the metallic, it was like like you stick your hand on water or something, and there was like a vibration, like a tuning fork.
Yes.
And when I, got to see the inside of it, it was a gyro about the size of was the size of a Mustang,
Right.
It was continuing to, revolve. And on the bottom, on the top, it was like it was unbelievable.
What was it like on top?
The whole cylinder, it was like a blue steel color.
Okay.
It had like fragments like slag from welding or something,
Uh-huh.
Right.
And this just moved around you?
Yes, it did.
Okay, now when this was moving around you, was it overhead or just about belt level?
I say it was about a good 10 to 15 feet high.
Okay.
Off the ground.
Okay. Now, did you see this come down out of the sky, or did it just appear?
Right. I don't smoke no herb, I don't mess with no acid, I don't shoot no drugs.
Uh-huh.
I barely do drink. Once in a while. But when you can reach out and touch something, and it's not an automobile, it's not an aircraft, hey, because, well, I know everybody's saying you're crazy.
No.
I'm not the only one that's saying this shit. It was, everybody else, they stopped and ran for cover,
Okay, how many other people did see it? Were there quite a few around there?
There was about 4 of us together.
Okay, now did you actually see this come out of the sky, or did it just appear above you?
No, I actually seen it in motion.
Okay.
Stop and go, just like you have 5 fingers on each hand.
Right.
Fingers on the thumb.
Right.
That's how close it was. Life itself.
Okay.
Something immaterial about it. This was reality. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now, did you pick up any sound from this thing?
No, something like it sounded like a tuning, and it sounded like a rumbusting, like a turbo or something was turning.
Turbine?
Similar to a turbine.
Okay. And you estimated the size about that of a small car?
No, the inside of it, you know, the gyro itself.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But the craft was, damn near like 50 feet in diameter, or roughly, or larger.
Okay, now what was the exact shape of the craft itself?
You may not believe me, but it was like a flying saucer.
A disc shape?
Hey, excuse me, I bullshit you not, man. Hey, it was like a disc.
Okay.
A top and a bottom with two, like you take two plates and put them together, and it came on each side. There was no wings, except when it went back into the sky, it was like the opposite sides of it would go into like an angle, and it just went straight up.
Okay. Now let me get back to the shape and see if it's the same as other people have described to us. Would this be like taking two saucers or two plates and putting them together rim to rim?
Rim to rim?
Yeah.
No. This was... No, he don't believe me either.
Yes, I do.
It was like, you know how you take a hydro for the front of a boat that comes to a point.
Right.
You take another boat and lay it on top of it.
Okay.
Cut the air like the back of an airplane wing.
Right.
Like it was a complete circle.
Okay. Okay. Did you see any openings in this thing other than the center?
In the front, I guess it was the front, whatever, you know. It seems like it was like an asbestos covering. Like when it went to, you know, leave the, I guess the height that it was, the level that it was on, it just went like an asbestos suit. It just opened and it just went on up, straight up into the air.
Okay, now when this went straight up in the air, did it stay on the horizontal or did it flip up on end?
No, it's like you take a frisbee and throw it straight.
Right.
And just go straight up in the air.
Okay, and then it just disappeared out of sight?
Right.
Okay, was that a very high-speed climb?
It was like a blare. It was like it smelled like not exactly settling, like you use acetylene to it.
Right.
But it was a real light smell behind it, you know.
Okay. What time did you spot that?
Let's see, roughly about 5 after 11.
Okay. And how close did you feel that got to you?
Like you touching elbows.
Okay. Did you reach out and touch this thing?
Yes, I did.
And did it feel metallic to you?
Yes, it did. It just felt like a continuous heavy, like a vibrator or something, you know.
You could feel a vibration?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you get any tingling sensation over your body like you would get, when you have an arm that has gone to sleep from lack of circulation?
Oh, I'm in perfect health.
Okay.
I stay in shape.
Oh, great. And how long did that whole experience last?
Let's say roughly 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay.
I got this. Don't nobody believe me, but if I had the machinery and the tools to put that together the way I put the whole armed forces ashamed because of the maneuver of it,
Yes. Now, when this was maneuvering overhead, did it just have a continuously circling around you?
No. When I would move, it would move. When we moved, brother, it would move towards us. Like we started the car, that's when it came into range, I say about 10 to 15 feet high. And when we put the lights out, that's when it shot straight out, into the air.
I see. In other words, when the lights went off, it just retreated from you.
Hey.
Okay, now were you in the car when you first spotted this?
No, we wasn't.
Okay, what prompted you to get into the car?
Pardon?
Why did you get into the car?
I thought it was going to crash.
Oh, were you going to follow this thing?
No, man. Hey, I thought it was going to crash.
I see. Okay. Were you trying to escape? Get away from it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
You know how you see so much, happening in the street? And when the chemicals in the air, because I stay away from all the exhaust fumes that get high,
Yes.
Like, this here. Oh, wow.
Did this whole experience frighten you?
Yeah, so many words, yes, but it was really amazing, like, it was just like something people been talking about, but I really got a chance to see it for myself. We got a chance to see it for ourselves.
Okay, now, how did you feel about the subject of UFOs prior to this experience?
Lunatic, don't want to believe it.
Were you really a die-hard non-believer?
Oh, well, no, not exactly. Because science, to me, is, very amazing.
If we could get somebody over there to talk to you, would you give him an interview?
Hey, man, I'd enjoy it out for him.
Okay. Did this entire experience cause you to become fatigued or exhausted?
No. I just wanted to, in other words, what I was saying is, I want to capture it myself.
Uh-huh.
I have somebody to help me capture, whatever it is, because everybody said they just believe, but, like, I'm not looking for no fame and no glory, but it's not a he say, she say thing. It's there to be seen. A lot of people disbelieve, but, once you can reach out and say, well, that's what it really is. It do exist. That's what, I call, been calling different, down to the newsroom. I asked them, did they pick it up on the radar?
Uh-huh.
And, my fiance, she called and said, call out to some other people and asked them, did they see it? They said they heard something, but they just didn't pay no attention.
Right.
But, when I called down there at 9, I had something to show him that he won't believe. Then he said he laughed and joshed it on off and told me to call up to Hopkins. And Hopkins told me to call you. I asked them, did they pick up anything on the radar?
Uh-huh.
And they said no. So they gave me your number.
Okay, you didn't have a camera or anything handy, did you?
No, I don't. No,
okay.
I don't know one.
Okay, did you, before you saw this object, was there anything strange that happened in your area prior to seeing this?
No, there's been several accidents, misfortune and accidents, you know. That's about all.
Okay.
Lots of accidents, really.
Was there any problems with your lighting in the area prior to seeing this?
No, not exactly, except they're putting up a lot of poles on camera, but still, when you see something flying, man, you can't do nothing but accept it.
Okay, you said there were other witnesses. Do you know any of these people?
One is my fiancée, wife-to-be.
Pardon?
One is my fiancée, wife-to-be.
How did she take this?
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, could she actually believe what she was seeing?
No, she said they just up now, you know, our women, they up there, they don't discover something up there running top secret missions and carrying on. Do this sensor that they're building up. That's all she said.
We're going to try to get somebody over there to talk to you and see if we can't get some diagrams and so forth. Would that be all right with you?
Hey, man. That'll be beautiful.
Okay, and we sure appreciate this report. And if we come up with any other information on this, why, we'll get back to you and let you know, okay?
Well, I still say, don't nobody believe me, man. You know, like...
Well, I understand how you feel because we've talked to people before who've had these experiences, and they get a very negative attitude from the outsiders.
If I draw it and show you the way it was functioning, the way I seen it exactly, just like you seen your hand in front of your face, just like you drive your car back and forth from work, then maybe, you would believe me, or whoever would come, maybe then you'll believe me.
Okay, if we send you one of our questionnaires, would you fill that in for us?
Questionnaire?
Right.
That sounds like going to the Loney Farm or something.
No, this is part of our scientific study, and we'd appreciate it if you would fill this in. It would give us all the material that we need.
Okay, that's good.
All right, sir, thanks again for the call.
All right.
And if we get any more on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Yes, sir. I'm a FAA controller at Oakland Air Route Traffic Control Center.
Yes, sir.
In Fremont, California. And what I'd like, if possible, I'd like some literature or whatever you could send me on UFOs. I saw a program on, I think it was last Saturday night. I don't know if you happen to have heard about it or not. It was an hour-and-a-half special.
Oh, yes, I did.
On it. And I've been really interested in, in this for quite a number of years. And we've had several instances here at the center of, people calling all the time. And we've had several instances, reports here of them. And I was just wondering if you had any information or anything that you could send, like pamphlets or whatever.
Yeah, we do put out a periodic publication. I could get you on the mailing list for that. How would that be?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Would it be better to send it here or just send it to my home?
Whichever you choose.
Okay, could you just send it to my home?
Okay. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, I sure appreciate it. And whereabouts are you located, just out of curiosity?
Seattle.
Seattle.
Yep.
I see. Okay, real fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, I'd like to know if you could give me some information.
Sure.
Where are you located?
Seattle, Washington.
All right. We're in St. Louis.
Yes.
And one of our family has seems like he thinks he's gotten in contact with something from this type of thing. He's gone to the VA hospital in New York, and he's gone to the VA hospital here. He's talked to 13 psychiatrists. He tells them all the same story. And it seems like he's not talking to the right one. He says the same thing over, and it's really I don't know if that's all I can tell you. Except he's just got everybody convinced that there's really something. It happened to him in Modesto, California in 1969.
I see.
And it was with him until about 3 years ago, and they made what he calls physical contact with him. And it's really, is there someone in the St. Louis area that he could go talk to that would be qualified to listen to see if there's anything to it or not?
Well, I think we could arrange for that.
I would just let loose ends. I just don't know what to do. I don't know if I should do this or not.
Well, how would it be to have him contact us and maybe tell us the story?
Can I give him this number, and could you talk to him?
Sure.
Well, I thank you so much, and I'll have him call you right away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, sir. I think my sister-in-law called a while ago about this call from St. Louis.
Yes.
Well, I'm the one that had the incident, and I was wondering, she said something about you could send me to the right people or make an appointment to the right people.
Well, I wonder if you could give us a little rundown of what happened.
Well, I was going to Modesto Junior College in Modesto, California, and it wasn't a UFO I saw. It was the people themselves. They were like on a platform.
Uh-huh.
And there was about 50 other kids that saw them, too. And this was happened about 5 years ago. And it seemed like they was talking to me in particular. And it's been with me ever since. And I've been trying to, forget it, but it's there constantly.
Okay, and this was in 69?
No, 71.
71, okay.
November 71.
They have been communicating with you constantly since then?
Since then, up until the present, up until now. Well, they still do.
Well, have these been have you seen these people every time they communicate with you?
No. I only saw them 4 or 5 times. But I am still able to talk to them without seeing them, by thinking about it.
Okay.
I went to all kinds of psychiatrists, and they put me on Thorazine for the last 4 years, and I've been taking Thorazine and Dalmine, Elovil, and Melville. I think that's all. I've been taking all these drugs to rest and sleep. I never have been able to sleep.
Okay. And you still have these communications even though you're taking the drugs?
I only take drugs now when I need them. But yes, I can still communicate with them.
Okay. Okay, I think that we can possibly get somebody in to talk to you about this. I wonder if we could get your full name and address and telephone number. Okay, we'll see if we can't get something rolling on this. Sounds very interesting.
Well, I sure appreciate it. But, I don't know where to turn. My whole family's been helping me trying to find people I can go to. Because, like I say, I've been to a number of psychiatrists, and they don't know what I'm talking about. They just think it's a mental problem or illusion or something.
Uh-huh.
Just been giving me pills.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You bet.
Yeah, have you received any reports Monday on a UFO sighting in the Downey area or Whittier area or Lakewood area?
No, sir. Did you see something?
Well, my little girl and her classmates saw it, and then I found, well, this is Monday when they saw it. They were playing at school, and then I heard from other people who also, my mother-in-law who teaches, different people in her class were talking about it, but my little girl and her classmates got it came right down over their school, and they were able to make drawings of it. And this was Monday around, I would guess around 11 o'clock, 11:30, and we're in a apartment complex practically right behind the school, and on Monday at, I say between 11 and 11:30, a vibration kind of started in the apartment in which we're living. I don't know if it was felt throughout the rest of the units, but anyway, the apartment in which we're living started to vibrate, and I didn't connect it to until she told us told us of this, well, she described it, and she told us that evening, Monday evening, about it, and then I happened to think of that vibration, which I couldn't account for, because when it started, it wasn't caused by anything I could relate it to.
Uh-huh.
And so anyway, I was curious because she wasn't the first one to see it. Some of her classmates saw it, and then our little girl saw it, and she's 7. And she was able to make this drawing of it, and the stories, the stories all corroborate. So I called the school, and they to ask if there was if the children had been talking about it, and they said no, they not to their knowledge, but they did talk to the girls that saw it.
Okay, what kind of description did they give on this thing?
The way he described it was that they were playing, and in the schoolyard, and it's the elementary school, and the one classmate called the other children's attention to it, and she said it was like a big silver ball, and she said it was as bright as the sun. It seemed to be as bright as the sun, and it was coming, and it was over the school. And on that day, Monday, it was the visibility here was perfect. The sky was blue. There were no clouds, and it was a unusually clear condition. There was no smog. And she said that. She said it was like a big silver ball, and then she said it was surrounded by rings of color. And she said it was like trying to come down to us. And she then said in the center of it there appeared another bright sun. She said a real bright sun in the center of it. And that got real bright, and at that point they became frightened. So I said, how large was it? She said it was about as large as a street. Well, she meant as large as a street is wide, I guess.
Right.
And we took her to the school, and on the school playground, like they had these areas more stenciled out on the paving for games and so forth. And there's a very large circle, and the circle must be at least 30 feet in diameter. And I said, now, was it as large as this circle? She said, oh, yeah. She said, it was bigger than that. And she said they stayed there, and it was watching them. As she put it, she said it was watching them. So I said, well, what happened then? She said, well, the school bell rang, and we went in, and she said, I looked over my shoulder to look at it again. And she said, it will probably come back tomorrow. So we questioned the other girls, and the story is the same with them, and it's a dentist thing. So my mother-in-law was at class the other day, and they were talking about something. I don't know exactly what they were talking about more or less the same thing, a UFO sighting. And so I called the police department to see if there were any reports, but this was Monday night now, so she said you'd have to call back earlier tomorrow. So, and they gave me your number. So the thing that puzzles me is that the kids were able to describe this thing. And oh yeah, they were. I said, well, now what were these rings coming out from it? She said, well, they were like the colors in the rainbow. And then she said no. She said they were colored, but they weren't like the rainbow. But there were 2 rings, and they came out from it. And I said, now this bright sun that came out of the center of it. I said, was it there all the time? She said, no. She says when it wasn't there before, there was just like a big gray area. So it's just an amazing thing. And then this vibration that we felt in the apartment complex had to happen at the same time, because I connected the two. And they were at recess around 11:30, between 11 and 11:30, and that's when this vibration started. Uh-huh. And it only lasted for, I would say the vibration only lasted for 10 or 15 seconds at the most. So I think it was just something that I'm surprised that others at the school didn't see it, but I haven't really gone over there. I was going to take the drawings that these little girls made and take them over and ask perhaps if someone, maybe an adult teacher or someone else might have seen it.
Okay, did they actually see this object leave?
Pardon me?
Did they see the object leave?
No, they all went into they all went back into the classroom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and she said when she looked over her shoulder, it was still there.
Okay, did they give any estimate as how high that thing was?
Yeah. I was trying to have her give me an idea, and we were looking at some poles, some high poles, and it would be my guess. She pointed to a really high pole, and it would be my guess it was at least several hundred feet, maybe several hundred feet off the ground. But from the way she describes it, as large as she described it, like this circle, I was trying. Yeah. See, my wife was saying that after she drew the picture, we have a film can here. It's like a can they put film in, and I said, well, the funny part of it was when they did the drawings. I said, now you draw what it looked like. So she drew her classmates on the ground on a separate piece of paper, and the playground, most of the trees and swings, and she named each of her friends, and then she drew on another piece of paper the round object, and she drew it perfectly round, and around the perimeter she put these two rings that were coming out from it, and then right in the center she drew a smaller circle which she colored yellow. So she was trying to, I was looking at her, she didn't know I was watching her, but she was puzzled because she put the piece of paper that had the object on it above the piece of paper that had she and her classmates playing. And she knew she wasn't quite getting it the way she wanted it. So my wife put the paper on which she drew the object at right angles, and she says, yes, she says, that's how it was. It was like right above us. So then we held up this film can, and we said, now, was it solid looking like this? Was it metallic looking? And she says, yes. She says, it was silver and metallic looking. And so the size of it, if it was larger than this circle, it had to be quite low, because this circle, as I said, is at least 30 feet in diameter. So she gave as good a description of something that you could certainly ever hope for.
Did they hear any sound?
No, I asked her, and she says no, there was no sound. And when she said, when we asked her if there was any sound, when she said there was no sound, that's when I remember the vibration.
Okay.
And so whatever that vibration was, it was very unsettling. The vibration when it started, it was really unsettling because it was like a high intensity vibration. That is, the dishes and things weren't rattling. It was like a very high, however you might describe it. Things were just like humming.
Uh-huh. Okay. And how old was she?
She's 7.
7, okay.
Yeah. I asked her if the rest of her classmates saw it, and she said, well, she didn't know because they were looking up at it. But she wasn't the first one to see it. It was her friend, and then about 4 of her friends were all looking up at it, she said. And she said they were looking straight up at it. So she put her head back, and it had to be almost directly overhead.
Okay. Did they actually see this thing descending towards them, or was it stationary?
I don't know. I don't know when saw it. I would have to ask her that.
Did she mention how many were in that group of children?
I would say about 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay.
Yeah, she knows them by name because I guess they're all the same age.
Okay. Do you still have those drawings?
Oh yeah, we have the drawings, and they're really they're humorous because the way she does the way she drew the children, and then this object.
Uh-huh. Okay. Is there any possibility of getting those?
Oh, sure. Okay. I'd be happy.
We can get a letter off to you about that. All right, sir. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check into this right away and see if we can't come up with some information on it. And it's the object which she has described, or you've described to me, would fit the category of what we refer to as the Saturn-type object, a sphere surrounded by rotating bands or colored bands right down through the center. And it comes as a surprise that this took place in broad daylight like this, because this usually doesn't happen. But we're going to, we'll check into it anyway and see if we can't come up with some more information. And if we get it, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you now.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, this is Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Bellingham. I had a call. They believe they saw a UFO. There's nothing we can do about it. I tried to have her call you, but she won't call long distance. I've got her number if you want to call her. She has quite a description of this thing and everything. I don't know if you'd be interested or not.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much. Bye. This is the UFO Reporting Center. We understand she saw something in the sky.
Yeah, she drew a design on the paper here, and it's hexagon shaped with a circle in the middle where the goldish-colored light came from. And then on the side, there's two lights that she said was bigger than headlights, with a small red light on the side of each of them, and then two small red lights on the back of it.
Okay, when did she see that?
About 9 o'clock tonight. They were down at church, and her and another girl went for a walk up the Grandview Road. The church is on the intersection of North Enterprise and Grandview.
Uh-huh.
And they had went for a walk up the Grandview Road to a trailer house just east of the church, about a eighth or a quarter of a mile east of the church, and that's where they saw it. Before they saw it, they heard this buzzing sound, and then this real bright light, goldish-colored light came down. A beam came right straight down.
This is a beam of light?
Yeah.
Okay, can we talk to her? Is she there?
Yeah, she's right here. Hello?
Could we get a complete description of what happened right from the beginning?
Okay, I'll start from where we were at the church. Okay, we were at the church, and we were standing inside talking, and then we decided we'd take a walk, because we had a few problems we wanted to discuss.
Uh-huh.
So we started out from the church, and we got a quarter of a mile down the road. And there's a field on each side of us, and a few trees, and then a trailer house, and then way up there's a couple of three houses. Okay, we got near the trailer, and then we were still talking, and all of a sudden we heard a great big loud buzzing noise. The other girl that was with me, she said, "What's that?" And I said, "What is it?" And we turned around, and the direction where it was coming from, and it was coming from the east part. And we seen what it was. It was a hexagon shape. And we said, we wonder what that is. And then she said, "Look!" And I says, "Look, two little red lights." And she says, "Yeah, there's four of them. There's two on the back of that thing and two on the front." And then while the buzzing was going on, two great big huge lights come on the one side of it.
Uh-huh.
And then it went straight ahead. You know, light beams came straight ahead.
The light beams were coming from these two big lights?
Yeah, and then we were watching it a little longer, and a great big bright goldish-colored beam came straight down from the bottom of it.
Okay, did that come down as far as the ground?
Yes, it did.
Did it illuminate the ground?
I don't know.
Okay, now, was that beam like a shaft of light, or was it a cone of light?
Well, it was kind of like, you know, you're up in the sky and you're shining the flashlight down. It comes down a little and then it's bigger down at the end.
Oh, okay.
That was what it was like.
Okay. Was that quite bright?
Yes, it was. Not very bright, but bright enough so that you could see it.
Okay, now, how long did that shaft of light last?
It stayed on for at least 3 or 4 seconds, and then it went off again. And then the little lights started flashing for 2 minutes, and then they quit flashing. They were just regular like they were before, and then the big lights went out and it took off.
Okay, now when it took off, which direction did it go?
It went west.
Okay, now
west, north. Northwest.
Northwest, okay.
Yeah.
Now when you turned around, when you heard the sound and you turned around, was this object stationary in the sky, or was it moving?
It was moving. And then, you know, it started that buzzing sound, and then that beam of light came down. It was goldish-colored.
Okay, now when that beam of light came on, did the object come to a stop?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then in sequence, all of these other lights eventually went off, and then the thing took off.
Yeah, it took off straight over our heads. We watched it go as it did, and we hid under the trees because we didn't want take any chances on anything going on.
Okay, now when
as soon as it got a little ways past us, we ran like mad back to the church.
Okay. Now, when it came over your head and you had a good look at it, what was the exact shape of the object itself?
Okay, you take a circle, you know.
Right.
And, okay, you put little lines straight across, you know, that's how I got it drawn here. You put a little line on each corner of it. And it looked just like that. And then there was a little, it looked like it was clear and silver colored. And it was in the bottom of it.
Okay.
But it had those two great big lights and two little red lights, one connected on each of the big lights.
Okay, now do you have any estimate of altitude when the object passed over you?
Well, you know how high a helicopter usually flies, but not way up there, but you know, let's see now. Yeah, well, that's twice the size of the treetops.
Okay, fine.
Twice the height.
Now, how about estimating the size? Can you compare it with anything?
Well, let's see. You'd probably put 2 or 3 or 4 planes together, you know, put them in a square circle and add a few more onto the sides of them. I think I'd end up to at least 8 of them.
Okay, that would be your small type aircraft?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when that shaft of light came down, how far away was it from you off of the roadway?
Oh, let's see. Well, it looked like it was quite a ways away, but you know, when we looked at it, we could see it real well, though. I don't think it was too far away, though.
Was that in a forested area, or was there fields?
Well, there are trees and fields, both.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But we've seen it well enough to see the description and the looks of it. And that just terrified us, and then that's when we started running back to the church. And we screamed as we ran because we were scared because we didn't know what it was.
Okay, now when that passed over you, when it went overhead, could you hear any sound then?
We could hear some sound of, well, you know, like you hear those gunshots and stuff, and you got a thing where it backfires and comes back.
Yes.
Well, it sounds sort of like you're hitting a drum or something, and that was what it sounded like when it went over.
Oh, okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary that happened to you during that period? Did you feel any physical sensations or anything as this thing went overhead?
Well, when it went over us, she started shaking. She wasn't cold because she was pretty warm, she was, and she started shaking, and I did too, but that was all we done was shake.
Do you feel that was just from fright?
I don't know.
Okay.
But, you know, when it started to go over, you know, we were standing still, and we did, well, you know, it felt like, it was kind of an eerie feeling.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it was normal or not, but it bothered us.
Okay, now how were the sky conditions at the time?
It was completely dark.
Was it cloudy?
Yes.
Okay, now when this thing moved away to the northwest, did you watch it until it disappeared from sight?
Yes, we did.
And it just kept right on going out of sight?
Yes. The only things that we could see were the two little red lights on the back, but there were 4 little red lights all together, you know, 2 on the back and 2 on the front, 1 on each side, just like a car.
Right, okay. And you didn't see any openings in the bottom of this thing when it came over?
Well, the only thing that we could see was that little round thing in the middle where the beam of light comes down.
I see.
And that was all we could see. It looked sort of like a glass window. But we couldn't exactly see that much of it, but we could see a little round thing and then the big thing.
Okay.
You know, the complete shape of it.
Right.
She goes to Skagit Valley College.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, when we got back to the church, we were talking about it. We have two of his friends were in the church, and we raced in, and they raced out just in time to see the two little red lights on the back of it, and that was all they seen, though. I think she's 18 or 19.
Okay.
But she was right next to me when it happened.
Okay, is there anything else you can add to that I haven't asked about?
No. I can't think of anything right offhand except for that noise.
Okay. Were there any animals in the area, such as dogs or anything, that were doing a lot of howling?
Well, there was a couple of dogs I heard howling when we were walking, and then when we heard that buzzing sound, we couldn't hear the dogs.
Okay.
And then there are some cows and horses that were near us, too, because there's a horse stable.
Okay.
2541.
Okay, if we can get someone in to interview you later, would that be possible?
Pardon me?
If we can get someone there to interview you later on, would that be possible?
Yes, it would.
Okay, because we'd really like to get a sketch of what you saw, and
I drew a picture of it when I got home because I remembered the description of what it looked like.
Okay.
If you'll hold on a minute, I can race out and get my purse. I have